as Malcolm's body trembled uncontrollably with ecstasy. The blood sphere slowly floated closer to him. Malcolm gazed at the blood sphere, opened his mouth, and completely absorbed it into his body. His expression remained unchanged, and then a wave of magic power rippled from within. In the blink of an eye, Malcolm transformed entirely into a blood-red figure, his surface covered with fresh red flesh, resembling a skinned person. He glanced at the pool before him, crossed his arms over his chest, and with a flicker appeared floating above the blood pool. Malcolm extended his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck the ground with a punch. Instantly, the pool beneath him shattered, and the ground cracked like a spider's web, causing the whole basement to shake, emphasizing the immense power of this punch. A terrifying smile appeared on Malcolm's face. Excellent. This was a spell Malcolm had prepared for a long time, which originally required more time to succeed. Conveniently, he needed to participate in the cradle operation this time, so he spent some extra time researching it in advance. This was a spell Malcolm studied on his own, using countless pieces of flesh containing negative emotions like resentment, hatred, and fear to condense the current blood-red skin. This blood-red skin endowed Malcolm with unmatched speed and strength, making ordinary level 1 wizards impossible to be his match. More importantly, this blood-red skin also had the effect of absorbing spell magic power. Many spells, instead of harming him, would actually replenish his magic power when they hit him. Malcolm was very satisfied with the spell's effect. With such physical power combined with his spell power, he was already contemplating which rule power to choose for advancing to a level 2 wizard. In his eyes, it was impossible for anyone to be his opponent anymore. Participants in the cradle operation were at most those at the limit stage of crystallization wizard. Unless someone had advanced to level 2 wizard, there would be no qualitative change, and Malcolm didn't think anyone could threaten him. Before possessing the blood-red skin, Malcolm was already a strong figure among crystallization wizards. Now he had taken it to another level. Naturally, he was very confident. Suddenly, Malcolm seemed to sense something, and turned to see a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look behind him. "Teacher," Malcolm said respectfully. Fran nodded, looking at Malcolm with satisfaction. "Very good, you have exceptional talent to research such a powerful spell by yourself. You should have no problem with the cradle operation this time. Just be mindful to keep a low profile when you're outside. Especially since your spells tend to attract criticism. While the teacher isn't afraid of these things, dealing with them can be troublesome, so try to give me less trouble." Malcolm said disdainfully, "Why should the teacher care about those people's words? In my opinion, those with insufficient strength are just experimental materials. Not much different from pigs and dogs. Occasionally killing some ordinary people and the weak for experiments, is it such a strong reaction?" Fran laughed, walked over and said, "You're just too young. There are some things you can do but shouldn't openly admit. Keeping a low profile is always beneficial to you." Malcolm didn't speak, clearly disagreeing with Fran's view. Fran knew he wouldn't listen to these words and didn't say much, otherwise Malcolm would find it annoying again. For this student, he had both love and hate. Exceptionally talented, arguably the most gifted wizard Fran had seen over the years. Truly a prodigy. But this student was too arrogant, dismissing everyone including Fran. Although Malcolm was a little more respectful in front of Fran, Fran knew that this student looked down on everyone. But Fran didn't care either. Young people, it's normal to have a bit of sharpness. Geniuses are like this. Fran laughed and said, "Prepare well. When you return from that low-tier world, I have a surprise for you. I've prepared a very nice gift." After speaking, his figure slowly faded away, leaving only Malcolm in the basement. Malcolm glanced at the empty blood pool. "When I return, I'll need to replenish it." After the blood-red skin dissipated from his body, it revealed a face full of freckles. "Silver Moon City, Northern Pier. Wait for me at home." Harag smiled, embraced Reese briefly, and then turned to board the airship. Reese watched him leave, reluctant to look away even as the airship disappeared into the distance. 4 months later, the cradle operation would begin, and Harag needed to depart early for the central region. Silver Moon City was located farthest south, too far from the central region. It would take 3 months by airship. To avoid any unforeseen delays, Harag set off 4 months in advance. This time, Harag was traveling alone, only he from Silver Moon City was chosen. 30 spots, distributed among so many cities and forces in Surlandir, were quite limited. Many cities didn't even have a single spot. Herag's was arranged by Parker personally from this side. Parker was still in the elf plane. Plane wars don't end quickly. Though still over there, Parker occasionally checked on the situation on the wizard plane. It was just a matter of him saying a word. Prize, due to being responsible for Silver Moon City's security, couldn't accompany Herag either. Herag didn't need anyone to accompany him anyway. Once he reached the central region, someone would naturally receive him. This time, Herag was still staying in the most luxurious suite. As he represented Surlandir, it was on a public trip without his own expense. This luxury suite on the airship was identical to the one he had before. Herag found that the interior structures of these large airships were all the same, seeming to be one model. With the experience from last time, Herag casually started brewing a pot of coffee, opened the window, and watched the scenery outside. After a bath, Herag sat on the bed and began meditation. Star's shadow in his mind was about to solidify, marking the second star since advancing to crystallization. At the crystallization wizard stage, the meditation speed visibly slowed compared to before. It's known that crystallization wizards have a limit state, where at that point, spiritual power can hardly increase further. Before that state, the growth of spiritual power already became increasingly slow. The higher the spiritual power, the more difficult it became to continue its growth, slowing down the star's success rate in meditation. However, Herag's speed now seemed unchanged from before, completely relying on the energy stored in the divine core within his bloodline mark. A month and a half passed, the airship passed through many cities, with passengers leaving constantly and new ones coming aboard. This period was relatively calm, with no unexpected incidents encountered on the way. Ever since the airship crash incident over in Crystal City, all airships in the Land of Dawn have strengthened their security measures, increasing the number of personnel patrolling around the airship. The identity verification of passengers boarding and disembarking from the airship has also become stricter, with any slight anomaly prompting further questions. It's said that the current airships have added monitoring and sensing which arrays. Any change in situation can be detected immediately. With this in place, it has become significantly more challenging for the abyssal cultists to cause trouble on the airship, with no incidents occurring currently at least. Herag's life has been very monotonous during this period, consisting almost entirely of meditation practice, studying, eating, and sleeping. The airship's passengers are varied and mixed, so he tries not to go out in order not to bring trouble to himself. The airship is heading towards the direction of the central region, and along the way, Herag has sensed the presence of several powerful magic power auras from wizards boarding and disembarking from the airship. These wizards come from various cities in Surlandir, belonging to different factions with various allegiances. Herag's direct superior, Parker, is a subordinate of Dawn Mage Mike. Dawn Mage Mike is one of the 3 level 4 wizards in Surlandir, yet his influence only covers about a third of Surlandir. The different factions aren't exactly amicable towards each other. The internal strife is no less fierce than the external conflicts, even more intense sometimes. Herag has been cautious and kept a low profile along this journey precisely because he understands this point. He is indeed a subordinate to Parker, but others' backgrounds aren't shabby either. In an actual conflict, such a background doesn't amount to much. Herag glanced at the window. It was already night outside, pitch black. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and Herag sensed it was a waiter and a blond young man outside the door. He glanced and saw these two were strangers to him, not knowing why they had come to see him. After opening the door, Herag asked, "Is there something you need?" The waiter was about to speak when the blond man stepped forward with a smile. "Are you Mr. Herag? I'm Metal Taylor, and I've come specifically to invite you to tonight's ball." Herag pondered for a moment and asked, "Is Mr. Metal from the Taylor family over in Heart of the Sea?" "Indeed, I didn't expect that Mr. Herag would also know about our far-off Taylor family," Metal replied with a smile. Herag chuckled. "The Taylor family isn't some remote family. Read which area is your ancestor. Based on that alone, the Taylor family is a top-notch family in the entire Land of Dawn. Read which area, one of Serlandir's 3 level 4 wizards. She originates from the Taylor family. To be precise, it's because of Aria that the Taylor family is as prosperous and flourishing as it is now. Heart of the Sea is the name of a city located in central Serlandir, very developed, and a bustling city where the Red Witch resides. Herag took another look at the young blonde man. He didn't expect a descendant of the Red Witch to come looking for him. This metal is truly from a wizard family. And the Taylor family has sustained its prosperity for countless generations. As long as Aria is around, the Taylor family is the absolute powerhouse in the Land of Dawn. Other wizards might be second or third generation wizards. This metal could be several dozens of generations down the line. Herag sensed metal's strength, which is that of a level 1 crystallization wizard. He then thought that metal is likely also a participant in the cradle action. Metal smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Herag, for praising our Taylor family. Oh, it's precisely due to the excellence of our ancestors that we younger generations must strive harder. Even a slight slackening feels like a disgrace to the family." Had Mr. Metal heard of me before? Herag asked. He was somewhat puzzled because Heart of the Sea is one of the top mega-cities in Serlandir, and Silver Moon City is just a small city on the southern edge. How would Metal, such a super second-generation wizard, specifically come to invite him to a ball? Metal looked at Herag earnestly and said, "During the Silver Moon City slum incident, I took notice of Mr. Herag and later learned more about you. I found that you are truly an exceptional wizard, especially since you've come this far from the barren land, a place so scarce in resources, which is really not easy. So I've been secretly admiring Mr. Herag for a long time. Since I also need to participate in the cradle action this time and heard that you are also on the airship, I couldn't help but take the liberty to get to know you. If I've disturbed you, I truly apologize." Herag, seeing Metal speak with such confidence, though not entirely convinced, didn't express it. Instead, he politely replied, "How could it be an inconvenience? It's my honor to meet someone like Mr. Metal. Though I usually don't fancy balls and prefer quiet, since Mr. Metal personally invited me, I have no reason not to attend." Herag was well aware that when dealing with these people, regardless of what they truly think, one must at least maintain appearances well. The saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, so saying a few nice words won't hurt. Metal beamed with joy. "Then let's quickly go to the ball, it should have already started. If we're late, the beautiful ladies might all have partners." Herag nodded, closed the door, and walked to the ball venue with Metal, chatting along the way. "Mr. Herag, actually there's something you might not know. The main reason I came looking for you this time is to ask for your help." Metal showed a slightly worried expression. "Oh, I wonder in what way I could be of assistance to Mr. Metal. I'm just a junior wizard," Herag replied. Metal said solemnly, "This time the Taylor family is determined to win control over that low-tier world. If I can successfully seize control over that world, my status within the family is bound to rise significantly. My elders' evaluation of me will undoubtedly improve greatly. Herag, to be honest with you, the Taylor family is indeed very powerful and has many outstanding wizard descendants. But precisely because of this, we younger generations are under great pressure. Resources are limited. If you perform poorly, the resources allocated to you will be much less. This cradle action is really important to me, so I wish to invite you, Mr. Herag, to be my ally and help me seize control of the low-tier world." Metal appeared very sincere, smiling at Herag, waiting for Herag's response. After listening, a strong sense of crisis immediately arose in Herag's heart. Metal seemed kind and sincere, with a very good attitude. But this invitation made Herag feel a certain deadly sense of danger. It was absolutely impossible for Herag to help others seize world control. He had to seize world control himself and become the master of the world. Helping this Metal might only gain some goodwill and benefits that may or may not exist. Simply put, Metal was drawing a pie for Herag to eat. With his status, many would be willing to eat such a pie. Even if they couldn't get the actual pie in a short time, many people would be willing to wait. Because of Metal's status. However, Herag never believed in these illusory things. Relying on others is never as good as relying on oneself, and only by becoming stronger oneself is truly reliable. The opportunity to become the master of the world is not something to be given to others. Let alone help others become the master of the world and actively give up on oneself. Herag would also never believe in things that depend on others. For someone like metal, when you are no longer useful, you can be discarded. But now the problem is, if Herag rejects directly, it will undoubtedly anger Metal. Metal is a direct descendant of the Taylor family, a background too profound for Herag to provoke at this time. Now Herag is somewhat in a dilemma, neither wanting to agree nor able to refuse. Temporarily agreeing is also out of the question, as agreeing means expressing allegiance to Metal, becoming part of his faction from then on. This is not just about cradle action. Dealing with such large families and forces is not as simple as doing a business deal. Metal clearly wants to gain a higher position within the family, so he urgently needs various talents. Herag's past experience is indeed too dazzling a witch. Array master, alchemist, crystallization wizard in his 20s, these labels on a person naturally attract Metal's attention. For Metal, Herag is undoubtedly a wizard with great potential. Now at a time when there is a shortage of people, recruiting Herag would naturally be excellent, which is why Metal personally came to invite him. Attending the dance party is just a surface reason. In fact, he wants Herag to join his side and work for him. Herag thought about it and did not directly answer yes or no, but said, "As far as I know, entering that low-tier world is random teleportation, so we might hardly have the chance to be teleported together. After all, there are only 180 people, and the world is so vast. Teleportation is indeed random, and we probably won't meet at first. But by the time of the struggle for world control, most people will be in the same area. What I need is for you to help me seize world control at that time," Metal explained. Herag scratched the back of his head, smiling. "Mr. Metal thinks too highly of me. My main purpose, this time, is to comprehend the rule power in this nascent world. The matter of seizing world control is too high a difficulty for me, and not something a small figure like me can participate in. I just recently advanced to crystallization wizard, so I might find it difficult to help Mr. Metal." Herag tried to be tactful, indicating his lack of ability. It's not that he doesn't want to help, but that he's too weak to participate in the struggle for world control. Metal smiled warmly. "In that case, I won't insist. It's a great thing to get to know Mr. Herag. Look, the dance party has already begun." Metal's expression seemed unchanged, but he smiled gently as he looked at the dance floor. The dance party was already filled with melodious music played by a full band using various instruments. Many people were gracefully dancing in the center of the dance floor with their partners. The scene, although crowded with people, was not noisy. Those speaking intentionally lowered their voices to avoid disturbing others. Since Metal arrived, although the lights focused on the dance floor, most people's gaze turned to Metal. He was the protagonist of this dance party. For the wizards here, gaining Metal's favor and clinging to the Taylor family's big tree would be a tremendous fortune. Most of the time, people of Metal's noble status are not easy to approach. This dance party was held on an airship. Anyone willing to attend could come. Upon hearing that the dance party was hosted by Metal of the Taylor family, many came over hoping for a chance to meet Metal. When Metal was not there, these people went about the dance party's normal routine. Now that Metal was here, all eyes were on him, with everyone thinking about how to find an opportunity to introduce themselves. After the dance finished, those in the dance floor consciously dispersed, leaving the stage to Metal. Metal walked to the center of the crowd and smiled warmly. "Welcome everyone to this dance party. Many might not know me yet. Let me introduce myself again. I am Metal Taylor. I have been practicing diligently within the family, and participating in the cradle action this time signifies my official step out of the family, coming to." Metal stood in the center of the dance floor, surrounded by people. Herag watched people around him continuously surge over, and not wanting to jostle in the crowd, he moved to a side table to start eating. The food quality at this dance party was good, offering Herag a chance to improve his meals. He glanced at the crowd, where Metal was speaking with those around, feeling a bit more wary of this person inside. Herag felt that he probably already offended Metal. His indirect refusal was indeed a rejection. For someone like Metal, personally inviting only to be turned down is undoubtedly disrespectful. Metal, though outwardly silent, would at least carry some grudges inside. Of course, it's also possible he was magnanimous and didn't mind. But Herag couldn't think that way. It's essential to be guarded, preparing from the start for the worst outcome. One must exercise caution in everything, otherwise, one may end up helping others count money after being sold. He didn't rush to leave, as it was Metal who had invited him to the dance party. Herag spent the entire time at the fringes, eating and drinking without actively greeting others, remaining rather inconspicuous. No one noticed Herag at the moment. These people were here for Metal. They wouldn't care about an ordinary-looking outsider. Herag was happy to be left alone. He found a corner sofa to sit by himself and eat and drink. He glanced over at the crowd. Metal was chatting animatedly with others, effortlessly managing to engage so many people at once. A few wizards spoke with Metal for a while, looking excited as if they thought they had already latched onto the Taylor family's coattails. Seeing this, Herag felt that Metal truly needed people and was expanding his team. Now, it was impossible for him to join such a large wizard family, as the restrictions were strict. Just like in the Moonlight Forest, you had to sign a contract. Loyalty is very important to a wizard family, and most require you to sign a contract. Herag managed to stay in the Checky family without signing a contract entirely because of Mr. Larry's influence. He initially joined the Checky family because he had nowhere else to go at the time and needed a place to settle for a while. The Checky family, not being very strong itself, saw that Herag had great potential and agreed to not have him sign a contract, treating it as an investment. A top wizard family like the Taylor family would inevitably have means to control you, otherwise they wouldn't feel secure using you. Herag didn't look down upon those wizards who curry favor. He understood how difficult this path was for ordinary wizards, so it was normal for them to flatter Metal. He just didn't want to do such things himself. Making friends is fine, but becoming someone's subordinate was unacceptable. Once you become someone's subordinate, many things are out of your control. The ball lasted for 4 or 5 hours, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Herag got up, ready to inform Metal that he was leaving. Unexpectedly, Metal approached first, smiling. "I apologize for not being able to greet Mr. Herag earlier. I was too busy. So, did you meet any ladies you liked?" Herag shook his head with a smile. "I can't dance. I just nibbled on some food. Now that the ball is nearly over, I should head back. Thank you, Mr. Metal, for the invite. Not being able to dance won't do. I often hold such balls during my travels. In a few days, I'll find a teacher to teach you how to dance. You'll encounter many such balls in the future, and it's best to learn sooner rather than later." Metal smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Metal, but that won't be necessary. I prefer peace. Besides, as the cradle operation draws near, I am weak and need to focus on meditation practice every day," Herag said with a bitter smile. Initially, no one noticed Herag, but when Metal personally walked over to chat, he attracted countless eyes. Hearing Metal's attitude towards Herag shocked people even more. Who could be worth Metal providing a dance teacher for? The most surprising part was that Herag actually refused, saying he needed time for his meditation practice instead. Is this guy meditating himself silly? Refusing such a golden opportunity? Herag didn't care about those gazes. He never cared about others' opinions. He remained as low-key and unassuming as possible, knowing the dangers of standing out too much. Metal smiled and said, "Mr. Herag is indeed an excellent wizard and very disciplined. I heard you rarely leave your room on the airship, spending all your time on meditation practice. Your discipline is truly something I admire. Given the circumstances, I'm delighted you accepted my invitation to this ball. Rest assured, I won't disturb you in the future. But if you ever feel bored, just let me know anytime." They then exchanged talisman stone contacts to keep in touch. After bidding farewell to Metal, Herag left the ball amidst numerous complex gazes. Metal watched Herag's back as he left, smiling silently. Back in his room, Herag quietly brewed a pot of coffee, contemplating the series of events that had just unfolded. Regularly attending balls was certainly out of the question. He genuinely needed to focus on meditation practice, with no time to waste on such frivolous activities. The essence of a ball was socializing and expanding one's connections. But Herag didn't need these at the moment. He needed to enhance his abilities. After that, Metal did not disturb Herag again, allowing him to return to his peaceful meditation practice. A month and a half later, Herag rarely left his room, but ventured onto the deck to glimpse the majestic Grand City on the horizon. This Grand City was known as the Central Region, the largest city in the Land of Dawn. In other regions of the Land of Dawn, each city was isolated by polluted zones, making them independent of each other. The so-called Central Region occupies an area equivalent to 20 or 30 cities, but it is a single entity, just this one city, located at the center of the entire Land of Dawn, surrounded by the 6 great wizard organizations. This was the last retreat the 6 great wizard organizations left for themselves, establishing an unprecedented giant city to ensure its safety against pollution. Such a colossal city was awe-inspiring, even from a distance, for Herag. The airship queued outside for a while, waiting some time before landing at the dock. There were many airships here, constantly taking off and landing. Herag had come to the deck early, intending to leave the airship immediately once it docked. He wanted to minimize his entanglements with metal. That second-generation wizard associating too much with someone with such deep and complex backgrounds brought too many troubles. Once the airship docked, Herag activated the feather of flight attached to the back of his hand and flew down. After presenting his talisman stone to verify his identity at a checkpoint, he formally entered the majestic city. As soon as Herag stepped into the square by the dock, numerous people approached him. "Does the gentleman need accommodation? We have excellent facilities and special services, you know what I mean. Sir, do you need to hire workers? I have many brothers who can do anything. Do you need a guide, sir?" A throng of people, seeing Herag walking out alone, surrounded him, pushing their services, making his head spin. Herag's magical aura flowed, and with a cold glance at these people, they quickly quieted down, retreating without anyone daring to get too close. After Herag intimidated these people, the surroundings quieted down, and he walked straight out. He waved at the roadside, and a coachman drove a carriage over. The coachman got off and respectfully asked, "Where would you like to go, sir?" "To the Rose Inn," Herag said before getting into the carriage and sitting down. Hearing that it was the Rose Inn, the coachman happily sat at the front and began to drive. The reason was simple. The Rose Inn was a bit far, and it would take at least 4 or 5 hours to reach. This trip would earn him quite a bit of money. The coachman wasn't worried about Herag refusing to pay. Herag looked like someone who wasn't short on money. Moreover, the Rose Inn was a very high-end place, and those who stayed there weren't ordinary people. Herag naturally did his homework before coming and had some understanding of the Central Region situation. This place was managed by an organization called the Wizard Alliance, the people of which were from the 6 great wizard organizations. The Wizard Alliance was parliamentary, and every time there was an important thing in the Land of Dawn, it was decided after a round-table council meeting. However, it was only for important matters that a round-table council was convened for discussions. For many detailed issues in the Central Region, the Wizard Alliance typically didn't handle them. The Central Region was managed jointly by the 6 great wizard organizations, which might make it sound like the management here should be excellent. After all, a place governed together by the 6 great wizard organizations shouldn't have problems. However, quite the opposite was true. The Central Region was actually a very chaotic place with particularly poor law enforcement. In the Central Region, petty scams and thefts were small matters, while murder and robbery were quite common. Herag was puzzled when he first learned about it. Why didn't the Wizard Alliance intervene in such chaos? Later, after learning more, he understood that it wasn't that the Wizard Alliance didn't care, but that they didn't handle such minor issues. Matters like 1 or 2 deaths were considered small unless the deceased was someone of special status, which the Wizard Alliance wouldn't bother with. Unless you were engaged in malicious, indiscriminate killing, the Wizard Alliance would strike down on such acts. But if it was just personal grudges, the Wizard Alliance wouldn't intervene. Because the personnel composition of the Central Region was too complicated, not only were there people from the 6 great wizard organizations, but also from various factions of the Land of Dawn. A lot of matters were not because the Wizard Alliance didn't want to manage, but because they couldn't. For instance, if people from Serlandir fought with those from the Eye of the Storm, the Wizard Alliance would have to convene a round-table council to discuss how to resolve it. If it were a large-scale conflict, it could indeed be mediated in this way to maintain stability and avoid a result with mass casualties. But if it was just a minor dispute between 2 or 3 people, calling for a round-table council would mean that people from the 6 great wizard organizations would be doing nothing but attending meetings every day. Although the Wizard Alliance also had a law enforcement team responsible for managing security, they generally wouldn't attend to just anything. As long as you didn't affect the normal operation of the city order, the law enforcement team wouldn't actively intervene. Unless you encountered an issue and sought help yourself, they might assist in solving the problem. But in most cases, many issues were personal enmities, which were settled among themselves. Pitiful scams and such were conducted by local strongmen who had some background. Those unfamiliar with the central region often got scammed by these locals once before learning how to survive here. Hereg had just stepped off the airship, and those who surrounded him mostly had ulterior motives, wanting to extort him heavily. Because anyone familiar with this place seldom came here alone, those with backgrounds would have companions. Hereg, coming alone, was immediately marked as a novice who understood nothing by these people. To their surprise, Hereg was capable of defending himself. These people only bullied the weak and stayed away from tough nuts like him. Hereg had already learned about such situations from the tavern forum, so he left the square immediately to call for a carriage outside. Even the carriages waiting outside had their tricks, but they chose their targets carefully. Hearing Hereg ask to go to the Rose Inn, the driver naturally understood, and he typically wouldn't mess around. The force behind the Rose Inn was Surlindir. But it didn't only accommodate Surlindir members, it generally hosted wizards. And ordinary people rarely stayed there. As an official member of Surlindir, Hereg himself enjoyed an 80% discount as a perk. This time, representing Surlindir in the cradle action, everything was free of charge. Hereg sat inside the carriage, observing the scenery outside. This place really was different from other parts of the Land of Dawn. Hereg's most direct impression from his ride was the place's disorderliness. The personnel were very mixed, consisting of all kinds of people, businessmen, wizards, knights. These people existed in other cities too, but here. A notable difference was that nearly everyone carried weapons with them. In cities like Silver Moon City and Crystal City, few people carried swords or weapons. Because the security in those cities was pretty decent, and people rarely encountered dangers on a daily basis. Hereg clearly felt that the aura of these individuals was different from those in other places, as if each was a well-experienced adventurer. The range of roadside shops was extensive, selling all kinds of things. Hereg saw a shop trading slaves, with several cages placed in front, containing creatures such as elves and red-skinned half-beastmen. Hereg had never seen this kind of half-beastman before. It wasn't a race from the wizard plane, most likely plundered from other planes. After observing for over 2 hours, Hereg felt that the place had a simple and honest folk style. He had seen an untold number of times where street confrontations turned into battles without even a word, often resulting in death or life battles. Heads fell and blood flowed like streams. More crucially, the surrounding people at most just looked, and then continued their conversations as if nothing had happened. This seemed to be the rule here, handling grievances by themselves without affecting others. That's why those people could continue chatting without changing expressions. Because it had nothing to do with them, they wouldn't be involved. As for theft, robbery, brawling, Hereg had seen so much it became visually exhausting. It seemed these occurrences were just everyday events in the central region. Hereg so far hadn't witnessed battles between official wizards. It was mostly knights, great knights, or wizard apprentices. Even when wizard apprentices fought, they didn't use magic that would affect others. They were very disciplined in their actions. Official wizards generally don't fight on the street. Level 1 spells can easily affect others. Moreover, those who become official wizards usually belong to various factions. Even if they are not from the 6 great wizard organizations, they are from some wizard families. For these people, even if there are conflicts, they can be resolved through other means. Of course, from time to time, battles between official wizards do happen, often attracting members of the law enforcement team. On the way, Herag saw a group of people wearing uniform robes, with an emblem of a staff on them, indicating they were members of the Central Region's law enforcement team. He had only seen such a law enforcement team once. Along the way, probably because the Central Region is so vast and the law enforcement team is understaffed, they can't manage it all. Team can only be responsible for a small area, and places further away are left unattended. Herag couldn't find the exact number of the population in this gigantic city. He feels that it's because there are too many people, and the city is too vast, making it impossible for the Wizard Alliance to manage the entire city. Or you could say, the Wizard Alliance doesn't have the energy to focus on these daily management tasks. If it really comes to a special time, with the power of the Wizard Alliance, it's still easy to manage as long as there's enough strength. The Wizard Alliance probably considered this point, which is why they usually take a laissez-faire attitude towards these daily management tasks. As long as they maintain overall order, if any significant trouble arises, the Wizard Alliance is confident they can resolve it. 2 hours later, the carriage arrived at the Rose Inn. Herag found that this area was distinctly different from the dock. The pedestrians here looked similar to those in places like Silver Moon City, just like ordinary city residents. The number of official wizards here increased sharply. Many of those coming and going were of the official wizard level. Herag tossed a small bag of silver coins to the coachman, which counted as the fare. There were about 70 to 80 silver coins inside. The coachman eagerly peered into the pouch and immediately delighted bowed and said, "Thank you, sir." Herag didn't turn back and walked straight into the inn. He reached the front desk, where a girl who appeared to be only 16 or 17 was standing behind it. The name tag on her chest read Erna. "Please check me in. I'm Herag Merlin. There should be a reservation," Herag said, taking out his talisman stone and placing it on the counter. Erna respectfully took the talisman stone to check the information and then glanced at the information on her talisman stone and said, "Mr. Herag, your room is on the 2nd floor, room number 7. Here is your key." She took out an ancient bronze key from the safe behind the counter, which emanated some strange glow, clearly enchanted, indicating the key was for unlocking a magic lock. Herag nodded and took the key. It was the first time he had seen a hotel room using magic locks. In places like Silver Moon City, only very important rooms are protected by magic locks. After obtaining the key, Herag began to climb the stairs. The interior of the Rose Inn was very quiet, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air, which was quite pleasant. The inn's decor was also elegant and understated, with some renowned oil paintings hanging on the walls. The number of rooms here was very limited, with only 9 rooms on the 2nd floor, each of significant size, even larger than the luxury suites on an airship. After unlocking the magic lock with the key, Herag found that the interior decoration was also in an elegant and understated style. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Herag took out the talisman stone and began to send messages to Reese, Prize, and others, informing them that he had arrived and settled at the Rose Inn. The cradle action would start in a month, so there was still some time left. Herag didn't plan to wander around during this period, as it was too chaotic here. Although this area seemed calmer, it was only because no one was fighting with knives on the street. No one knew what was happening in the dark. This time, those attending the cradle action were outstanding wizards from various factions. And although Herag had only encountered metal so far, others would undoubtedly be equally formidable. People from Augustus Academy were naturally also participating, and Herag had previously asked Lillian, who mentioned some very strong crystallization wizards. Augustus Academy seemed to be treating this cradle action as a project task, with participating wizards all having assessment indicators. Currently, Lillian was still a liquidation wizard, a long way from crystallization, which was why she couldn't participate in this cradle action. After resting at the inn for a night, Herag set out the next morning to head to the Wizard Alliance Hall. As a participant in the cradle action, Herag needed to register upon arrival to indicate his preparedness. The Wizard Alliance Hall appeared like a temple from the outside, very solemn with a row of stout and tall pillars that seemed to support the heavens and earth. Outside the hall were long stairs. Herag initially intended to activate the Feather of Flight to fly directly up, but discovered there was a magic suppressing witch array, so he had to walk up instead of flying. Helplessly, Herag could only walk up the stairs obediently. He had barely approached the entrance when he noticed a somewhat familiar person, who also looked over at him. This person wore a tall hat with a monocle over his left eye. Lord Bannings. Herag recognized the person after a while. Bannings was a member of the Land of Dawn's expedition team. He was the one in charge during the selection process for entering the Elf Plane during the Barren Lands expedition. At that time, Bannings allowed those who wished to leave to do so voluntarily, but no one did. Herag hadn't seen Bannings since entering the Elf Plane, and was surprised to meet him again here. Bannings sensed Herag's gaze and looked over. After a while he smiled and said, "You're the one from the Barren Land." Herag, right. Despite needing a moment, Bannings recalling Herag's name was quite surprising. "Lord Bannings, I didn't expect you to still remember me," Herag said with a smile. Bannings replied, "Since only 13 people passed the selection process for the opening war, I naturally have some impression of you. How have you been in Surlandir?" "Oh, you're already a crystallization wizard. Very impressive talent." He was somewhat surprised, having noticed Herag's magical aura, and applauded Herag for advancing to a crystallization wizard so quickly. Only 13. Herag recalled the hall was fully packed back then, yet only 13 people entered the Land of Dawn ultimately. He himself accounted for 3 people, meaning only 10 others passed the selection. After Herag entered the Land of Dawn, he didn't pay attention to the happenings over at the opening war in the Elf Plane, not expecting the difficulty to be so high. Upon thinking carefully, he understood that apart from Malcolm, who was a crystallization wizard, the rest were basically wizards in the gaseous or liquid stage. With age restrictions under 60, this is considered young among wizards, and most people haven't built sufficient strength. At least in the realm of plane wars, even a level 1 wizard is considered quite weak. In the Barren Land, advancing to an official wizard is already challenging, let alone becoming a crystallization wizard before 60. Those wizards who participated in the selection either probably perished in the Elf Plane or their performance was insufficient to meet the passing requirements. "Is Mr. Bannings not over at the Elf Plane?" Herag asked. Bannings adjusted his monocle and said, "Last time, I only organized the selection in the Barren Land, but didn't actually participate in the opening war in the Elf Plane." "I see," Herag nodded. Bannings glanced at Herag and suddenly said, "I didn't expect you to advance to a crystallization wizard so quickly. Are you here to participate in the cradle operation?" "That's right, I just came here to participate in the cradle operation," Herag said. Bannings chuckled, "What a coincidence. I am also responsible for organizing this cradle operation. Since there's nothing else at the moment, let me take you to handle the procedures." "Thank you, Lord Bannings," Herag said. The first floor of the Wizard Alliance Hall was no different from other offices, particularly spacious, with various windows handling different affairs. The registration procedure for the cradle operation was simple, only needing to present a talisman stone for a simple registration. Then it was just a wait of a month before the official start. While registering, Herag also looked through some related materials on the cradle operation. These materials were more detailed, describing some situations of the X617 world. X617 is the world number, converted from spatial coordinates through some calculations, having a unique nature. This world was discovered by the exploration personnel of the Wizard Alliance expedition team, and determined to be a world with life, habitable, and utilizable after exploration. After rating the world and measuring various data, it was confirmed as a low-tier world. Regarding the ownership of this world, it was decided after a round-table meeting, and thus this cradle operation was initiated. According to the time calculation of the Wizard Plane, the X617 world has existed for 3.5 billion years. Various life forms have appeared, but there is currently no highly intelligent civilized race. Since there is no highly intelligent race, conquest poses no difficulty, merely needing to control the world will. So the Wizard Alliance is in no hurry, directly using this cradle operation as a trial for potential young wizards. After completing the procedures with Herag, Bannings smiled and asked, "Have you considered joining our expedition team in the future?" "Can I join?" I'm currently just a crystallization wizard, and I also don't really understand what the expedition team specifically does, Harag pondered. He knew little about the expedition team, having only had brief contact in the barren land, and had not really been in touch with Bannings and those from the expedition team. Of course you can. For a wizard like you, advancing to a level 2 wizard is just a matter of time. Moreover, even a crystallization wizard is enough to become a member of the expedition team. Our expedition team is an organization under the Wizard Alliance, mainly aiming to discover and conquer other planes and acquire resources, Bannings said. Harag began to seriously consider this issue, knowing that he would need more and more resources in the future. Currently, his most reliable way to obtain resources is to earn contribution points and exchange them for resources through Serlandir's channels. But the problem is that the ordinary way to earn contribution points is too slow, likely not enough to support future resource needs. Joining the expedition team is indeed a very good choice, albeit more dangerous, but the rewards are also very rich. Once he advances to a level 2 wizard, participating in plane expeditions would be relatively safer. Born cautious, Harag felt he needed enough understanding before making a decision. Seeing him pondering, Bannings smiled. No need to rush your decision, I'm just asking. When you've made up your mind, you can contact me anytime through the talisman stone. Thank you, Mr. Bannings, Harag expressed his gratitude. After saying goodbye to Bannings, Harag left the Alliance Hall, while Bannings still had some expedition team affairs to handle. There, the street outside the Wizard Alliance Hall was empty, with no carriages, as it seemed carriages were not allowed to linger idly there. Harag then intended to walk to the adjacent street to see if he could find a carriage. There was a narrow, dim alleyway connecting the two streets. As Harag walked into the alley, he suddenly stopped halfway through. A person appeared ahead, a boy with a face full of freckles. Harag looked up and recognized the person, Malcolm. He didn't expect to encounter Malcolm here. Malcolm flashed a simple smile, looking like a young boy, and said, "What a coincidence, meeting you again. I didn't expect you to already be a crystallization wizard. It seems there must be some secret about you. Last time, you were lucky to escape, otherwise, I would have had a very interesting test subject. This time, however, I won't let you escape." Magic power surged from Malcolm, clearly ready to make a move. Harag showed no fear, his expression unchanged while looking at Malcolm, as now he was no longer helpless against Malcolm. Last time when facing Malcolm, if not for Batty's timely arrival, Harag would have perished at Malcolm's hands. But now everything was different. Although Malcolm knew that Harag had become a crystallization wizard, he still didn't regard him seriously. As he was about to make a move, a voice came from behind Harag. "Malcolm, if you lay a hand on Harag, I have the right to revoke your cradle operation qualification." Harag turned around and saw it was Bannings. Bannings walked over calmly, patted Harag's shoulder with a smile, and then looked at Malcolm. "You are both participants in the cradle operation. You cannot attack one another, at least not now. Your luck sure is good." Malcolm dared not act rashly in front of Bannings, gave Harag a cold look, then withdrew the surge of magic power and turned away. Harag watched Malcolm's departing figure, thinking to himself, "I wonder whose luck will turn out better." Nonetheless, he still said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Bannings." "No worries, I just happened to be passing by. Be careful with Malcolm, though. Once you enter the X-617 world, remember that we don't prohibit you from fighting each other," Bannings said. "Rest assured, Lord Bannings, even if he doesn't trouble me, there are some scores I need to settle with him," Harag said with a carefree smile. Bannings chuckled, "Since you feel confident in handling it, that's the best. Good luck." Then the two walked and chatted, until Harag got into the carriage before Bannings left. Sitting inside the carriage, Harag recalled the earlier event. Judging from the magical aura on Malcolm, he was already at the limit stage of a crystallization wizard, poised to advance to a level 2 wizard. Harag had just asked Bannings. Malcolm was an official member of the Eye of the Storm and a disciple of the level 3 wizard Fran. From this point, one must consider the possibility that Malcolm possesses powerful witchcraft artifacts. Being the disciple of a level 3 wizard, good items on him are certainly not lacking. Harag suspected Malcolm intended to seize this opportunity, and after becoming master of the world, would complete the process of advancing to a level 2 wizard upon returning to the wizard plane. Herag was still quite a long way from advancing to a level 2 wizard, and once Malcolm became a level 2 wizard, the gap between them would widen again. He pondered for a while, realizing that the X617 world was the best opportunity to kill Malcolm. Currently, the gap in strength between them was the smallest, and inside the X617 world, he also had the capability to kill Malcolm. Herag silently made up his mind he couldn't let Malcolm leave the X617 world alive. Malcolm, with his potential threat, was someone Herag had to eliminate, and now was the prime time. Once Malcolm became a level 2 wizard, it would be difficult to eliminate him, whether considering the strength gap or opportunities. Herag quietly closed his eyes. Images of Emil and Melissa flashed through his mind. "My lord, we've arrived," the driver's voice came from the front. Herag got off the carriage and saw a luxuriously decorated carriage parked at the entrance of the Rose Inn. Next to the carriage stood a middle-aged man with whitening hair, dressed like a butler from a noble family. When Herag got off the carriage, the middle-aged man looked over, and as Herag approached, the man tentatively asked, "Mr. Herag." "That's me, you are," Herag asked, somewhat perplexed. "Oh, Mr. Herag, hello, I am Cuca, Metal's butler. I'm here to specially invite you to attend the banquet hosted by Lord Metal. You must attend," Cuca said in a calm tone. His attitude made Herag feel something different. The butlers he usually encountered wouldn't have such an equal dialogue attitude. It seemed the butlers of the Taylor family were a cut above. Herag naturally wasn't inclined to go, but being invited directly made it hard to refuse. Refusing such an invitation without any apparent conflict would mean tearing the face. Currently, he and Metal, at least on the surface, had no resentment, and Herag didn't want to escalate trouble, so he said, "Lead the way then." "Please." Cuca stood beside the carriage, lifted the curtain for Herag to step up first. In terms of these etiquettes, Cuca still showed the demeanor fitting a grand family. After Herag got on the carriage, Cuca quickly followed. The driver immediately snapped the whip, driving the carriage away. Cuca sat upright and proper after getting on the carriage, not initiating any conversation with Herag. Herag, naturally, had no interest in talking to him either, sighing inwardly, feeling Metal was like an unshakable adhesive patch. He came all this way alone, yet he was still sought out. "Why does this person love hosting banquets and dances so much?" Herag said in exasperation. Metal was using his background to expand his network. The banquet venue was a grand hotel, presumably rented out by Metal, with people in charge of greeting guests at the entrance. Led by Cuca, Herag entered the banquet site. It was crowded here, everyone dressed impressively. As Herag hadn't prepared beforehand, he was still in his daily attire, just a regular wizard robe casually thrown on, not caring about appearances. When Reese was around, she'd help him with his outfit. On his own, he wore whatever clothing was convenient. Scanning the crowd, Herag immediately spotted Metal talking animatedly with a brown-haired man. And that brown-haired man turned out to be Malcolm. Herag was somewhat surprised Metal invited Malcolm, but on second thought, being the disciple of the level 3 wizard Fran, inviting him made sense. Since Metal wanted to strengthen his network, he wouldn't pass up Malcolm. While Herag watched these two, they both sensed the gaze and looked over. Metal saw Herag and smiled. "Herag, you've arrived. Let me introduce you." "No need, we've long known each other," Malcolm said with a simple smile. Metal seemed to realize something, understanding suddenly. "You both come from the barren land, so it's only natural you know each other." "Something I didn't know." Herag glanced at Malcolm, smiled without saying anything. Metal perceptively noticed the abnormality between them, realizing the two might have some conflict. He changed the topic. "Tonight, there are 15 participants in the cradle operation. Everyone can get acquainted, resulting in some support within the X617 world." Herag said nothing, knowing that these participants were all rivals. If they don't fight after entering the X617 world, that would be considered good. How could they possibly support each other? At this point, a man appearing in his 40s or 50s approached and said to Metal, "Mr. Metal, my Apia will definitely help you succeed in seizing control of the world." "Mr. Metal, me too, lending you a hand." A blonde woman also approached and said. "Not only that, but two more crystallization wizards came forward expressing willingness to help meddle. Herag observed and realized these four people probably wanted to cling to the Taylor family's stronghold. They might not be very strong themselves, having a low probability of seizing world control, hence they directly joined Meddle's camp. These people had already been drawn in by Meddle, so coming over to cooperate at this moment was also to showcase Meddle's strength, thereby attracting more people to join. After all, not every participant in the cradle operation can seize control of the world. Many have a clear understanding of their own abilities. Among the people sent out by each wizard organization, there are only a few seed players, while the rest are foils. These people will naturally maximize the use of this opportunity to strive for more benefits for themselves. Herag stayed to the side drinking red wine, saying nothing, and trying to minimize his presence. In his view, no matter how many of these people there were, it would be useless. In the face of absolute power, numbers are meaningless. After this banquet, two more people had a pleasant conversation with Meddle, and it seemed they joined Meddle as well. Herag remained silent throughout, without showing any reaction. Meddle did not take the initiative to find him either, just looked at Herag's departing figure when he left. After the banquet dispersed, Herag sat in the carriage returning to the Rose Inn with some traces of alcohol on him, but he was not drunk at all. By this time, there weren't many people moving about on the street, and since this wasn't a commercial street, it was rare to see anyone at night. The coachman sitting in the coachman's seat yawned, preparing to return home for sleep after dropping off his carriage customer, having had a tiring day. The carriage moved along the street, traveling slightly faster than usual, the sound of clattering hoofbeats echoing around. The coachman, familiar with the surroundings here, guided the carriage into an alleyway, which would allow them to reach the Rose Inn faster. Herag, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. A man wrapped entirely in a black robe, holding a foil, suddenly appeared from the empty alley wall, leaping downwards, the foil aimed directly at Herag's head inside the carriage. The entire process was silent, without even a whisper of wind. The black-robed man seemed to barely exist, making no noise whatsoever. The foil approached the top of the carriage noiselessly, smoothly piercing into the wood without any resistance. The black-robed man's eyes were fixed on the foil, maintaining steady breathing. Just as the foil pierced through the top of the carriage, about to enter Herag's head, Herag opened his eyes, his whole body rapidly swelling in size, with dark gold armor covering his body. Simultaneously, his suddenly enlarged body caused the entire carriage to burst apart. Herag extended his hand, catching the toothpick-like foil between two fingers. In comparison to his now enormous body, the foil truly seemed as insignificant as a toothpick. The black-robed man attempted to pull the foil back with force, but couldn't budge it, feeling as if Herag's fingers clamped the foil like iron pincers, making it impossible to retrieve. As the man was about to release his grip and abandoning the foil, Herag reached out and seized his head. With Herag's current arm length, he could reach the black-robed man standing in place without any trouble. Herag's enormous hand completely enveloped the black-robed man's head, then he suddenly exerted a mighty force into it. However, the anticipated scene did not occur. The black-robed man turned into a cloud of black mist, and a black puppet dropped into Herag's palm. Herag looked at the black puppet before him, casting material. It seems to be a clone. The black-robed man had been merely a kind of assassination magic used by some wizard. It looked like shadow magic. If it were an ordinary wizard without high alertness, they might indeed have been successfully assassinated. This magic made no noise at all throughout, and there wasn't even a trace of magic power fluctuation. The black-robed man relied on shadow magic to hide his aura, which couldn't be detected without specific probing skills. Herag was able to discover him, because he used Shenlon's environmental detection to notice the black-robed man instantly. The moment the black-robed man's figure appeared, Herag felt a surge of crisis. Thus, the scene unfolded as it did just now. The black-robed man was merely a magic after all, using the black wooden puppet as casting material. It seemed to be purely assassination magic, with almost no defensive capability. Herag immediately checked his surroundings, but found no suspicious people. Shenlon's environmental detection didn't spot anyone unusual, which suggested it was likely a remote magic. Who would come to assassinate me? Herag couldn't help but ponder this question. He hadn't joined Metal, so provoking Metal to make a move on him was possible. However, it might not be. It could possibly be the abyssal cultist or even the Eye of the Storm. Judging from the ambush location, it seemed like someone was watching him. Since he hadn't sensed being watched, it indicated that the other party's method was quite special. Herag put away the black puppet. It was used casting material of no further use. However, keeping it might be a clue useful someday. Herag stopped pondering who came to assassinate him, as it was hard to figure out without concrete evidence at the moment. He glanced at the petrified coachman who huddled in a corner, not daring to move. The carriage was completely ruined, and the horse pulling it had fled, its whereabouts unknown. Herag thought for a moment, then took out a bag filled with dozens of gold coins from his space ring. Tossing it to the coachman, "This is compensation for your carriage." The coachman looked at the bag of money in front of him, not daring to pick it up until Herag walked away. He then quickly went and picked up the money bag. He glanced in the direction the horse had run and hurriedly pursued it. Feeling the heavy bag of gold coins in his arms, the coachman's fear began to diminish significantly. He initially thought he was finished, legs having gone weak from the fright of the sudden appearance of the dark gold-armored giant, unable to run. Watching the horse flee helplessly, unable to get up to chase it. Unexpectedly, the giant was just the carriage guest, and the gold coins were more than sufficient to cover the loss. If he managed to retrieve the horse, it would have been a great profit. After returning to the Rose Inn, Herag once again looked at the black puppet, checking that it was called an ashen puppet, a Tier 1 casting material for shadow magic. Just from this item, it was impossible to infer who was behind it, so Herag decided to put it aside for the time being. After this incident, Herag planned not to leave the inn for the next month. Anything needed could be handled by the inn staff, errands and such, without requiring him to go out. The Rose Inn was still quite safe, as it was specially provided for wizards to stay in, and was equipped with adequate witch arrays, among others. A month quickly passed. Herag had been meditating in the inn for a month, going nowhere, finally waiting for the day of the start of the cradle operation. The Wizard Alliance's carriage arrived early at the entrance of the Rose Inn, specifically to take Herag to a place called the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple is a very famous place in the central region, and Herag had heard of it long before. When the expedition team discovers a plane worth conquering and invading, they record the plane's coordinates. If the target plane is a middle plane or a well-developed lower plane, a stable space channel needs to be established. Once a stable space channel is built, a transmission point is set up, connecting the transmission point with the space channel. After the connection is made, people can enter the target plane through the transmission point. The Twilight Temple is where the transmission points for many planes are located. The name of the Twilight Temple derives from the fact that it is really an ancient temple. To be precise, the entire central region was actually established centered around the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple came first, then the central region, and then the Land of Dawn. Long before the Land of Dawn appeared, the Twilight Temple had already been standing in this place. No one knows what the Twilight Temple was used for in the past, and to this day, no one has been able to figure it out. There is no historical documentation from that era, and most exist in the form of murals, making it extremely difficult to investigate. However, wizards discovered that the Twilight Temple is incredibly strong. The entire Twilight Temple is built from a kind of gray-white stone, which no one in the entire wizard plane has found elsewhere. This gray-white stone is extremely hard and sturdy. An ordinary level, one spells can't cause even a scratch on it. Only with the use of power of rules is it possible to cause any damage to it. This is the reason the Twilight Temple has stood tall for so many years up to now. It is now protected by the Wizard Alliance. Idle people can't get near it, let alone damage it. The Twilight Temple has a specific trait. The plane transmission points built inside it are extremely stable, reinforcing the transmission points. The most feared aspect of space transmission points is instability. If instability occurs, ordinary level 1, and level 2 wizards almost have no chance of surviving. Level 3 wizards have some chance of surviving, but it depends on luck. After discovering this trait of the Twilight Temple, the wizards of the Land of Dawn began setting many plane transmission points here. The Twilight Temple has contributed significantly to the plane conquest wars of the Land of Dawn. Without this place, the plane conquest wars wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly. When Herag got off the carriage, he immediately saw the majestic and magnificent Twilight Temple ahead. The main structure of the Twilight Temple is very simple, even primitive. The whole thing is built from giant stone blocks, with some stone pillars that require hundreds of people to embrace. Just from the architectural style, Herag could feel an ancient aura, instantly knowing it was constructed by people from long ago. In front of the Twilight Temple, there is a field with many people. Approaching the area, Herag found it was a place for identity verification. Everyone entering the Twilight Temple must have their identity checked. After Herag presented his talisman stone, he quickly passed the verification and was allowed to proceed. After entering, when he arrived at the entrance of the Twilight Temple, he felt the sheer size of the temple. Standing next to a stone pillar, Herag looked like an ant from afar. He looked up at the large door of the Twilight Temple, and its proportions seemed not designed for humans. The door is over 1,000 meters high, as if it was designed for the gods to use a temple. When Herag reached the entrance, he felt like he had stumbled into the giant realm where everything around was magnified countless times. The interior of the temple is naturally extremely vast for humans. It can't even be described as a palace, it is practically a plain. However, wizards have built many facilities here, dividing it into many zones, and Herag's vision couldn't reach the end before being obstructed. Within the detectable range, there were facilities for space transmission, or where the transmission points are located. "You made it," Bannings noticed Herag, who just stepped through the door and said with a smile. Herag nodded and approached, discovering Metal, Malcolm, and others were also present. There were at least several hundred people here, but because the space was so vast, it seemed not many people were around, rather sparse. Not far away, Metal was surrounded by a few people, all of whom were his subordinates and participants in this cradle operation. Opposite Metal was a middle-aged man with a bearded face, speaking to Metal. "Metal, you are an excellent descendant of our Taylor family. In this cradle operation you must succeed, and everyone, please assist as much as you can once inside. If successful, our Taylor family will richly reward you. Mr. Reese, rest assured, we will do our best to support Lord Metal in becoming the master of the world." Reese is Metal's biological father, a level 2 wizard, and a key figure in the Taylor family. These people usually have no chance to interact with such high-level figures, so naturally they pounded their chests, ensuring their utmost efforts for Metal, even if it costs their lives. Herag looked for a moment before retracting his gaze, glancing at Malcolm not far away. At that moment, Malcolm also glanced over, making a slicing motion across his neck, his meaning unmistakable. Herag chuckled, "Fine, I'll oblige you by chopping your head right off at this spot." His voice, wrapped in magic power, was transmitted directly to Malcolm's ear. Malcolm, upon hearing Herag's words, laughed angrily as if mocking Herag's ignorance. At this moment, Banning spoke to everyone. "Now that everyone is here, I'll go over some important points. The cradle operation is about to begin, with no time limit, ending only when someone seizes world control. In World X617, you can at any time activate the witchcraft artifacts that will be distributed to you shortly. Once activated, you will be transported back. So if you find yourself in danger or severely injured, please activate the witchcraft artifact immediately to return. And the most important thing, what I have here is called the World Staff, a Tier 2 witchcraft artifact, capable of controlling weaker world wills." In Banning's hand, a flash of light revealed a wooden staff, about 20 centimeters long. Bannings continued, "What you need to do is go in, find the location of the world will, and then use this world staff to control it. And everything will be over." Although he spoke lightly, as if it were simple, everyone knew it wasn't an easy task. The world will is an elusive entity. Everyone present is a level 1 wizard and has never even encountered the power of rules, making this task anything but simple. Herag glanced at the world staff in Banning's hand, which looked like just an ordinary wooden short staff, nothing special. He roughly understood why only 180 people were allowed to enter the X-617 world. This number is small for the entire Land of Dawn, likely because there aren't enough world staffs. Level 2 witchcraft artifacts is no small number. Although the Wizard Alliance invests heavily in plane warfare, resources are not limitless. There's only so much. After Bannings introduced the world staff, he brought out a ring embedded with black jade. This is a teleportation ring, containing the coordinates of teleportation points here. Once activated, you can leave the X-617 world and return here. Use it as the situation warrants. World staff and a teleportation ring were distributed to everyone participating in the cradle action. Herag put the teleportation ring on his finger, ready to activate it at any moment. The world staff was stored in the space ring, as it wouldn't be useful right away, but only when the time came. Once everything was distributed, the next phase was entering the world through teleportation. X-617 World's teleportation point is a small altar, only about 10 square meters, considered a micro-altar compared to other teleportation points. Teleportation is initiated by stepping onto the altar, where a nearby wizard is responsible for activating the altar to start the teleportation. The sequence of teleportation follows the order of talisman stone numbers, where those with earlier numbers go first. Because the altar can only teleport one person at a time, a queue is necessary. Herag was speechless. According to the sequence, his talisman stone number was the last. Among these people, only he and Malcolm were from the barren land, so their numbers were last. The others were originally residents of the Land of Dawn and already had talisman stones. Herag was tempted to ask why the order wasn't based on the first letter of the surname, but he held back, knowing it was not his place to speak. Metal was the first to teleport, since his talisman stone number was the highest among these people. Being first offered significant advantages, as he wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed and could familiarize himself with the environment faster. Those entering afterward, like Herag, must be cautious of potential ambushes upon arrival, varying the overall risk. Herag watched as the others entered one by one without impatience. Although he was starting off at a disadvantage, a bit of time wouldn't make a significant difference. Malcolm appeared calm as well, staring at the altar, lost in thought. Herag waited several hours for his turn. By then, the site was deserted. Malcolm stepped onto the altar, turned to look at Herag and squinted with a smile. Then the altar flashed and Malcolm disappeared. The white-bearded wizard, handling the teleportation, waited for the altar to calm down before calling out, "Next, Herag Merlin." Herag went over, stepped onto the altar, and upon turning, saw Bannings delivering an encouraging gaze. Herag returned a smile, then regulated his breathing. Preparing for teleportation. The white-bearded wizard extended his hand, gathering magic power, and infused it into the altar. The altar began vibrating subtly, and then with a flash of light, Herag vanished from the spot. Herag sensed the familiar spatial fluctuations, similar to previous space transmissions, with which he was well acquainted. As the altar activated, the surrounding scenery vanished instantly, replaced by distorted, multicolored swirling arcs. This scene lasted only a moment before the surroundings brightened again. Herag's pupils contracted slightly, adjusting to the sudden increase in brightness. The sound of waves. Herag instantly heard the sound of waves crashing against the beach, and upon closer inspection, found himself on a sandy shore with an endless ocean stretching out ahead. Behind him lay a dense jungle, filled with tall, sturdy trees. Without hesitation, Herag equipped himself fully to ensure he could respond in peak condition to any sudden situations. He immediately initiated an environment scan, discovering some unfamiliar flora and fauna, but no traces of other wizards. He observed the animals. All were ordinary, lacking high energy levels and not classified as extraordinary creatures. A constant wave sound echoed from the coast, while behind, the jungle resonated with birdsong and occasional prolonged beast growls. Herag glanced at pieces of torn clothing on the ground, using magic power to collect them all. It wasn't for the purpose of environmental protection, but to leave no trace or clues. After ensuring there was no immediate threat, Herag attempted to activate his bloodline mark. Electric light began flickering across his skin, and beneath the dark gold armor, his skin gradually revealed dark golden tones. Once confirmed that the bloodline mark could be activated, Herag ceased further activation. The power of the bloodline mark should be reserved for crucial moments, since it's a bloodline power from the Abyss Plane. Herag wasn't certain if the Wizard Alliance on the other side could sense the situation here, so he acted more cautiously. Should they be observing him through a crystal ball, transforming right then could spell doom. Herag decided against fully activating the bloodline mark in this plane. The presence created by a complete form is too overwhelming. Using it might require the elimination of all witnesses afterward, which complicates explanations post-mission, especially if someone is surveilling. Another concern for Herag was whether fully activating the bloodline mark could be sustained by this plane. He's unsure of the complete form's power level, whether it's at level 3 wizard strength, manageable within this world's limits. However, if the strength reached level 4 wizard, it could lead to severe consequences. Herag speculated partial activation of the bloodline mark's power boosting physical prowess should suffice for the cradle action. If he truly encounters an urgent and dangerous situation, he can also activate more bloodline power. For now, it seems unlikely there will be any situation that forces him to use all his bloodline power. The strongest among the others is just a crystallization wizard, and without reaching level 2 wizard, there's no qualitative change. Herag swiftly traverses the jungle, documenting unfamiliar plants and animals to enrich the database of Shenlin. Although the flora and fauna here differ from those in wizard plane areas, their biological categories are generally similar. Most creatures can be observed briefly to discern their characteristics. From these signs, Herag deduced that the plane fragment evolving into the X-617 world likely originates from a world similar to the wizard plane. While flying over a small river, Herag noticed a group of creatures resembling saber-toothed tigers drinking by the riverbank. Due to concealing his aura, these saber-toothed tigers were completely unaware of Herag's presence, oblivious to his flight overhead. Herag's current objective is to find someone, locate Malcolm, and then kill him. According to previously gathered information, the X-617 world presently consists of a single piece of land, not divided into several continents. Therefore, there's no concern about Malcolm escaping to another continent and remaining beyond reach across the vast ocean. However, the problem lies in this enormous landmass, nearly 3 times the size of the Kala continent. Finding someone by chance is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Herag knows aimlessly wandering in haste won't work. He explored most of this region, while Shenlin recorded the topographical maps. While navigating through the jungle, Herag suddenly felt a breeze blowing past. This wind was unlike normal winds, enveloped by wind attribute energy particles instead. Upon noticing this phenomenon, Herag followed the breeze, quickly discovering an unusual plant. This is a green plant with broad leaves, underneath which fluffy seeds grow, resembling dandelions. Once the breeze passed through, those fluffy seeds floated and drifted away with the wind. Moreover, the roots and stems of this plant accumulated some wind attribute energy particles. Herag took out a professional herb shovel and uprooted the plant intact. He realized this plant seemed innately capable of manipulating wind energy particles. Although the use of energy particles is simple, it already counts as extraordinary creatures. Herag speculated that given more time for this plant to evolve, it would surely develop stronger abilities. Currently, it's a primitive application of energy particles. At this thought, he suddenly realized that since the world's rules are just forming, many creatures' use of energy particles is quite primitive. Thus, he simply needs to head to places with high energy particle concentration, as those places might have a higher chance of containing power of rules. One manifestation of power of rules is actually energy particles. Different types of power of rules possess different attributes of energy particles. Although Herag cannot feel the presence of power of rules, he can sense the concentration of energy particles. The world will is a collection of all types of power of rules, and by finding places with high energy particle concentration, he might chance upon clues of the world will. Although the probability is low, it's better than blindly wandering like a headless fly. Once Herag made up his mind, He potted the uprooted plant into a flower pot. He didn't know whether it would survive. But it's best if it does. Even if it wilts, it holds certain research value. Herag closed his eyes, beginning to sense the movement of free energy particles around him. Free energy particles flow, akin to wind. After a brief moment of sensing, he opened his eyes, with some electric light shimmering on his body. In a flash, a trail of electric light flickered in the air, while Herag's figure had vanished. Herag activated part of his bloodline mark's power, significantly enhancing his speed. The Thunder God ancestral bloodline power contains the ability to command lightning, but this part of the ability remains locked, unavailable for Herag's inheritance. Thunder power symbolizes destruction and obliteration, and its might is undisputed. Temporarily, Herag cannot unleash the annihilative power of the bloodline inheritance, as it's not simply calling upon thunder attribute energy particles. It involves rule power. Nonetheless, he still possesses some innate bloodline power. By absorbing thunder attribute energy particles, his strength, agility, and constitution receive major boosts. This is possible only because Herag's physique is sufficiently robust, achieving such effects without harming his own body. This counts as one of the talent abilities within the bloodline mark. Using this ability, Herag's speed increased more than tenfold, significantly hastening his journey. From above, a large, dark golden figure shimmers with electric light, appearing hundreds of meters away in a flash, as if teleporting. Herag isn't afraid of being seen rushing in this manner. After all, wizards being adept at thunder attribute magic is quite normal. Throughout this journey, he travels at incredible speed, pausing only when encountering creatures that could wield extraordinary power to study and document them. The extraordinary creatures he has encountered so far remain in a primal stage of free energy particle usage, without developing more advanced abilities. While observing these extraordinary creatures, Herag mainly focuses on how they call upon energy particles. He finds this process simple, with the techniques of these extraordinary creatures being rudimentary. Yet Herag realizes this is essentially the essence of many spells. Ultimately, all spells render their effects through free energy particles. Herag couldn't help but ponder, perhaps this is the essence of rules as well. Rule power isn't as complex or elusive as he imagined. Rules are inherently the operating principles and fundamental laws of everything. Numerous scenes flashed through Herag's mind, as if he was about to grasp something, only for the sensation to vanish quickly. He tried to recall that sensation, but couldn't find it again. Herag didn't rush and continued his journey, as such matters cannot be forced. Urgency won't help. 7 days later, Herag finally met the first person upon entering this world. This person was somewhat familiar, having met once before. Herag arrived at swampland and saw a young man with glasses making a campfire under a tree. As he appeared, the young man also looked over. When Herag saw this person, he remembered where he had seen him before. Back when he was surrounded by several people from the eye of the storm in the polluted area, this glasses-wearing young man was behind him, blocking his path. Herag remembered this clearly, not expecting to encounter him here. Shawn, who was resting, looked over immediately when Herag appeared. Upon seeing this large figure, Shawn recognized him as the wizard who escaped when the great demon appeared. Though 3 years had passed, Herag's form was so memorable it was hard to forget. Herag looked at Shawn and said, "Lucky meeting." He had recognized this man when he was waiting for teleportation earlier, but he couldn't do anything at that time. In the Twilight Temple, Shawn didn't recognize Herag at all because he had only seen Herag in his Titan power form. This time after they met, Shawn recognized him. Shawn said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to still be alive." "I should be the one saying that. How did you guys escape from the great demon back then?" Herag asked curiously. To him, it was normal for that level 2 wizard to escape. But he didn't expect the others could escape as well. Back then, after Herag jumped into the canyon, he was also monitoring the situation behind, and no one else jumped down to evade. If they were atop the canyon, it would have been very difficult to survive the ordeal with the great demon. The great demon was just strong, lacking wisdom. With Bowei there, we couldn't defeat the great demon, but escaping together wasn't a problem, Shawn said. Herag nodded, "Oh. He hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly leaped up. A flash of lightning streaked through the air, and his figure appeared in front of Shawn in an instant. Harag clenched his right fist, which was still flickering with lightning. Shawn's expression remained unchanged, completely unaware. By the time he reacted, the fist was already in front of him. The next moment, a spray of blood erupted, and a headless corpse fell powerlessly to the ground. Shawn didn't even have time to activate his teleportation ring. With no reaction time, he was instantly killed. He was actually prepared all along, ready to act at any time. But what he didn't expect was that Harag's speed was completely beyond his imagination. Harag took the 2 rings from Shawn's hand, after. Recognizing Shawn, he hadn't intended to let this person live. When Shawn was cornering him back then, they hadn't planned on letting Harag live, even destroying his talisman stone. If the great demon hadn't appeared suddenly, Harag might have already been permanently laid to rest in the polluted area. Harag remembered this debt, and now that he had the chance to repay it, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Harag didn't take action at first, only to ensure he could kill with 1 blow. Due to the presence of the teleportation ring, if he couldn't kill instantly, the opponent would have time to react. If Shawn escaped, then the opportunity would be lost. Harag checked Shawn's space ring and found a lot of good items inside. There were heaps of magic potions, magic potion materials, and many books and notes related to magic potions, suggesting Shawn was an alchemist himself. In addition to these items, there was plenty of food and water as routine supplies, just not as much as Harag had. Harag also discovered a shield in the space ring. Upon examining it, he found that it was a level 2 witchcraft artifact. He equipped the shield on his left hand and found that compared to his size, the shield was a bit too small. Harag focused his mind and infused a trace of magic power into the shield, causing it to automatically enlarge to fit his proportions perfectly. The shield had extremely strong defense against physical attacks, practically indestructible. It also had high resistance to magic, being able to block most level 1 spells, as long as they were cast by a level 1 wizard. If the spells were cast by a level 2 wizard or stronger, it would be another story. The name of the shield was inscribed at the bottom, Storm Giant Shield. In addition to its defensive capabilities, the Storm Giant Shield possessed a self-healing ability. If some damage appeared on its surface, like scratches or dents, they could slowly heal over time until completely restored. The Storm Giant Shield was mounted on the left forearm and didn't hinder normal use of the left hand. Harag fiddled with it a bit and found that the shield could shrink down to the size of a badge, looking like an arm decoration. When needed, it could enlarge in an instant. However, it couldn't enlarge indefinitely. The largest it could get was the current size, just fitting Harag's physique. If Harag's size increased again in the future, the shield might seem small. Harag glanced at the shield on his left hand, feeling quite satisfied. With this shield, his defense capabilities were significantly enhanced. He wore a full-body dark gold armor, complemented with the level 2 witchcraft artifact Storm Giant Shield, and an absolute defense shield, maximizing his defense. Shawn clearly underestimated Harag's speed and power, failing to take out the Storm Giant Shield to defend himself in time. If Shawn had used the Storm Giant Shield for cover, Harag might not have been able to kill him instantly. Shawn probably thought that, as a crystallization wizard, he wouldn't be instantly killed. That's usually the case for ordinary wizards. But Harag takes the unconventional path, relying on physical strength and speed. In the space ring, there was also a world staff. Aside from that, just some trinkets of little value. Harag stored the world staff in the space ring as well. He suddenly thought that when he returned to the wizard plane, whether or not he seized world control, the world staff would have to be returned. It couldn't be indefinitely given away as a level 2 witchcraft artifact. Harag was pondering if he had an extra world staff, whether he could keep it for himself. Unless someone kept an eye on this side all the time, there would be no way to know he had an extra world staff. Harag figured as long as no one asked, he wouldn't tell. After all, he picked it up himself, and the expedition team didn't mention any rules about this. Harag searched the corpse once more, and not finding anything else of value, he used the fireball technique to burn the body. After handling the scene simply, Harag's body flickered with electricity, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the X-617 world, the valley was shrouded in thick fog. Metal sat beside a campfire, roasting a chicken that had been marinated. This chicken wasn't hunted here, but was prepared in Metal's space ring beforehand. He knew the food wouldn't be great here, so he prepared in advance. Beside the fire were two other people, a man and a woman. The man looked older, around 50, named Wade. The woman appeared younger, around her 20s, with blonde hair named Tessa. These two were the ones who had previously agreed to help Metal seize control of the world, both formal members of the Surlandir organization. However, even among formal members, there are differences. Most people neither have a background like Metal's, nor potential like Herag's to be valued. For those people, they occupy a middle ground position, making advancement difficult. The management style of the Surlandir wizard organization is quite lax. For instance, if Herag, though belonging to Parker's faction, had average skills and showed no potential, no one would care about him. In such a scenario, if Herag wanted to join Metal or the Taylor family, Parker wouldn't mind nor pay any attention. Such individuals lack significant value and, naturally, aren't worthy of higher-up attention. However, Herag is different. If he wanted to rely on Metal, Parker would definitely question it. This is partly why Herag has never agreed before, thinking staying under Parker is much better than joining Metal. Metal valued Herag's potential and sought to win him over. With the backing of the Taylor family, Metal wasn't afraid of Parker and dared to court Herag's allegiance. Wade and Tessa, however, had some qualifications but not much. They have potential, otherwise they wouldn't be chosen for the cradle action. But their potential isn't very high and hasn't caught the attention of any significant figures. So when Metal extended an olive branch, they naturally seized it tightly, clinging to him. Tessa sat by the fire, carefully turning the roasting chicken to prevent it from burning. With the warmth from the fire, Metal finally felt a bit warmer. Their gathering wasn't luck, but rather a minor manipulation by Metal using his background, allowing them to teleport to a nearby area. Upon entering this world, they quickly regrouped. The three set off together, significantly increasing their safety. Everyone here was a crystallization wizard, naturally. It's hard for anyone to face three alone. Unless others grouped as well, they would likely suffer against them. Moreover, Metal didn't only have these two loyal followers. It's just that these two were the only ones who could teleport to the same area as him for now. Sooner or later, the others would meet. There were already 6 people pledging allegiance to him, and once they were all united, they would be nearly invincible in this world. Thinking about it, Metal couldn't help but smile. This was the influence and appeal of the Taylor family. What did others have to compete with him? Master, it should be done. You can eat now, Tessa said, checking the chicken. Metal nodded, took out a dagger, and sliced off a piece of chicken to eat. Master, how should we control the world will? We have no clue, Tessa tentatively asked. Wade also looked up. He, like Tessa, didn't know the specifics. Do you know the plane guardians? Metal asked, feigning depth. Wade and Tessa were confused and shook their heads. Every plane actually has its plane guardian. The world will select some potential individuals, aiding in their growth to give them enough strength. Since their growth is closely tied to the world will, these individuals will stand out to resolve crises when the plane faces one. Metal explained. But isn't the world will supposed to be strong? It should handle crises on its own, right? Tessa asked. Metal shook his head. It's not like that. The world will is a collection of rules, so it is also bound by the rules. It operates by adhering to rules and can't just do whatever it pleases. The world will is limited in many ways, unable to do many things conveniently or even at all. This is precisely why the world will chooses some individuals worth nurturing, giving them enough power. Such people are commonly called chosen ones or children of the plane. Wade and Tessa pondered, digesting this information. They had never heard of such matters. This information was inaccessible to them through their channels. Master, but what does this have to do with our cradle action? According to the data, this world doesn't have higher intelligent species, so there shouldn't be a child of the plane, right? Wade asked after considering. No, there is. This world must have a child of the plane, but it may not be of a highly intelligent species. We just haven't discovered them yet. So our next target is to find the child of the plane and then kill him, Metal stated. Kill him? Tessa was surprised. Metal nodded. Yes, the child of the plane is favored by the world will. As long as we attempt to kill him, the world will certainly appear and will help the child in some form to overcome difficulties. The world will doesn't know tricks. It will definitely act to help the child in its capable way whenever they face danger. When it shows up, that's our chance to control it. Ah, I see now. It seems Master has already planned everything, Tessa praised. Wade and Tessa finally understood. No longer confused. Hidden in the distant shadows, Herag also realized, so that's what it is. Herag had discovered Metal and his team before sunset, but didn't reveal himself, using the shadowy corner magic to hide. After spotting Metal and the team, he decided to follow them. Coming from the Taylor family, Metal would undoubtedly know much information. Following him could likely lead to discovering signs of the world will. Herag didn't expect to obtain so much intelligence just by eavesdropping from afar for a while. He had been pondering over how to control the world will, with numerous doubts, but now he finally had some understanding. Upon learning about the concept of the child of the plane, Herag suddenly thought of the world tree and the elf race from the elf plane. The world tree and the elf race both seem very much like the children of the plane for the elf plane. The world tree is the largest entity in the elf plane, with roots spread throughout the entire plane and countless branches forming small world trees. The elf race relies on the world tree to grow and strengthen, becoming the most dominant race in the elf plane. Whether it is the world tree or the elf race, they are clearly favored by the world will of the elf plane. Comparing it with the world of X617, Herag speculated that the world tree might have initially been just an ordinary tree, slowly growing into the world tree under various favors of the world will. The elf race probably started as an ordinary race, mutually dependent on the world tree and growing stronger with the help of the world will. The ancestors of the elf race must have been the children of the plane. Herag could imagine them paving the way and founding the elf race, which naturally involved the favor of the world will. A child of the plane is not just a single person, nor would there be only one. Throughout the long history of the elf race, there must have been many children of the plane chosen by the world will. Those renowned figures in the history of the elf race might all have been children of the plane. Herag then wondered, who is the child of the plane in the wizard plane? Undoubtedly, the strongest in the wizard plane is the group of wizards, but there are many powerful individuals in this group. Being powerful doesn't necessarily make one a child of the plane. It is difficult to determine this. Herag suddenly remembered a light knight he encountered a long time ago in Dragon Ridge Highland. He felt that this light knight named Kalim was very much like a child of the plane, able to resurrect on the spot even after death. But upon further thought, Herag felt it might not be the case. Because high-end combat power in the wizard plane is dominated by wizards, even a great knight would only serve as an attendant. However, at that time, Kalim was called a light knight, and perhaps there are higher realms on the knight's path that Herag was unaware of. Herag shook his head and stopped pondering over it since it had nothing to do with him. His current goal was to follow Metal, who knew more than he did. Once the world will show signs, he would seize the opportunity to control it. This process might inevitably offend Metal, but Herag had no choice. Some things couldn't be compromised. If Metal caused trouble for him later, the only solution would be to get rid of him. Otherwise, given Metal's background, he would eventually become a serious threat. If he had a choice, Herag wouldn't want to provoke the Taylor family either. The Taylor family was a powerful force, and he didn't have the capability to root them out. Even the Red Witch area alone was beyond the level he could currently deal with. While observing Metal's movements, Herag distanced himself from the valley. Once he reached a distance of about 1,000 meters, Herag took out the wildfire tent and set it up in a secluded corner. After activating the wildfire tent, Herag's figure was instantly hidden, and the area now appeared as a large rock from the outside. Herag laid out a moisture-proof magic carpet on the ground, then sat on it, eating some rations and drinking some water. To avoid detection, he didn't light a campfire. Although it's possible to light a fire inside the wildfire tent, Herag decided it was better not to do so unless necessary, preferring to be cautious. At this distance, Herag was monitoring Metal and his two companions without much chance of being discovered. They were separated by mountains, forests, and rivers, and normally no one could monitor another person over such a long distance without magical means. Metal also wasn't worried about the possibility of being watched, as they were inside a level 3 witch array. This level 3 witch array, called shelter, was typically used by pioneers in polluted areas. The shelter witch array was beyond valuation and was very limited in quantity, usually only in the hands of powerful forces. Metal had acquired one through family channels specifically. For this cradle operation, in a scenario where participants were all crystallization wizards, this level 3 witch array was an absolutely invincible shell, at least as Metal saw it. Inside the shelter, there were also 2 tents for Metal and the 2 others to rest. Tessa didn't take out her tent. Her intention was quite clear. The next morning, after Wade went out to scout and returned, he said, "Sir, nothing unusual was discovered." Metal nodded, and then stored the level 3 witch array shelter into a space ring. "Sir, which direction should we go?" Wade asked. Metal looked around and casually pointed in a direction, "That way." Actually, he didn't have much information, since no one knew where the child of the plane might be. They could only try their luck. Noticing they were preparing to set off, Hereg also packed up the wildfire tent, using the shadowy corner to hide, trailing them from afar. This world was indeed vast, and just like that, half a month passed by. Throughout this half-month, Metal and his companions did not encounter anyone else. The journey was quite peaceful. Hereg followed them patiently, traveling during the day, collecting various unfamiliar plants and recording information. At night, he meditated and practiced inside the wildfire tent. The positions and distribution of stars here were naturally different, but moved in a regular pattern. Hereg silently recorded these celestial positions and distributions, thinking they might be useful someday. During his meditation practice, he discovered that the concentration of energy particles in this world was much lower than in the wizard plane, resulting in slower meditation speeds. However, with the assistance of the divine core's energy, the impact on his meditation speed was minimal. Metal and his companions had been traveling for more than half a month without encountering anyone, and the search for the child of the plane made little progress. Metal naturally felt a bit frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. The place was simply too vast. On this day, as they proceeded as usual in search, they finally encountered another cradle operation participant, a solitary young man appearing to be in his 20s. Metal, the young man, noticed the commotion, turned around, and immediately recognized Metal. Seeing that Metal was moving in a group of 3, he became instantly wary and slightly panicked. "You know me, great then, how about joining my team?" Metal invited him with a smile. The young man's eyes flickered, and he shook his head, saying, "I'll pass. I prefer to act alone." Metal smiled and said, "Well, that won't do. If you don't join our team, then I'll have to consider you a competitor. And I won't be polite about it. Either you die here, or you activate the teleportation ring and return now." The young man naturally didn't want to activate the teleportation ring to go back. He had worked hard to get here and wasn't about to give up the hard-earned spot so easily. However, it seems that the situation at hand wasn't something he could decide. Wade and Tessa had already come in from both sides, ready to make a move at any time. "Don't fight, I am willing to join your team." The young man judged the situation and felt it was better to superficially submit than to be forced to withdraw. After all, he thought he could find an opportunity to escape later. He didn't believe these 3 could watch him all the time. Metal spread out his hands and smiled. "Very well, my friend, welcome to join us. By the way, what's your name?" "Mara," the young man said. Metal leaned forward and asked, "Oh, excuse me, my friend, I didn't quite catch that. What is your name again?" "Mara," Mara repeated. At this moment, Wade and Tessa stopped approaching further, seemingly not intending to make a move against him. Seeing this, Mara felt a slight relief in his heart. He had worked hard to get here. He didn't want things to end so easily. The teleportation ring wasn't something he would use unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, a feeling of unease suddenly surged in Mara's heart. He looked up and saw Metal holding a worn parchment, on which were written the 2 words, Mara. Metal smiled and said, "Mara, my friend. I dislike being refused." Mara knew things were not going well, and was preparing to activate the teleportation ring, only to find that the magic power throughout his body was extremely sluggish, unable to function normally. Moreover, he found that his body couldn't move, and even his breathing and heartbeat had stopped. Mara was also a knowledgeable crystallization wizard and quickly realized that he had been cursed. This must be a kind of curse that temporarily binds oneself. Although the duration won't be long, it is fatal, especially now. As soon as Mara felt the binding fade away, a red claw had already pierced through his chest, gripping his heart, then instantly crushed it. "All those who refuse me must die," Metal whispered smilingly in Mara's ear, his face covered in the splattered fresh blood. Wade and Tessa saw this scene and heard Metal's words. A chill ran through them internally, and they bowed their heads in silent submission. After dealing with Mara, Metal took out a clean handkerchief, wiped his hands, and then tossed the handkerchief on the ground. "Let's keep going," Metal said with a smile. Wade and Tessa exchanged a look and quickly followed. When passing by Mara's corpse, Wade casually slipped off the ring from Mara's hand. Metal sensed this, but simply smiled without saying anything. After a while, a black shadow swiftly passed through the forest and stopped briefly upon passing Mara's corpse, then continued forward. Herag had observed the entire process just now and also heard Metal's words. Having heard what Metal said, he thought to himself that he not only rejected his invitation, but rejected it repeatedly. This shows that, although Metal's surface demeanor is friendly, he likely harbored resentment against him for a while. Herag originally entered the X-617 world intending to kill Malcolm, but now it seems he might have to add Metal to the list. However, Metal poses some trouble, having two people by his side making him harder to kill. With witchcraft artifacts likely on him, it would be hard to quickly take him down. If Metal gets an opportunity to activate the space ring to return, it would be problematic. Therefore, Herag had to wait for the perfect opportunity and couldn't rashly act against Metal. Metal uses a level 3 witch array to rest at night, offering no chance to act against him. Herag can only continue to bide his time and wait for a chance. If no opportunity arises, it won't be possible to forcefully act, as Herag suspects Metal likely has many hidden methods at his disposal. In Serlandir's secret vault, there's even the substitute death grassman. He doesn't believe Metal doesn't have similar means. Herag thought it was quite tricky, as dealing with people like him was indeed troublesome. He felt that it might be hard to find a chance to kill Metal this time in the X-671 world. The existence of the teleportation ring significantly lowered Herag's margin for error. More importantly, he knew too little about Metal's strength and was unaware of the means he possessed. The parchment he saw just now was one of Metal's witchcraft artifacts. Its effect seems to be, after writing the target's name on the parchment, calling out to them. If they respond, they will be temporarily bound. Herag had just seen this parchment hovering behind Metal, and Metal used magic power to write Mara's name on it. Mara's attention, however, was on guarding against Wade and Tessa, and he unintentionally fell into a trap. Herag silently remembered the parchment and continued to trail Metal's party from afar. The three of Metal suddenly heard shouting from ahead. Judging from the voices, more than one person, many people were ahead. The three of them immediately quickened their pace, rushing forward. A group of people scattered throughout the forest, searching for something all over the place. Metal immediately spotted a familiar face, a strong man loyal to him named Alamu. He shouted at the person below, "Alamu." Alamu was looking towards the front of the forest for something. Hearing the voice, he turned around, recognized Metal, and promptly ran over. "Master, it's great to see you," Alamu said with a smile. Metal smiled and nodded. "Great. Our team has grown a bit stronger. By the way, what are you all doing here?" "We discovered a white deer, and that white deer is particularly strange. It's incredibly fast and can't be caught. It's like it doesn't exist in this space at all, impossible to touch it. I've been chasing it for half a month now, pursued it to here, and recently thinking about how to capture it," Alamu explained truthfully. White deer, Metal fell into thought. He soon realized that this white deer might not be an ordinary demon, but likely the child of the plain. Most extraordinary life in this world is still at a very primitive stage, and judging by Alamu's description, that white deer clearly has mastered certain spatial rules and can freely wield them. This white deer is remarkably advanced compared to other extraordinary life, quite unusual. This world is still in a very primitive stage. The appearance of such a life form as the white deer at this time can basically confirm that it is blessed by the world will, also known as the child of the plain. Metal quickly said, "Lead the way, we must catch that white deer." Alamu nodded and said, "My lord, the white deer just disappeared, and we're not sure which direction it went." "Then start searching," Metal smiled. The smile looked inexplicably fearful to Alamu, and he lowered his head. "My lord, I will go and search right away." Alamu's figure flashed, appearing in front and diving into the forest to begin searching. Metal then said, "Let's go, we will search too. By the way, both of you stay close to me and act together with me." Understood. Wade and Tessa lowered their heads and said. Herag hid in the rear and clearly heard the conversation between the people. Alamu didn't know where the white deer was, but Herag did. He saw the position where the white deer flashed by through Shenlin's environmental detection. Although it was just a moment, and it quickly went beyond the range of the environmental detection, at least the direction was clear. Herag glanced at Metal, and the other two searching in another direction, then glanced in the direction of the white deer. He focused his thoughts, releasing the shadowy corner magic, and entered the Titan power state. Herag entered this state simply to travel at the fastest speed. The shadowy corner was only suitable for stealth, and was much slower in terms of speed. Herag took out the storm giant shield, equipping it on his left hand, then shrunk the storm giant shield so it wouldn't be too large and affect his speed. An electric light flashed across his body, and he disappeared from where he was. Herag's current way of traveling was like long range. Flashing, it was completely impossible to see the intermediate moving process. The speed was too fast. Such a rapid traveling speed naturally caught the attention of other wizards. But now, with his large stature and somewhat intimidating aura, other wizards instinctively kept their distance. Herag's perception and reaction was specifically sharp now, and after activating a small portion of the Thunder God ancestral bloodline power, not only was his speed enhanced, his processing speed for various information also became much faster. The volume of information he could receive at the same time increased significantly, allowing him to observe every corner around him while moving at high speed. At the top of a tall tree, a giant wearing dark gold armor suddenly appeared. Herag stood at the treetop tip, probing the surroundings through Shenlin's environmental detection. Except for some wizards running around, he temporarily did not see the shadow of the white deer. Herag suddenly saw through environmental detection that on the other side of the opposite mountain peak, at the foot of the mountain, a white deer emitting a white glow suddenly appeared. The white deer glanced around, and finding no enemies, it lowered its head to munch on some newly grown tender grass. After capturing the white deer's movement, Herag flashed away from the treetop. After a few flickers, Herag's figure appeared on the slope not far from the white deer. The white deer seemed to notice something, turning its head around to look over. Just in the moment it turned its head, Herag had already gotten in front of the white deer. He reached out his hand to grab at the white deer's neck. By the looks of it, he was sure he could catch it. But surprisingly, he caught nothing. His hand passed right through the white deer's neck. An illusion? No. Herag was a bit puzzled that he couldn't catch it. The startled white deer let out a gentle bleat, then leaped away and disappeared. In Herag's perception, the white deer reappeared 800 meters away. After sensing the white deer's location, Herag followed once more. But this time, he didn't continue approaching. Instead, he hid and observed. Herag could confirm that the white deer wasn't an illusion. The tender grass on the ground had indeed been nibbled by this white deer. This indicated that the white deer had a physical body, yet it seemed to have some rule power on it, making it untouchable by him. Herag was uncertain whether this was the white deer's own ability, or if the world will was covertly aiding it. He planned to observe the white deer for a while to find some patterns, as brute force likely wouldn't work. While the cradle action was taking place, in the central region within a small alley, there was a shabby little store. The store was called Alani's blacksmith shop. Although it was named a blacksmith shop, it was actually a store for making and selling witchcraft artifacts. The owner of the store was named Alanis, a famous master of witchcraft. Alanis had never studied wizardry before the age of 20. He worked as an apprentice blacksmith, doing very ordinary blacksmith work. Until later, When he was accidentally discovered to have high wizard qualifications, he was guided onto the path of wizardry. However, due to his age, Alanis, despite his high qualifications, used too much of Amanda's potion when advancing to an official wizard, causing his lifespan to burn out. Normally, exhausting one's lifespan during the advancement process would result in death. Yet miraculously, Alani survived and successfully advanced to become an official wizard. Though he managed to become an official wizard, the excessive use of Amanda's potion left him with serious hidden dangers. After advancing to a crystallization wizard, Alanis could no longer progress further. With his qualifications, he had a hopeful prospect of advancing to level 2 wizard, but alas, he was stalled at this point for life. Alanis subsequently began researching the creation of witchcraft artifacts. He discovered that he also had a talent for this field, and thus delved into it wholeheartedly. After many years, Alanis had become a renowned master of witchcraft. He opened a witchcraft artifact store, naming it a blacksmith shop in memory of his earlier life as a blacksmith. The shop's location was very remote, and the storefront was shabby, yet no one dared to look down on it. Generally, ordinary wizards were not qualified to commission Alanis to create witchcraft artifacts. It depended on his mood, and connections had to be made. Alanis had grown very old these years, nearing the end of his life. Recently, he completed a big order to make a batch of teleportation rings for the expedition team. After finishing this batch of teleportation rings, Alanis smiled and said to the members of the expedition team, "These are the last witchcraft artifacts I'll make in this lifetime. I'm old and need to rest." He didn't charge any fee for this batch of artifacts and firmly refused to let the team deposit any magic stones into his account, saying he no longer needed them. Alanis stayed in the dim room, lying on his favorite rocking chair. The rocking chair swayed gently, and he drowsily mumbled to himself, "Great gods, this is the last thing I can do for you. It's time I come to meet you too." Herag had been tracking the white deer for 8 days, during which time several other wizards had also joined the pursuit. Upon seeing Herag's massive stature and feeling the pressure he exuded, none of them dared to get too close to Herag. These wizards discovered that Herag always managed to pinpoint the white deer's location with precision. Originally, it had been quite difficult for them to locate the white deer, but now it was much easier. Just follow Herag. Herag was so large and easy to spot, much more so than the white deer. Herag was slightly speechless, as these people kept sticking to him and there wasn't much he could do about it, since they were merely following and not actually attacking him. Herag had no reason to make enemies without cause. Another reason was that there were at least a dozen wizards following him. If they all decided to attack him together, it would be quite troublesome. Seeing as there was no apparent way to handle the white deer and he couldn't just let it get away, all he could do was keep following it. In the meantime, the wizards behind him were also discussing how to capture the white deer, but no effective method had yet been devised. Herag stood on a branch, watching the white deer leisurely strolling on a meadow ahead. As the voices of the wizards behind him grew louder, the white deer glanced back and with a leap vanished from its spot, reappearing in a distant woodland. Upon seeing this, Herag immediately chased after where the white deer reappeared. Once he moved, the wizards behind him also pursued, sticking to him like glue. Herag flashed onto a large rock, standing on the rock and looking into the distance at the white deer. Based on his observations during this time, he could almost conclude that the white deer possessed talent abilities related to spatial rules. All of them, as level 1 wizards, hadn't yet the ability to contact rule power, making them quite powerless against this white deer. "I can only rely on witchcraft artifacts." Herag didn't have any spatial type artifacts on him, but maybe the others did. Even if others had them, there was no way they'd share them with him, so it had nothing to do with him. While looking ahead, Herag suddenly sensed something and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, a blood-red claw descended from the sky, crashing onto the spot where he had just been standing. Herag looked up and saw Malcolm riding a night steed in the distance. Malcolm, riding the night steed, approached him, looking down from above and said, "This spell on you is interesting. I'll study it slowly after I've dealt with you. Since you haven't activated the teleportation ring yet, it shows you have some confidence. Great, I hope you never activate that ring, or it would be far too boring. Malcolm of the Eye of the Storm. Someone among the wizards behind Herag recognized Malcolm and showed a hint of fear on their faces. Malcolm's reputation had preceded him. In others' eyes, he was a powerful madman. Nobody liked to deal with madmen, especially powerful ones. Looking at Malcolm, Herag laughed. Before I became an official wizard, you couldn't kill me. Now I'm a crystallization wizard just like you. Do you still think you have a chance? I admit your progress is fast, but there are still differences between crystallization wizards, said Malcolm coldly. Indeed, there is a difference. Herag nodded approvingly. Malcolm extended his hand, revealing a black sphere which he threw downwards. The black sphere rapidly expanded and instantly absorbed both Herag and Malcolm. Once it had taken them in, the black sphere rapidly shrank and vanished. Spatial type witchcraft artifact. The wizards behind whispered to themselves, seeing what happened. When the black sphere appeared, Herag sensed the spatial pull within it, which was similar to teleportation but not quite the same. At the time, he had the option to activate the teleportation ring and abort the current hunt, thus avoiding being pulled in by the black sphere. Herag hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to activate the teleportation ring. Because he noticed the black sphere was also drawing Malcolm in, he immediately realized Malcolm didn't want him to escape. After a brief moment of darkness, light returned. Herag warily looked around and found himself standing on barren land, with the starry sky visible overhead. A level 3 witchcraft, the black space it's made from a small plane fragment. Here, you can't use your space ring. If you had been more decisive and teleported away before being sucked in, you might have survived. Malcolm's voice came from behind, and as Herag turned, he saw Malcolm smiling innocuously at him. Malcolm smiled and said, "You have nowhere to run now." Herag sensed his surroundings. It felt like a separate plane but somewhat different, missing something. "Do you remember Baron Buck?" Herag suddenly asked. Baron Buck, never heard of him. Malcolm paused, not recalling anyone of this name. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, knowing well that Herag couldn't escape this place. "Back when you came to the Colson continent and used the bloodline curse to kill Baron Buck's entire family, I was just an ordinary person, not even a wizard apprentice," Herag recounted slowly. Colson continent, bloodline curse. Malcolm started piecing together the memories upon hearing these terms. He wouldn't normally remember minor matters like the massacre of Baron Buck's family, viewing it as nothing out of the ordinary. Initially, nothing Herag said rang a bell with him. But upon hearing Colson continent and bloodline curse, Malcolm remembered. Back then, in order to research the bloodline curse spell, he had traveled a great distance to the Colson continent, leaving a deep impression. The bloodline curse spell was his own level 1 spell creation and one of his finest pieces, so he remembered it clearly. "You were there at the time?" Malcolm asked, puzzled, as he had no memory of Herag being present. Herag nodded and said, "Of course. Baron Buck treated me well and Melissa treated me nicely too. Now that I have the opportunity and the power, naturally, I want to settle this account. Your head will be mine, as a tribute for the Baron's family in the future." Malcolm chuckled silently, unable to understand where Herag's confidence came from, thinking that advancing to crystallization made them equals. With a wave of his hand, Malcolm instantly summoned 2 gigantic bone spears beside him. Once the 2 bone spears took shape, they shot towards Herag at incredible speed. With a flash of electric light, Herag's figure vanished, and the bone spears struck the spot where he stood, piercing deep into the ground. If these 2 bone spears had hit him, Herag felt that even the Titan power armor on his body might not have been able to withstand it. The speed of these 2 bone spears was also beyond Herag's expectations. His current speed was far greater than usual, but he had only just managed to dodge. In his normal form, he might have found it very hard to evade. Malcolm looked at the 2 bone spears that had missed, then glanced at the electric light flickering on Herag, pondering something unknown. With a thought, Herag Storm's giant shield in his left hand immediately enlarged. Soon after, the electric light on his body flickered more and more intensely, concentrating all the power in his right fist. He was no longer the same as before, no longer needing to flee with his head covered. Malcolm sensed the aura emanating from Herag, and his expression gradually turned serious. Suddenly, Herag's figure vanished, but Malcolm heard no sound nor sensed any aura fluctuation. The next moment, a loud noise came from behind, the sound of a fist tearing through the air at incredible speed. By the time Malcolm reacted, it was too late. Herag's speed was too fast. Even though he sensed it just before the fist arrived, there was no time to react. There was no time to move his body or mobilize his magic power. Herag's huge figure appeared behind Malcolm. His massive fist crackled with electric light, striking Malcolm's neck with immense force. The unstoppable force of the punch passed unimpeded through Malcolm's neck, and his head rolled to the ground. This was even when Herag controlled his strength a bit. He wanted to keep Malcolm's head intact. Otherwise, the body near the fist would have been smashed into minced meat. Malcolm's headless body crashed down, blood pooling over the ground, the air thick with a pungent smell. Herag looked at the corpse, carefully observing. He remained vigilant, cautious of not having killed completely. After observing for a while and finding no anomalies, Herag prepared to strike again, intending to use a fireball technique to burn it after dealing another blow. At this moment, the headless corpse began to change, turning into a mound of flesh. This mound of flesh quickly surged forward, coagulating into a humanoid form on the spot. As the face gradually became clear, Herag recognized Malcolm. Malcolm quickly recomposed himself into his original form, a layer of blood-red skin covering him, and said in a deep voice, "Very good, you cost me a life. If not for the heart of fear taking the hit for me, I would have been dead by your hands." Herag didn't know what it was, but could only guess it served a similar function to a substitute death craftsman artifact. Once covered in blood-red skin, Malcolm's entire demeanor changed, his magic power aura surging wildly. In just a moment, his magical aura far exceeded that of an ordinary crystallization wizard. Herag even felt this magical aura was comparable to that of a level 2 wizard. As Malcolm stepped on the ground, the area beneath him turned blood red. Upon closer inspection, the ground had transformed into writhing flesh. Turning earth into flesh, what kind of magic is this? After observing this phenomenon, Herag noticed that the blood-red ground was continually expanding. Although he didn't know what this magic did or its purpose, he knew he couldn't let it spread unchecked, or the consequences might be dire. Herag charged forward against Malcolm once more with a kick of his feet. Malcolm casually released countless bone spears and blood-red claws to hinder Herag's advance. But Herag's current speed was too fast, and although large in size, he moved nimbly, weaving easily through the gaps between the bone spears and blood claws. In the blink of an eye, Herag appeared before Malcolm, and a massive fist punched towards Malcolm's head once more. After being covered in blood-red skin, Malcolm's speed and strength had significantly increased. Yet even so, he couldn't dodge Herag's punch. Their speeds were on entirely different levels. Herag's fist swept through, and Malcolm's blood-red body exploded, scattering flesh in all directions. This time, Herag left no room, nor did he intend to keep Malcolm's head intact. Herag believed that dealing with such a troublesome person like Malcolm required complete eradication, leaving no chance. After blasting Malcolm's body into powder, Herag still frowned, feeling Malcolm was not yet dead. He glanced down, observing the blood-flesh ground had already spread out and was still expanding. The blood-flesh seemed to breathe, rhythmically rising and falling. At this moment, Malcolm's voice came from the surrounding ground. "You can't kill me. This battle was destined from the start. You will lose. You can kill a person, but not a stretch of land." Malcolm's voice was filled with pride and triumph. This blood-flesh land was clearly another of his magical creations. Herag quickly examined the blood-flesh land beneath his feet, which spanned roughly 2,000 square meters and was about 70 to 80 meters deep. This flesh appeared to be part of Malcolm's body, harboring great magical power within. Herag, after pondering briefly, concluded that the land was Malcolm, and to kill him he must destroy the entire mass of flesh, leaving not a single strand of flesh behind. Herag raised his hand, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. When the fist struck the blood-flesh surface, much of the force was absorbed and cushioned by the flesh. However, the sheer force of the punch still created a massive crater. Herag stared at the pit, frowning as he noticed the flesh he had shattered was slowly reabsorbed into the ground, soon restored to its original state. Much of the flesh had been pulverized into powder or shredded, yet it would still meld back into the ground. Herag now understood why Malcolm claimed he couldn't be killed. unless Herag could make such a large area of flesh disappear all at once. Otherwise, even if just a scrap remained, Malcolm wouldn't die. As Herag pondered, countless bone spears and blood claws were forming around him, numbering at least in the hundreds. These bone spears and blood claws gathered around Herag's body, tightly encircling him. "I told you this battle is destined for you to lose," Malcolm's voice echoed again in the surroundings. Once the bone spears and blood claws took shape, they immediately attacked, and Herag quickly dodged. Due to their large numbers, there was always an attack coming his way that he couldn't avoid, despite his speed. However, Herag still held a storm giant shield, using it to easily deflect the bone spears and blood claws. The bone spears left some marks on the surface of the storm giant shield, but the blood claws couldn't leave any marks at all. After a round of attacks, Herag stood unharmed, holding the massive storm giant shield, standing on the blood-red ground, surrounded by fallen bone spears. "I forgot to mention, in this state, my magic power is nearly infinite. I want to see how long you can last. I have all the time to play with you," Malcolm's arrogant, frenzied voice echoed around. Herag remained calm outwardly, but thought inwardly that this couldn't go on. Constantly dodging attacks was too passive, and there would come a day when he would be exhausted of strength and magic power. But there didn't seem to be a good way to attack Malcolm in. This form showed almost no weaknesses. Herag looked up at this space, noting the absence of world will, which meant no suppression of his thunder god ancestral bloodline power. He was considering whether this space could withstand his complete form. If he accidentally shattered this space, would he return to the X-617 world or enter the chaotic spatial torrent? If caught in the spatial torrent, even if his complete form could withstand its impact, he wouldn't know how many millennia he would drift before he had the chance to enter another plane. This was a point Herag had to consider carefully, as this was just a small space, far from even a low-tier world. As Herag pondered, a new wave of bone spears and blood claws gathered again, and Malcolm clearly wasn't planning to give him a chance to breathe. Standing on the flesh ground, Herag felt the pulsation of the blood and flesh, which brimming with life energy. Just as he was about to activate more power from his bloodline mark, a thought struck him. Herag crouched down, placing his hand on the flesh ground, then used his talent ability, Desolate Plague. At the moment, he used the Desolate Plague ability. Huge, pure life energy was transmitted from the flesh ground. By this time, the bone spears and blood claws had already struck, but Herag flickered his form to cleverly evade these attacks. He flickered again, moving to another spot, and once more stretched out his hand to the flesh ground, frantically absorbing the life energy below. This piece of flesh ground contained immense life energy, surprising even Herag. Herag quickly realized that Malcolm's magic must have cost countless lives to achieve such an effect. What are you doing?" Malcolm quickly sensed Herag's actions, his angry voice tinged with a touch of panic. Another wave of bone spears and blood claws took shape, but forming them also took time. Herag used this little time to frantically absorb the life energy from the flesh ground. Desolate Plague absorbed life energy so swiftly that it left Malcolm both alarmed and frightened. For the first time, he felt a strong sense of crisis. Indeed, Herag could not instantly kill such a vast area of flesh ground, but if he could completely drain the life energy from the flesh ground, Malcolm would inevitably face annihilation. Malcolm still didn't believe Herag could drain all the life energy, his current concern just a restless heartache over his life energy. Because humans couldn't absorb so much life energy, the capacity was limited, with a fixed upper limit. Malcolm had so much life energy only because he had studied it for a long time and modified himself, storing such a vast amount of life energy in this special form. But Herag's next actions made Malcolm truly start to feel fear. Herag's body seemed to have no limit, absorbing the life energy from the flesh ground at an exaggerated speed. In a mere moment, Herag had already absorbed 1/5 of the life energy. Watching Herag standing on the surface, Malcolm, for the first time, felt he had underestimated this person. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out why Herag could absorb life energy so recklessly. Who was he, a mythical creature perhaps? A myriad of doubts filled Malcolm's mind, but there was little time left for him to think. Due to Herag's rapid pace, Malcolm hadn't been able to inflict any effective harm on Herag. This form of his had great advantages in that it was nearly indestructible, but it also had significant restrictions, mainly in flexibility. On normal occasions, if he couldn't win, he could escape. But now, having become the flesh ground, being attacked meant he couldn't escape. Such a form was immobile. Malcolm wasn't capable of unlimited expansion. Even though his goal was to eventually cover the entire wizard plane, it was clear he didn't yet have that ability. Covering an area of 2,000 square meters was already remarkable, though unfortunately he encountered Herag. Herag's form constantly flickered across the flesh ground, always absorbing large amounts of life energy whenever given a gap. Gradually, the flesh ground's color was no longer a vibrant blood red, but turned somewhat dull. Additionally, Herag clearly felt that the pulsations from within the flesh ground had become much weaker. If the earlier pulsation was strong, rhythmic, and vigorous, now it was slow, weak, and disorderly. Malcolm wanted desperately to revert this form, but to return to human form required time to condense all this flesh into a humanoid shape. Clearly, he didn't have such time now. With a powerful thrust, Herag's fist pierced into the flesh ground like a sharp spike, and life energy within the flesh ground was instantly absorbed, continuously flowing into Herag's body. His body now coursed with the thunder god ancestral bloodline power, and absorbing this amount of life energy was nothing. Not even enough to fill a tooth. Once again, Herag felt the immense power of the thunder god ancestral bloodline, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of existence the thunder god ancestor was, what level of power they possessed. Unfortunately, there was almost no related material, and no clues could be found. Herag's current level is still too low. He is not qualified to access higher-level information. The higher-ups of the Wizard Alliance probably know some relevant information, but as a level 1 junior wizard, he currently has no chance to reach that level. As Herag continuously uses the Desolate Plague to absorb life energy, the flesh and blood ground gradually turns grayish-white, losing its vitality like gray stone. Gradually, this expanse of flesh and blood ground turns completely grayish-white. Herag obviously feels that the life energy absorbed is much less than before, but he still does not stop, swearing to drain the last ounce of life energy. At this moment, Malcolm no longer has the energy to deal with Herag. He tried various ways to stop Herag from absorbing life energy, but all failed. In this form, many of his methods couldn't be used, putting him in a predicament instead. Malcolm decided to use this magic to deal with Herag, after seeing Herag's terrifying power and speed. Originally, according to his assessment of Herag's strength, the flesh and blood ground magic should have perfectly restrained Herag. Unexpectedly, Herag has the ability to absorb life energy without limitation. If he had known this earlier, Malcolm would not have chosen to respond to Herag in this way. But now he has no chance to regret it. As a large amount of life energy drains, Malcolm becomes weaker and weaker, gradually unable to maintain the form of the flesh and blood ground. After the blood-red ground turns grayish-white, it gradually turns into solid stone, having reverted to its original stone nature. After Herag absorbs all the life energy, the flesh and blood ground starts to slowly turn into stone. Observing this process, Herag realizes why Malcolm doesn't cancel this state. It's not that he doesn't want to cancel it, but rather he can't cancel it quickly. Malcolm is undoubtedly a true genius wizard, with many spells of his own research. But even for a genius, the spells he researches always have drawbacks, as the combat environment is full of various factors. The spells that are still widely circulated may not be very strong, but they certainly have high universality. It was actually the first time Malcolm used this spell in combat, and he never thought about the problem of life energy being absorbed. When the land completely turned grayish-white, Herag discovered a skeleton appeared on the open ground ahead. When he approached, he found it wasn't a typical skeleton, but a skin and bones figure. The flesh was completely shriveled. Herag observed it carefully for a while and couldn't recognize that it was Malcolm. But judging from its aura, this skeleton was indeed Malcolm. Upon closer inspection, Herag found that Malcolm was not dead yet, still possessing extremely weak life energy. Malcolm's heart was completely shriveled and not beating, yet he still had not completely died. If given a long time, he might slowly recover. Herag certainly wouldn't give him this chance, Once he acts, it's to eliminate all threats. Taking a deep breath, Herag's body instantly swelled again. He clenched his right fist, his whole body's muscles tensed tightly. The punch made a huge noise, echoing in the space. Malcolm's already fragile body instantly shattered. All his bones turned into bone fragments. Herag glanced at the scattered bone fragments, and with a wave of his hand, used magic power to gather every piece of bone in front of him. Then he punched again, shattering them even more thoroughly. This was not the end. Gathering magic power in his hand, Herag cast one fireball technique after another at those bone fragments, completely incinerating them. After burning with the fireball technique many times, Herag took out a round-bottomed flask and collected all the ash that was left. He planned to store it for now, and later find a suitable witch array to seal it away. Although it seemed a bit excessive, Herag thought it was absolutely necessary. Malcolm must not be given even the slightest chance. Being cautious was absolutely necessary, merely a bit more troublesome, but it was to eliminate future troubles. After collecting all the ashes, Herag still did not finish completely. The flesh had been destroyed, but the soul remained. Malcolm was a specialist necromancer. If his soul wasn't completely obliterated, it would be an ongoing threat. Using undead perception, Herag quickly discovered Malcolm's soul, standing bewildered in front of him. Normally, after a human dies, their soul leaves the body. At this time, the soul is usually in a bewildered state, temporarily inactive. After some time, as the soul gradually awakens, it begins to recover some memory. If a means to sustain one's soul for longer life isn't found quickly at this point, the soul will start to dissipate slowly until it completely vanishes from this world. Herag expected that a necromancer like Malcolm would have a way to make his soul awaken quickly. But from a present view, Malcolm's soul was still in a bewildered state, not yet at the point of awakening. Herag rapidly gathered an undead magic sword in his hand, a necromancy spell he'd learned from Lady Morin in the Moonlight Forest that can effectively harm spirit bodies. Holding the silvery undead sword, Herag thrust it into Malcolm's soul's forehead. After piercing with the undead sword, a crack appeared on Malcolm's forehead, with countless white lights emanating from the crack. It seemed like some cognition returned to Malcolm's soul. Eyes looking at Herag with anger and terror, his mouth agape as if to shout. But no sound emerged. At this moment, countless cracks spread from the center of Malcolm's soul's forehead. A moment later, his soul completely shattered until it vanished entirely. After Herag thoroughly obliterated Malcolm's soul, only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He picked up a silvery ring from the ground, which was Malcolm's space ring. Holding the space ring, Herag felt that killing this man was like ridding the wizard plane of a menace. There were indeed many valuable items in Malcolm's space ring. Yet anyone looking into his space ring would likely feel an instinctive disgust. The space ring was like a slaughterhouse, except the subjects weren't pigs or dogs but humans. Herag felt a bit uneasy holding the space ring. If people from the Wizard Alliance learned about this and thought he did it, they would probably execute him immediately. Herag saw the tragic scene in the space ring and couldn't help but wonder how Malcolm managed to do these things after entering the Land of Dawn. He thought for a moment and then recalled Malcolm's mentor, the level 3 wizard Fran. Now that he had killed Malcolm, he was bound to provoke this level 3 wizard. Realizing this, Herag immediately considered the potential threat. After leaving the X-617 world, he must head back to Serlandir's territory as soon as possible. Because many people saw Malcolm enter the black space with him, if Malcolm didn't return, it must be Herag who killed him. If Herag doesn't leave the central region, the neutral zone, quickly, he couldn't escape once Fran finds him. Apart from the flesh and blood, Herag also saw a black sphere in the space ring, which Malcolm used to draw him in for a one-on-one fight, but unfortunately he was killed instead. In this space, the teleportation ring doesn't work because it is already in another space, with no space passage to the wizard plane. Herag took out the black space, and after infusing magic power, he understood how to use this level 3 witchcraft artifact. If he wanted, he could exit this space at any time or enter whenever he wished. The black space can also designate a target and absorb it inside, unless the opponent has special means or is a level 2 wizard who has comprehended rule power. A typical level 1 wizard cannot resist this attraction. However, the magic itself has no killing power. You must take action yourself to deal with the people inside. Moreover, it's not very realistic to keep people trapped inside all the time, because while others exist in the black space, the magic power consumption increases dramatically, requiring you to input a lot of magic power at intervals to maintain it. Otherwise, it won't be long before the people inside are automatically expelled, demanding high magic power from the owner. This level 3 witchcraft artifact has a high tier, so naturally, the consumption is much higher. Hereg felt that if he didn't have enough magic power, he wouldn't necessarily be able to use this artifact. This also indirectly shows how terrifying Malcolm's magic power was, maintaining the black space while fighting Hereg. Hereg saw a thick roll of parchment, which turned out to be a magic called bloodstained skin after he took it out and examined it. It was clear that this was Malcolm's manuscript, detailing the entire process of researching this magic, including various formulas and experimental records. The bloodstained skin greatly enhances a wizard's speed, power, constitution, and other physical qualities, boasting formidable combat abilities. Hereg initially thought about studying it, but abandoned the idea after reading. The reason was that condensing the bloodstained skin required a large amount of human flesh, blood, souls, and grudges, making it a magic that infuriated the heavens and enraged people. If Hereg dared to perform such magic in the land of Dawn, it would be akin to courting death. He didn't have a level 3 wizard as a mentor to shield him. Moreover, Hereg couldn't bring himself to do such things, as he had the most basic moral bottom line. Though the bloodstained skin is powerful, it's nothing compared to his own Titan power, having no learning value. Besides the bloodstained skin, there were many others magic researched by Malcolm. But none were normal. Hereg didn't want to be imprisoned by Serlandir for learning such magic. Hereg initially planned to burn these magical materials, but decided to keep them after some thought. Hereg certainly wouldn't let these magics spread out. His lack of interest in learning doesn't mean others wouldn't. Once circulated, it would probably lead to all sorts of tragedies. Hereg kept them only to study Malcolm's thoughts and ideas, which could be a useful reference. Malcolm indeed had to be called a genius. It's a pity his talents were wrongly applied. Besides the black space, Hereg discovered another level 3 witchcraft artifact, a black umbrella. After taking out the black umbrella, Hereg learned the name of this artifact, Fallen Wings, supposedly made from a feather of a powerful existence from some plane. Fallen Wings is a super-enhanced version of the wildfire tent, capable of directly opening up a space for living and viewing the surroundings. With this, Hereg could draw a mark on a wall, stone, or even a tree, allowing the space of Fallen Wings to appear. Unlike the black space, Fallen Wings can observe the surroundings at any time without worrying about being discovered, since it is in another space. The black space cannot see what's outside, it doesn't know what's happening out there. From this perspective, black space is not suitable for outdoor habitation, while Fallen Wings was likely Malcolm's outdoor dwelling. Hereg also found a level 2 witchcraft artifact, a straw doll about the size of a palm. Cursed doll, after obtaining the target's blood or bodily tissues, it can cause misfortune to befall the target within 24 hours, repeatedly encountering deadly threats. Hereg viewed this as a curse-type artifact, and the curse's effect varies based on the individual. The weaker the target's strength, the more likely they will die from various unfortunate events. But for level 1 and level 2 wizards, it's less easy to die from accidents, mostly encountering troubles. Hereg thought this artifact seemed to be somewhat useless and not very practical. However, if used cleverly, it might yield unexpected effects, depending on the timing of use. Hereg also put away the cursed doll and continued to inventory Malcolm's space ring. Later, Hereg discovered 8 level 1 witchcraft artifacts, some functional, some offensive, and some defensive. These level 1 artifacts were of little use to Malcolm, previously rarely used, and had been left in the space ring gathering dust. Hereg wasn't picky, collecting them all into his space ring, never having too many of these. Aside from these artifacts, there were a great number of precious magic potion materials and casting materials. Hereg collected them all as well. The value of these materials is very high. Whether used personally or sold later, it would yield no small profit. Herag glanced at the suddenly cramped space ring, feeling perhaps it's the night's grass that fattens the horse, as his wallet instantly became full. Unfortunately, there were few magic stones, only scattered ones totaling around 15,000, implying most of them were deposited in a bank out of Herag's reach. Malcolm is dead, and his talisman stones cannot be utilized by others, nor used for bank transfers and similar operations. Herag tossed Malcolm's talisman stone onto the ground, then smashed it into powder with a full force punch. After destroying the talisman stone, Herag continued to inventory Malcolm's space ring, taking out everything of value inside. He hadn't decided what to do with the remaining flesh yet, and he didn't want the space ring because it was too dirty. Who knows how many lives are inside? It's a hot potato that would be hard to explain if someone else found it with him. Herag planned to find an appropriate time later to dispose of this space ring. He hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet. It needed to be handled properly. After carefully checking Malcolm's space ring several times, Herag temporarily put it aside, intending to dispose of it at an appropriate time later. He took out the black space and with a thought returned to the original place. The landing point was still the same as before, but there were no other wizards around, presumably gone to chase the white deer. Most people weren't very concerned about the fight between Herag and Malcolm, as it had nothing to do with them. The main purpose of coming to the X-617 world was to compete for world control, so they naturally couldn't stay in place waiting for the two to come out. Herag immediately surveyed the surroundings, and after not discovering any potential dangers, began searching for the location of the white deer. After obtaining the black space, he immediately had some thoughts. Perhaps the black space could capture the white deer. Herag even suspected that Malcolm had received some advance information, which is why he had the witchcraft artifact, the black space. Perhaps the black space was prepared for him by Fran, specifically for capturing the white deer, but now it was in Herag's hands. Herag spent 4 or 5 hours in the black space, and upon coming out, didn't see a single person. He temporarily didn't know which direction the white deer went, nor could he find anyone to ask. Herag looked around, deduced the direction of human activity from some traces, and then began to track along those traces. Fortunately, there were quite a few people here, which suggested they all chased after the white deer together, leaving clear traces for Herag to easily follow. Herag followed these traces, advancing at full speed. About an hour later, Herag spotted some traces of people. After walking forward a while, he found quite a number of people with wizards appearing everywhere. However, judging by their looks, they seemed to have lost track of the white deer and was scattered around searching. Herag also joined the search team, conducting an environmental scan and searching everywhere. 2 hours later, when Herag flew to the top of a mountain to rest for a moment, he spotted traces of the white deer. Far away under a waterfall, a white deer suddenly appeared, cautiously scanning the surroundings before approaching the creek and lowering its head to drink. Seeing the white deer's traces, Herag immediately sprang into action. No one was following him at this point, which was just right for making his move. At first, some people noticed him and tagged along behind him, as before. But after trailing him for over an hour, realizing Herag was searching aimlessly, they gave up. Since Herag was just wandering aimlessly, they might as well search for themselves so as not to fall a step behind. Herag concealed his presence and silently approached to swiftly deal with the white deer under the waterfall. He slowly crept forward once he got close. Upon reaching a suitable distance, Herag took out the black space and hurled it directly at the white deer. With a thought, Herag made the black space emit a powerful attraction towards the white deer. The white deer quickly became alert, raising its head to look at the black space. Just as it tried to space jump away again, it was already too late, a step too slow. The strong attraction of the black space sucked the white deer in, falling into Herag's hands. Holding the black space, Herag watched the white deer stand bewildered on the desolate ground, frantically space jumping all around, yet unable to escape. At that moment, Herag suddenly felt the surroundings darken. Looking up, he saw the previously cloudless sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Midst the dark clouds, thunder rumbled, foreboding a heavy rainstorm. Herag could clearly feel the energy particles around becoming violent, with many elements starting to converge. He quickly realized that this was the world will of X-617 world, mobilizing some rule power. Herag looked at the cloud-filled high sky without fear, activating some bloodline power before flying straight towards it. A lightning bolt over 10 meters wide struck down, hitting Herag directly. However, aside from some singed hair, his body was unscathed. All the thunder power that entered his body was like a drop of water into the ocean, causing no ripples. The thunder god ancestral bloodline was naturally endowed with the power to control lightning, so he naturally had no fear of it. Upon activating part of his bloodline power, Herag inherently possessed high lightning resistance. Thus, the lightning could do little to harm him. Aside from some paralysis, he suffered no harm. After one lightning bolt, more swiftly followed. In an instant, the lightning became fierce, bolt after bolt striking down amidst deafening thunder, making the scene quite dramatic. In that instant, Herag suddenly experienced a mysterious feeling. He sensed something gathering above him, some existence watching him. Looking up, Herag saw nothing except endless dark clouds, rain and lightning. Yet he clearly felt something above watching him. Herag immediately realized this was likely the world will concentrating, though he couldn't see it. He promptly retrieved the world staff from his space ring, pouring magic power into it, and the world staff automatically flew upwards towards the sky. Herag never understood the principle of the world staff, nor how it operated. Now, upon activating it, the short staff swiftly ascended into the sky, disappearing into the dark clouds. Suddenly, from high above, red lightning like a dense spiderweb flashed through, followed by continuous rumbling thunder. The sound was deafening, making it seem as if the sky would fall, an apocalyptic feeling. However, this scene lasted only briefly, and soon the dark clouds scattered, revealing a clear sky once more. The short world staff automatically flew back down, landing in Herag's hand. When Herag held the world staff in his hand, he suddenly experienced a feeling he had never had before. He felt as if he was connected to this entire world. Herag closed his eyes and could see every corner of this world, sensing everything happening in every place. Not only that, Herag also felt many things he had never sensed before. That is the power of rules. The power of rules is intangible, yet ubiquitous, as this whole world is formed based on rules. Herag opened his eyes, reached out to touch the empty space before him. That was the spatial rules. He could feel himself being completely enveloped by the spatial rules as he was already within them. He just hadn't opened his eyes before, hence never discovered the existence of this power. Herag closed his eyes again, carefully experiencing the omnipresent rule power between heaven and earth. As long as he wishes, he can turn a clear blue sky into one filled with clouds. With a mere thought, he can slowly change the direction of a river, though this change requires time. This is the power of rules, similarly bound by rules. Herag cannot make a tree soar into the sky without reason, because that doesn't conform to the rules. But he can create a gale, allowing the wind's power to uproot the tree. Everything is governed by rules, rules are everywhere. Herag greatly enjoys this moment, feeling as if the world is entirely within his grasp. In this moment, he truly understands what being God's means. Herag realizes that at this moment, he is the world's will here, able to accomplish what he desires through manipulating various rule powers. Shenlin record all my current visions, experiences, and the entire process. Herag knew he could not always wield the world staff, as it was not something a mere level 1 wizard could possess, so he had Shenlin record everything for future reference. This level of the world staff is merely a level 2 witchcraft artifact, but after seizing world control, its value can no longer be measured by a level 2 witchcraft artifact. Even if offered to Herag, he wouldn't accept it, as he couldn't bear the pressure that comes with it. Herag has a clear sense of self. Without enough strength, owning such an item would only lead to disaster. To be a temporary master of the world, able to see and manipulate various rule powers, is already the greatest achievement. This is the most important thing for Herag now. Herag opened his eyes, spread his hand, and looked at his fingers. The time rule, like the spatial rules, is still everywhere. In Herag's perception, these rule powers are all flowing, constantly in motion. Herag initially tried to pause the time of the entire world, but realized he couldn't. After thinking it through, he understood that he had control through the world staff, but his strength was still too weak. Theoretically, pausing the world's time through manipulating time rules is possible, but he lacked the sufficient power to support it. Pause time doesn't inherently belong to the world's operational rules. To pause, it requires enough strength to mobilize the rules, yet he can only sense, see, and slightly utilize it through the world staff. Realizing this, Herag didn't attempt to pause time, lest he drained himself accidentally. As a level 1 wizard, he couldn't sustain such a level of rule invocation. With a casual flick of his hand, a gust of wind blew up. He wasn't using any magic, only utilizing the most basic rule power without needing magic power to invoke the rules. Herag then poured some magic power into the world staff, intending to conjure just now the scene of thick clouds and thunderstorms. As soon as he had this thought, magic power was frantically absorbed by the world staff like a floodgate being opened. Herag quickly halted the action, and the pouring of magic power ceased. When he looked up, there were already many clouds in the sky, appearing as if it would start raining. Remaining magic power, 36%. Herag checked his remaining magic power, sweating profusely. In a short moment, he had used more than half of his magic power. If thick clouds and thunderstorms occurred following the world's natural rules, it wouldn't consume so much magic power. But now, under a clear blue sky, wanting to forcefully change it to heavy rain requires a personal energy input. Through this experiment, Herag roughly understood the scope within which he could invoke rule power. Put simply, he couldn't greatly change the world's rule operation. If one wishes to make forced changes, sufficient energy input is necessary. Herag now comprehended why the world couldn't directly kill those invaders coming through the spatial channels. Because it doesn't conform to the rules, the world doesn't have the means to kill invaders directly. Instead, can only cultivate a child of the plane to indirectly expel the invaders. As Herag was experiencing various rule powers, he realized quite a few wizards had arrived. Among these wizards was someone Herag really didn't want to see. Metal. Metal looked gloomily at Herag, floating mid-air, holding the world staff. He was in a very bad mood now, and all the wizards present knew what this scene signifies. None of them expected Herag to seize world control in such a short time. They all lost. Now, as soon as Herag activated the teleportation ring, returned to the wizard plane, it would mark Surlandir's victory. Metal squeezed out a forced smile of sunshine and said to Herag below, "Congratulations, Mr. Herag, I never thought you'd succeed." "Thanks for the compliment, just lucky," Herag replied. He didn't rush to activate the teleportation ring as he was pondering a question: whether to directly eliminate Metal to avoid future trouble. But the problem was that there were too many people here. He couldn't possibly kill them all. Metal smiled and said, "Mr. Herag, how about we talk business? Give me the world staff and I'll ensure you never lack resources. With us, the Taylor family, as your backing, you'd have everything to continue your study worry-free. Whether wealth, rights, or strength, I can offer you all that. All I need is that little world staff. How about it? Isn't it a worthwhile deal?" Metal smiled. As other wizards approached, some were ready to make a move and snatch it, but upon seeing the standoff between Metal and Herag, they hesitated. They didn't want to provoke Metal, so they decided to wait and see how the situation developed. If they acted now, not only would it offend Metal, but there was also the issue of whether they could defeat him, as Metal was not alone. Herag, holding the world staff, said, "No need, I'm not interested in this deal, Mr. Herag, I advise you to think carefully before answering." Though Metal still wore a smile, his expression had turned cold, and his words were full of threats. Herag ignored him and instead opened his arms with a smile, saying, "Is this what it feels like to become the master of the world? Truly fascinating." Seeing that he was being ignored, Metal, already filled with anger, couldn't hold back anymore. He said coldly, "Herag, if you don't hand that thing over to me, I will kill all your family and friends." "Oh right, according to the information, you have no family, you were even just a stable servant before. However, I remember you do have some friends, right? Those people from the Checky family. Your old acquaintances on the Colson continent. You should be clear with my means, dealing with these people is way too easy. World staff, give it to me. Otherwise, not only you, all those people you know will die." Metal had obviously conducted a detailed investigation into Herag, researching all his experiences, even knowing about matters on the Colson continent. Metal's threat was now naked, abandoning all pretenses. Primarily because he wasn't confident in taking down Herag. With the teleportation ring at hand, Herag could leave at any moment, and Metal wasn't confident enough to instantly kill Herag. In this situation, Metal adjusted his tactics. He used information previously gathered to threaten Herag with the people he knew, making Herag apprehensive. This way, perhaps he could get Herag to voluntarily hand over the world's staff without having to lift a finger. After hearing Metal's words, Herag gripped the staff, glaring at Metal expressionlessly. Seeing this, Metal was pleased and said, "Angry. That means my threat is effective. Hand over the world's staff obediently if you don't want those people to die painfully." Although Herag showed no expression, Metal still keenly sensed the change in Herag's emotions. Seeing Herag's anger indicated that these threats were, in fact, effective against him. Metal wasn't really sure about Herag's relationship with these people. He was simply testing. Suddenly, a golden giant enveloped Metal's body. At the same time, a loud noise resounded behind Metal. He turned around to see Herag, who somehow suddenly appeared behind him, throwing a punch. This punch carried great power, directly triggering the blessing spell on Metal, the Giant Spirit Guardian. The Giant Spirit Guardian is a level 2 blessing type spell that automatically activates to resist an attack when the blessed faces life-threatening danger. This punch by Herag directly activated the Giant Spirit Guardian, meaning under normal circumstances. This punch could have killed Metal instantly. Seeing the Giant Spirit Guardian, Herag wasn't surprised. It was normal for someone like Metal to have protective spells. He had just used spatial rules to appear directly behind Metal. Herag's punch was completely blocked by the Giant Spirit Guardian, and he immediately threw another punch, but it was still blocked, indicating this was not a single-use spell. Seeing that even the Giant Spirit Guardian was activated, Metal was terribly frightened. He knew what this meant. Metal never imagined Herag would be so decisive. He never expected Herag would dare to strike, intending to kill him. When he looked back at Herag, he only saw calmness and a determination to kill in Herag's eyes. Metal was really a bit afraid now. He didn't want to die at the hands of someone like Herag. In his view, he was destined to become a level 4 or even level 5 wizard in the future. How could he die here like this? Metal didn't plan to fight Herag to the death. He valued his life much more highly than Herag's. He initially wanted to force Herag to compromise through threats, to hand over the world's staff. Unexpectedly, Herag's decisive move forced him to abandon this idea. Seeing that Herag had indeed struck, and with lethal intent, Metal realized there was no room for negotiations anymore. Winning or snatching the staff seemed impossible now, as Herag was neither being intimidated nor appeased. "You just wait, once I'm back, we'll settle this account." Metal stared fiercely at Herag before reluctantly activating his teleportation ring to vanish. He didn't want to risk his life. He had to teleport out while the Giant Spirit Guardian was active. If he delayed any longer, he might not get another opportunity to leave. The Giant Spirit Guardian is effective for only a few minutes, capable of resisting even standard spells of level 2 wizards within that time frame. Herag's fist wasn't strong enough to break through the Giant Spirit Guardian yet, at least not in his current form. Seeing Metal teleport away, Herag had no way to stop him. With the teleportation ring in play, there was no way to keep someone if they weren't killed instantly. The expedition team provided these teleportation rings to minimize the wizard's casualties as much as possible. Herag glanced around at the other wizards, who, upon noticing his gaze, warily stepped back. Many had witnessed Herag suddenly appear behind Metal. They all knew Herag could now potentially control a certain level of rule power. Engaging him now would be unwise. The wizards began to teleport back, recognizing that Herag had taken control of the world. Staying would only increase their danger. As Herag watched them leave one by one, he thought for a moment and activated his teleportation ring to leave as well. He needed to hurry back to prepare for Metal's retaliations. Being even a few steps late could render escape from the central region impossible. Metal would certainly unleash a storm of revenge against him. If it were only himself, it wouldn't be as concerning. But if metal targeted Reese, David, and others, the consequences could be dire. Given Metal's status, if he decided to deal with him, Harag didn't think he would receive much help. To be precise, Harag cannot place his hope in others. Parker might be able to help him, but at most, it would only be to ensure Harag's safety. As for the others, Parker surely wouldn't care, so Harag would have to figure it out himself. As Harag thought about these issues, he infused his magic power into the teleportation ring. A flash of light, and he vanished from sight. Lord Bannings, the people in the X-617 world are becoming fewer, but not a single person has been teleported out. Beside the teleportation altar, a wizard named Lairs reported to Bannings. Lairs was in charge of managing the teleportation altar and could sense how many people were still inside. Bannings looked gravely at the teleportation altar, already sensing something ominous. During this period, no one had been teleported out. They knew how many people were still inside, but they couldn't tell the specifics of the situation or what was happening in there. They had sent people in to investigate, but no one returned, each person disappearing one after another. The number of people in the X-617 world was slowly decreasing, yet no one came out. This suggested that the people inside might have died in there, leaving them no chance to teleport out. At first this seemed normal, as wizards dying is quite a common occurrence. But gradually, the wizards guarding outside the Twilight Temple felt something was off. Not a single person teleported out, clearly against reason. Could it be that they all died instantly with no chance to escape? Upon hearing the news, Banning sent people in to investigate, but those sent in never came back. That's when everyone realized something might be seriously wrong in the X-617 world. As they were trying to figure out what was happening inside, a mutation occurred. The number of people inside the X-617 world rapidly decreased, but none of those reduced numbers came out. Within just a few hours, there were only a little over 30 wizards left inside that world. The others were all gone. Disappearance meant two things: death or teleportation out. Since no one had teleported out, it indicated they all died in there. What kind of situation would lead to such a massive death toll without anyone being able to escape? Bannings mused over the possible scenarios. Suddenly, something came to his mind, and he said to Lairs, "Let me see the teleportation ring." Lairs immediately handed over a teleportation ring. Holding the ring, Bannings rolled it between his fingers, scrutinizing it. After watching it for a while, he asked, "Have these teleportation rings been tested?" Lairs bowed his head and said, "Every teleportation ring has been tested many times. Both in accuracy and stability, all tests showed no issues. They should teleport back to this point just fine." "Are you sure? Maybe not," Bannings continued to inquire. "Who crafted these teleportation rings?" "By the witchcraft artifact crafting master, Mr. Alanis," Lairs replied. Bannings rubbed the teleportation ring in his hand, whispering, "Alanis, I should go see him." "Sir, do you mean there's a problem with the teleportation rings?" Lairs asked. Bannings replied, "It's only a hypothesis, but for so many people not to come out is too unusual. I don't believe they all just died in there. If the issue lies within the rings themselves, then everything makes sense." Problems with the teleportation rings. Lairs understood the possibility but felt a chill down his spine. If the teleportation rings were indeed faulty, then those wizards who entered the X-617 world might as well be dead. He knew the chaos within plane space very well, and if one were teleported into a chaotic spatial torrent, even crystallization wizards had little chance of survival. More importantly, these wizards were promising talents from various factions. If something happened to them, just the thought of it made Lairs break out in a cold sweat. Holding the teleportation ring, Bannings made a few space jumps to arrive outside Alanis's blacksmith shop. He glanced at the old shop sign, adjusted his monocle, and stepped inside. The inside of the shop was clean and tidy, unlike the disorder seen in many other blacksmith shops. Bannings suddenly remembered this was a place for making witchcraft artifacts. He nearly mistook it for an ordinary blacksmith shop. Walking through the narrow shop, he didn't see anyone and moved further inside through a small path. Arriving in a dimly lit room, Bannings saw Alanis lying peacefully on a recliner. "Something's wrong." Bannings noticed something amiss. he couldn't hear Alanis's heartbeat. He quickly approached the recliner and, upon inspection, discovered that Alanis was indeed dead. Alanis had no wounds on his body, seemingly having died of natural causes. Moreover, it appeared he'd been dead for some time. Since Alanis had no family or friends, no one knew he died at home. If not for the fact that a wizard's body is more resilient than an ordinary person's, decomposition would have already set in. Dying right at this time, it's too much of a coincidence. Bannings realized it was highly likely the teleportation rings had malfunctioned. The timing of Alanis's death was too coincidental to be chance. Hurriedly, Bannings returned to the Twilight Temple, informing the others of what had transpired and expressing his suspicions. Soon, this matter reached various factions, and people began arriving at the Twilight Temple to start an investigation. The craft of making teleportation rings was not complicated. There were many witchcraft artifact crafting masters, not just Alanis. Since Alanis had never had any anomalies in his life, the expedition team chose him to fulfill this batch of orders. But no one expected that this person, who had masked himself all his life, would leave such a trap on the verge of death. Undoubtedly, Alanis was a master in crafting witchcraft artifacts, the teleportation rings he made, of high quality and very stable. The expedition team had initially conducted checks and tests on each teleportation ring, finding no issues. Yet no one imagined that Alanis had hidden an extremely small witch array within them. This tiny witch array usually served no purpose and showed no anomalies. Its only function activated upon Alanis's death, initially recording the teleportation altar coordinates at the Twilight Temple. Upon activation, one should have been teleported back here. Under normal circumstances, indeed, there would be no problem. The problem lies within the tiny witch array, inside the teleportation ring. After Alanis's death, this witch array would be activated, and subsequently the teleportation coordinates would be changed. The teleportation ring was quickly analyzed, and the Wizard Alliance discovered the trick hidden inside this teleportation ring. However, the current issue is that no one knows the coordinates after the witch array's alteration. Because this witch array can only be activated once, it automatically becomes ineffective after serving its purpose. No one knows the location of the coordinates set by Alanis. Hence, it's impossible to know where the wizards in World X617 were ultimately teleported to. Without knowing the exact coordinates, it's impossible to carry out the subsequent rescue operations. The missing wizards were talented individuals from various factions and could not be abandoned, so everyone was trying to find a way to rescue them. The only good news in this incident is that the coordinates must be of a plane where the expedition team has already established a space channel, because only such coordinates would enable the teleportation ring to work. If an arbitrary, unorganized coordinate in a space time stream was used, it would be an invalid coordinate. The teleportation ring would not work properly, and those wizards would not be teleported. Thus, the coordinates initially set by Alanis were definitely of a plane explored by the Land of Dawn. Having a rough area in mind, the expedition team quickly started their actions. The first step was to send messages to members across various planes, informing them of the situation, and asking them to keep an eye out for any signs of these wizards. If found, they must be rescued immediately. The orders were issued, but no feedback was received in a short period. There are many planes where the expedition team has established space channels, including low-tier worlds and middle-tier worlds. The danger levels of these worlds vary and are not significantly related to the plane's rank, but rather to how much the expedition team has developed them. If they are planes that have been fully developed and conquered, the dangers would be much lesser anyway. There's everywhere with expedition team members. But in some planes, where the expedition team just established space channels, even the expedition team doesn't fully understand them. Under such circumstances, even if it's a low-tier world, there could still be many unknown dangers. All participants in the cradle operation are crystallization wizards. To them, it doesn't matter if it's a low-tier or middle-tier world. The strong wind blew, stirring up a sky full of yellow sand. Before him was a vast and boundless go-by desert, and there were cracks everywhere on the ground. The moment Harag arrived here, he knew for sure he wasn't on the wizard plane. Besides the scene before him, he also sensed that the atmosphere here was entirely different. It was neither the abyss plane nor the wizard plane, nor did it resemble the elf plane. Since Harag temporarily became the master of the world, he developed a sharper sense of plane atmospheres. He glanced at the teleportation ring on his finger, understanding that something was wrong with this item. Harag wasn't sure if it was just his teleportation ring having issues or if everyone's teleportation rings were like this. He even suspected his teleportation ring might have been tampered with by someone sent by metal, causing the current situation. If that's the case, Harag felt a bit worried for Reese, David, and even the Checky family. The most urgent task at hand was to quickly find a way back to the wizard plane, as it's the most important thing. Harag knew the situation was urgent, but he remained calm without panic. He unfolded Shenlon's environment probing and started observing his surroundings. The most vital thing was to clarify what this place was and to which plane it belonged. Only after determining this could the subsequent plans be discussed. Harag looked at the sky and found several large celestial bodies hanging in the sky, which were likely satellites of this star. He sensed the distribution of stars using the starry sky meditation technique, confirming this was a plane he had never been to. The go-by desert was desolate. Aside from some hidden animals everywhere, there was no sign of other people. Harag walked towards what seemed like an exit of the go-by desert based on the vegetation distribution. He didn't know if it was the correct direction, but he tried to walk out. After walking for several hours, Harag discovered the vegetation gradually increased, proving his choice was correct. If he continued backward, it would likely lead to a desert-like place. It seemed that although this was a different plane, some basic rules were still the same. During his time as the master of the world, Harag had numerous insights about rules. He found that in the planes he visited, like the wizard plane, elf plane, world X617, and this current plane, the fundamental rules seemed somewhat similar. Of course, this was just Harag's personal feeling and wasn't very accurate. Having just come out of the master of the world state, he still had a slightly keen sense of these rules. Harag recalled that only the abyss plane felt somewhat different, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what made them different. He only had a vague perception. The abyss plane was very distinct from the planes he visited before. That was a very evident feeling. Harag took out the world staff from the space ring. It couldn't be activated anymore. It would only work once he entered the X617 world again. He couldn't help but ponder a question: if much time had passed, could this world staff still control the world will of that world? If not, would it be considered the task completed or not? Harag thought about it, then shook his head. Better to wait until he could return to the wizard plane to address these matters, as he still hadn't figured out the current situation. He glanced at his left hand, sensing the plane coordinates of his left hand, confirming it was in an activatable state. This meant that Harag could still temporarily enter the abyss plane from this plane by activating the plane coordinates. Harag continued to walk on the go-by desert, and a few hours later nightfall came. Just as he was about to find a place to rest, he suddenly detected some commotion over 1,000 meters away through environmental probing. 5 kobolds, each about 2 meters and 3 tall, holding weapons like wolf fang clubs, giant hammers, and long blades, were chasing a human. This was a woman wearing a robe, with long blonde hair, fleeing in a sorry state. Her robe already had several broken spots, and her left arm was hanging limp, seemingly with a fractured bone. Harag carefully discerned for a while and found that this woman was indeed Tessa, who was following Metal. He had followed Metal for a while and was familiar with this woman, so he recognized her upon seeing her. Tessa's hair was disheveled, her clothes torn, looking extremely bedraggled. The 5 kobolds behind her, although large in size, moved with surprising swiftness. Their muscles bulged out, making them look exceptionally strong. They panted heavily, their eyes fixated on the fleeing Tessa. It was a gaze akin to someone who hasn't eaten for a long time, staring at food. Having sustained serious injuries, Tessa's magic aura was chaotic, only stabilizing enough to conjure a fiery shield around her. The moment the shield appeared, a giant wolf fang club was hurled towards her, striking the shield squarely. Although the fiery shield managed to withstand the attack, it shattered immediately afterward. Tessa, being a level 1 crystallization wizard, had her level 1 shield break after just one attack, showcasing the immense power behind the Wolf Fang Club. The club's tremendous force crashed into the shield, sending Tessa flying. When Tessa rolled to the ground, though unhurt from the attack, she still scrambled up in terror and continued running. As she ran, she gathered magic in her hand, and after forming a large fireball, hurled it towards the kobolds behind her. The kobold, seeing the fireball, quickly dodged. But the kobold following closely behind didn't have time to evade and was hit directly by the fireball. The kobold toppled over from the impact of the fireball, then clambered back up, continuously growling while speaking in a language that Herag couldn't understand. The fireball technique seemed to cause little damage. Only the kobold's chest area was slightly charred, with no substantial harm. Herag frowned at this scene. Despite Tessa being a crystallization-level wizard, her fireball had little effect on these kobolds. The robustness of the kobolds was incredible. Being hit directly by a fireball, yet shrugging it off and continuing their pursuit. Herag observed the kobolds closely, noting their speed, strength, and constitution were ridiculously strong, much stronger than that of an ordinary level 1 wizard. Most wizards focus on spell research, unlike Herag, who emphasizes strengthening physical power. Herag compared himself, confident that in his Titan power form he could handle these kobolds without issues. He pondered for a moment, then hastened his pace towards Tessa. Not to save Tessa, but to ask her some questions. Since Tessa was here, Metal might also be nearby. Upon finding Tessa, Herag wanted to quickly find Metal and finish him off neatly, leaving no future troubles. As Herag advanced rapidly, he kept an eye on the situation over there. He realized he might not make it in time, being over 1,000 meters away. Tessa, being gravely injured, couldn't run fast and had to rely on gathering magic to flash away. But due to her injuries, her magic aura was chaotic, and seemingly she had little magic left, making it difficult to use flash consecutively. Several times, Tessa barely dodged the attacks from behind, her figure already tottering. Most of her magic was spent, and her space ring was nowhere to be found, preventing her from using magic potions to replenish herself. Suddenly, Tessa heard a gust of wind behind her and knew it wasn't good, just as she was about to dodge. However, she found it difficult even to lift her leg, realizing her body had reached its limits. Not only was her magic depleted, but even her physical strength was nearly exhausted. Since arriving in this place, Tessa had faced multiple attacks, fleeing in a haphazard manner. When she felt her legs go weak, a sense of impending death arose within her. The next moment, a heavy blow struck the back of her head, sending her flying. Tessa saw a stout giant approaching quickly in front of her before her consciousness plunged into darkness. Still not in time, Herag saw a kobold wielding a large wooden club, striking towards Tessa's nape. Tessa's nape caved in instantly. After she flew and rolled on the ground, she glanced at Herag before passing away. Herag sighed. He just couldn't hold on a little longer. He had arrived as quickly as he could, but still wasn't in time. Now there was no chance to ask any questions. The kobold that killed Tessa sprinted to her corpse, grabbing and ripping her fractured arm completely off. The kobold tore off the arm and immediately started devouring it, feasting on the fresh flesh. Apparently starved for a long time, the kobold realized Herag's presence only after taking several bites. The kobold immediately grew wary, picking up the large wooden club nearby, eyeing Herag vigilantly. At this point, the other 4 kobolds had also arrived, looking at Herag with hostility. Herag's current size and aura was somewhat intimidating, causing the kobolds to hesitate to attack, remaining on guard. With a thought, Herag enlarged the storm giant shield on his left arm. The 5 kobolds exchanged a glance, and then charged at Herag with a mutual understanding. The massive wolf fang club swung directly at Herag's forehead, but since Herag was a head taller than them, it seemed like a child swinging a stick at a strong man. Herag moved his left hand, blocking the wolf fang club with the enormous storm giant shield. Magic aura fluctuated around him, and in a flash, he appeared behind the kobold at the back. The 5 kobolds were puzzled, wondering where Herag had gone. Capitalizing on this opening, Herag pulled a longsword from his space ring, aimed at the kobold's nape, and pierced it directly. Crimson blood spurted out instantly, gushing profusely. The kobold instinctively tried to grab the sword piercing its neck, but felt weak all over and collapsed heavily on the ground. Blood quickly spread across the cracked earth, seeping into the soil and staining the ground a blood-red hue. The pungent odor permeated the air, and the remaining 4 kobolds tightened their grip on their weapons, realizing Herag's strength. Herag glanced at the broadsword lying at his feet, which was the weapon used by the kobold he just killed. He bent down, picked up the broadsword, and swung it around, finding it quite suitable. The longsword he usually wielded was somewhat small for his current size, making it unwieldy. The broadsword, with its length, width, and weight, was just right, providing a good fit. A wisp of black kai floated from the kobold's body, and the other 4 kobolds began to inhale violently, drawing the black kai towards them. The wisp of black kai was completely divided among the 4 kobolds, and they seemed quite satisfied with it. Herag was somewhat puzzled about what this black kai was. He had also tried to absorb it, but received no response. This wasn't a regular gas, it was more like some special energy. It seemed only these kobolds could absorb and utilize it. Herag felt that after the kobolds absorbed the black kai, their aura seemed to become slightly stronger. This feeling wasn't very obvious, and he couldn't be entirely certain. After absorbing the black kai, the 4 kobolds grabbed their weapons and charged at Herag, unfazed by the previous scene. Herag held his long blade, watching the 4 incoming kobolds without any panic. He used the storm giant shield to block the attack of a large wooden club, and at the same time swung his blade, directly striking a kobold on his right. Herag's speed and power far surpassed these kobolds. The kobold on the right couldn't see Herag's blade swing at all and naturally couldn't respond. A large kobold head flew high into the air and landed. In the distance, a headless body spurted blood from its neck, collapsing heavily to the ground. The other 3 kobolds finally showed some fear in their expressions upon seeing this. At this time, another wisp of black kai floated from the kobold's body and was absorbed by the remaining 3 kobolds. Herag, with a shield in his left hand and a blade in his right, was the first to chop down. The 3 kobolds seemed to value that wisp of black kai greatly. Even amidst the chaos, they fought to absorb it. Catching the moment, they absorbed the black kai. Herag swung fiercely, slicing down another kobold's head along with its shoulders on the spot. But that wasn't the end. After killing one, Herag twisted his body at a strange angle, following through with the inertia of his swing, and slashed at another kobold. This kobold had a bit of reaction time, raising its long blade to shield itself. However, Herag's power was too great, cleaving both the blade and the kobold in half. In the blink of an eye, only 1 kobold was left. 2 wisps of black kai floated up, spreading in the air. The remaining kobold glanced at the 2 wisps of black kai but had no time to absorb them, only able to look on with a regretful expression. The kobold glanced at the black kai and then at Herag, who had felled 2 companions in an instant, displaying a human-like fear on its face, and turned to run. It realized that Herag wasn't someone they could contend with, a strong sense of fear rising from within, driving it to flee. Herag watched the terrified kobold, tightened his grip on the long blade, and with a flash appeared behind the kobold, then clasped his blade with both hands and struck down, beheading another kobold. In the span of 2 seconds, the area around Herag was already filled with kobold corpses. A wisp of black kai floated up from the kobold's body in front of him, and Herag watched as it dissipated into the air and gradually spread out until it disappeared completely. Herag still couldn't figure out what this black kai truly was. He could only sense it as a type of magical energy, but didn't know how to absorb or utilize it. Judging from how eager the kobolds were to absorb the black kai, it must be something valuable. Looking at the kobold corpses, although the battle was relatively easy, Herag felt no relief. Because judging from the kobolds' attire and behavior, they seemed to be just ordinary mountain bandits or thieves. If even robbers in this world were so formidable, what level of power would this world's truly powerful individuals possess? Herag recalled the scene he had just witnessed. The kobolds seemed as if they hadn't eaten in a long time, famished for quite a while. No matter in which plane, food is the basic necessity. Anyone with some status generally wouldn't lack food. These kobolds, being hungry for so long, were likely just low-level figures. But even these low-level figures had such strong physical power. Thinking of this, Herag's heart grew heavier. He tried to activate the bloodline mark, and found the bloodline power he could mobilize was extremely limited and heavily suppressed. The Thunder God ancestral bloodline power status was too high, resulting in strong suppression. Herag had not yet advanced to a level 2 wizard, and without rule power within him, he had no qualification to contend with the world will, exceedingly limited in unleashing the power of the bloodline mark. Suddenly, Herag thought of something and crouched down to examine the cobbled bodies. He sensed a very weak bloodline power from within the kobolds. The great dark heaven has requirements for absorbing bloodline power, and the kobold's blood just barely reached the absorbable standard. Normally, absorbing such a level of bloodline power would be useless, not even reaching the enhancement level of a mosquito's leg. But Herag was ready to try, wanting to verify his thoughts. Herag extended his hand over the kobold's body, his magical aura fluctuating, as a stone slab silhouette appeared behind him. After using the great dark heaven, he absorbed the faint bloodline power from within the kobolds. After absorption, Herag waited a while, only to find the absorbed bloodline power was too weak, causing no changes. He glanced at the other kobold corpses and went over to continue absorbing the bloodline power from them. After Herag absorbed all the bloodline power from 5 kobold bodies, there was finally some change. Demon power, able to absorb demon aura to strengthen oneself. This was the talent ability extracted from the kobold's demon power. Herag quickly realized that the black kai floating from the kobold bodies was this so-called demon aura. If he could absorb that demon aura, he should be able to enhance his physical power. Herag soon figured out why these kobolds had such strong bodies, relying completely on this talent ability, constantly absorbing black kai to strengthen their bodies. These kobolds had been absorbing black kai for many years, which is why their bodies were so strong. Recalling every detail he had seen, Herag noted that the black kai also varied in thickness, even though the black kai of these kobolds appeared similar in size. But upon closer inspection, he could see the thickness varied slightly. From this, Herag inferred the thickness of the black kai was likely related to the kobold's strength. The stronger the power, the thicker the black kai, and vice versa. The strength gap between these 5 kobolds wasn't something Herag could clearly feel, because the gap was too large. He just struck them down with a single slash. A gust of wind blew by, carrying the scent of blood far away. Herag collected the wolf fang clubs and other usable weapons from the ground for future use. Since the situation here was still unclear, anything potentially useful had to be gathered. After storing the weapons, Herag swiftly left this place. He arrived at the place where Tessa died and checked, confirming she was completely dead, with no chance of revival. If there were a necromancy-specialized wizard, they might be able to awaken Tessa's soul to ask something. But Herag lacked such means, so he let it go. He rummaged through Tessa's body for a while, puzzled by the absence of any space ring. Judging by the various injuries on the body, it was evident she had been attacked multiple times, as the healing stages of the wounds differed, indicating different times of occurrence. Most likely, these kobolds just took advantage. By the time they encountered Tessa, she was already near her end. A level 1 crystallization wizard, reduced to having her skull shattered by a kobold's blow, died just like that. Herag couldn't help but lament the fate of others. Thinking he might be next, he glanced at the direction Tessa came running from. One could already see some areas of the forest. The edge of the go-by desert was nearby, and moving forward, he should encounter other intelligent creatures. Since Tessa was running from that direction, danger must have lurked there. Herag thought for a moment, then decided to explore. Retreating bore no meaning. Retreat would only lead deeper into the desert region, where the likelihood of finding valuable clues was slim. Advancing might be riskier, but contact with intelligent creatures could yield many valuable clues. Having made up his mind, Herag stood up to leave. He suddenly halted, glancing back at Tessa's body, extending a hand to form a fireball and cremating her remains. Tessa bore no enmity toward him. Both hailed from the wizard plane, granting her basic dignity, avoiding becoming food for other creatures. After a few fireball techniques, Tessa's body was thoroughly incinerated. With these tasks concluded, Harag steeled his spirit, proceeding with caution. The vegetation around him gradually thickened. Harag even discovered a meandering stream hidden among the grasses. He followed the direction Tessa had come from and soon discovered a cave. The cave's location was extremely concealed, an underground cave with its entrance as a slope surrounded by dense shrubs. Without environmental detection, Harag would have hardly noticed this cave. At the cave's entrance, he spotted some footprints, identified as belonging to the kobolds. Environmental detection also noted another kobold inside, sleeping soundly on the ground. The cave was cluttered with various objects, bones of different animals, and even human bones. Harag's massive form transformed into a mass of black shadow, swiftly advancing toward the sleeping kobold, stealthily approaching. The shadow moved unimpeded, arriving before the kobold. Harag leaped from the shadow, gripping the long blade in both hands, slicing down vertically. The kobold detected nothing, his head severed in his slumber. The kobold experienced no pain, his life ended just like that. A wisp of black kai floated out from the kobold's body. Seeing it, Harag hastily used his talent ability, demon power, to absorb it into his body. Once inside, the demon aura permeated throughout his body. Harag closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes the demon aura brought. There wasn't much notable sensation, just a faint enhancement to his physical body. Shenlin, what changes did this wisp of demon aura bring to the body? Harag inquired. The demon aura increased strength by 0.1, agility by 0.1, and constitution by 0.1. An increase of 0.1, he mused. Harag hadn't anticipated enhancing by 0.1. His physical strength was already quite high. Such an enhancement at this level was considerable. Harag began contemplating more if he could acquire a substantial amount of this demon aura. Wouldn't it allow him to enhance his physical body to an extraordinary level? Reflecting on the wasted demon aura earlier, he felt a pang of regret. After absorbing the demon aura, Harag wandered around the cave in search of anything valuable. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing of worth. He had hoped to find any written text, but found none. Texts represent civilization, providing much knowledge. With no additional gains in the cave, Harag departed. The surroundings had completely transformed into a forest scene, though curiously, there were scarcely any animals, just a few small ones. Normally, such a large forest area wouldn't be lacking animals. But within Harag's environmental detection range, not even a rabbit was seen, clearly defying logic. He promptly considered that the kobolds appeared as if they hadn't eaten for a long time. Their cave lay so close to the forest. With their physical strength, food scarcity shouldn't have been an issue. Harag also recalled Tessa coming from that direction, already injured at the time. Considering these factors, the forest must contain hidden dangers. Harag cautiously entered the forest, constantly alert to environmental detection feedback. As of yet, he discovered nothing unusual. After stealthily advancing for half an hour, he discovered a pile of excrement. Finding the excrement heightened his vigilance, signaling his entry into some animal's territory. The shadow he had assumed paused briefly near the excrement, then swiftly moved on, soon hearing a distant beast's roar, resonating loudly. Following the roar's origin, Harag moved, soon spotting the source of the noise. A tiger-like creature stood there. Not extremely large, but slightly bigger than ordinary tigers. Is this creature controlling the forest area? Harag speculated uncertainly. Judging by its size, the tiger didn't seem particularly strong. The kobolds should have been able to fight back, rather than huddle between the go-by and forest borders. The kobold cave was filled with bones of various other animals and humans, indicating that they used to go hunting, but have recently been starving. They'd rather go hungry than hunt in the forest, which means there's a much stronger presence around here. At first glance, perhaps it's this tiger. Harag considered for a moment, and decided to bypass the tiger while it hadn't noticed him to avoid a direct confrontation. Although it seemed like he could handle it, there was a chance the tiger's actual combat strength was formidable, and he didn't need to take risks. He had just arrived in this world, and everything needed to be approached cautiously. As he was preparing to retreat and detour, he noticed someone approaching from afar, a teenager appearing about 17 or 18 years old. Ed was the only exorcist in Falling Leaves Town, and at the young age of 17, he single-handedly protected this small town. He lost all his family members during the war, and after wandering to Falling Leaves Town, he was discovered by an old exorcist who noticed Ed's exorcist talent and took him as a disciple. 3 years ago, the old exorcist lost his life in a battle with a demon, leaving Ed with the heavy burden of protecting Falling Leaves Town. Ed took up this responsibility without hesitation and actively protected everyone in the town. When he was a child, he nearly starved to death, and it was the people of Falling Leaves Town who took him in and fed him. For Ed, the residents of Falling Leaves Town were his family, a presence he must defend. He glanced at the pitch-black longsword in his hand, his reliance and source of power. Ed had demonstrated remarkable talent during his exorcist apprenticeship, which left the old exorcist in awe. This world was filled with powerful demons, which could enhance themselves using a type of energy called demon aura. More importantly, the demon aura could be plundered. By killing a target, one could acquire the demon aura within the target. This resulted in the emergence of many immensely powerful demons that grew swiftly like a snowball into terrifying monsters. But humanity was also progressing, and the emergence of exorcists allowed them to catch a breath and barely have the capability to contend with demons. While demons could absorb demon aura to strengthen themselves, a small number of humans could too, and those with this ability were called exorcists. However, merely being able to absorb demon aura wasn't enough, as human bodies were inherently frailer than demons. Therefore, they needed prolonged training and cultivation to gradually enhance their physical capabilities and unlock more potential within themselves. This stage was where one would be considered an exorcist apprentice. Once they awakened their unique exorcist abilities, they could be considered an official exorcist. Exorcists had a wide variety of exorcist abilities. No two were quite the same. The pitch-black longsword in Ed's hand was his exorcist ability, extraordinarily sharp and able to cut through anything so far. Ed discovered that every time he slew a demon and absorbed its demon aura, this sword also became stronger. He and this sword were growing together, gradually becoming more powerful. However, compared to other exorcists, this ability seemed somewhat weak. For instance, some exorcists gained fire manipulation abilities, casually tossing large fireballs with tremendous power. But Ed's ability wasn't as versatile. No matter how strong the sword, he still needed to strike his target. The extent of the sword's power was entirely dependent on Ed's own combat prowess. Compared to other exorcists, Ed, apart from this sword, didn't have any special abilities, much like an ordinary warrior, but with a slightly stronger physique. Thus far, Ed relied entirely on combat techniques he'd learned since childhood and his incredibly sharp black sword for fighting. Unlike other exorcists who, upon awakening, had powerful abilities and could easily handle certain demons, Ed had to fight every demon up close, making it much riskier. A slight mistake could lead to death under a demon's claws. Ed's visit to the Silver Frost Forest this time was mainly to deal with a new demon that had appeared. This demon had already killed 2 hunters from the town, making no one dare to hunt in the Silver Frost Forest anymore. For the townspeople, hunting was the main source of acquiring meat. With this demon around, no one dared to hunt there, cutting off a vital food supply line for the town. More importantly, Ed had to quickly eliminate this newly appeared demon. This was a principle all exorcists understood. If you discover a demon, it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, after a certain period, you may find that the demon has likely grown too strong for you to handle. Thus, upon hearing the news, Ed immediately grabbed his sword and came. After entering the Silver Frost Forest, drawing from years of experience, he quickly identified probable locations of demon activities based on various clues. Ed crouched low, moving silently through the jungle like a wild animal, making no noise. He was too familiar with this forest, able to navigate freely even with his eyes closed. When Ed saw the tiger in the distance, he halted. The tiger appeared very ordinary, seemingly just a typical fierce beast. But Ed, based on his years of experience, knew it wasn't that simple. On the contrary, it indicated the tiger was extremely dangerous, potentially already a Tier 1 demon. Low-level demons and high-level demons correspond to exorcist apprentices' strength, while Tier 1 demons match official exorcists' strength. Tier 1 demons, like official exorcists, possessed some special talent abilities, making them particularly troublesome. It understood this but didn't back down, pondering how to take down this tiger. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew through the forest, rustling the trees softly, creating an unusually tranquil and relaxing atmosphere. But Ed's eyes widened abruptly, thinking, crap. The breeze had blown over to the tiger, carrying Ed's scent over. Ed couldn't have assumed that the tiger's sense of smell was ordinary. Sure enough, the tiger, which had been lying on the ground resting, suddenly lifted its head, looked over, and spotted the hidden Ed. Ed's gaze sharpened, decisively making his move, his figure resembling an arrow as he shot forward, charging straight at the tiger's face. He appeared like a sword himself, moving with incredible speed. The tiger immediately rose, roaring furiously at Ed, following which black smoke began to emanate from its entire body, and its size started to change. What had seemed to be an ordinary tiger had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a massive black tiger towering up to 5 meters high. The black tiger opened its mouth and spewed out a bowl of black flames. If Ed didn't change his direction, he would crash into the black flames. As expected, a Tier 1 demon. Naturally, Ed wouldn't choose to clash directly with the black flames. He was just flesh and blood. After adjusting his direction, he landed to the side of the tiger. As soon as Ed landed, the tiger leaped over, extending its claws toward him. Upon close contact, Ed felt the enormity of the tiger's size. Just one tiger claw was like a large millstone, sweeping down with a fierce gale. Ed's pupils contracted slightly as he agilely leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the tiger's attack. At the same time, his black sword slashed past, leaving a not-so-shallow wound on the tiger's paw, spraying out a torrent of black tiger blood. The tiger let out a miserable cry, filled with anger, thoroughly enraged by Ed. A huge black pillar swept across, breaking countless trees along the way. Ed took a closer look and realized the huge black pillar was actually the tiger's tail, as hard as steel. He remained calm, timing it right, and at the moment when the tail was about to sweep in front of him, he leaped and stepped onto it. Borrowing momentum from the tail, he propelled himself outward with the force of the sweep. In the blink of an eye, Ed landed on the tiger's back, and with his black sword he stabbed directly into the tiger's back. The indomitable black sword pierced deeply into the tiger's flesh, as if it were tofu. The tiger was instantly severely injured, its tail lashing violently. This time the speed was much faster. Ed had no time to react and was swept away before he could pull out his black sword. It spat out a mouthful of fresh blood on the spot, the immense force making him feel like his internal organs were all dislocated. If he hadn't absorbed considerable demon aura over the years and significantly strengthened his body, this single tail sweep might have taken his life. After being swept away, Ed crashed into a large tree, breaking it, and rolled to the ground. He had just climbed to his feet when he quickly leaped to the side, as the tail smashed down where he had been. The tiger immediately pounced again, its movements extremely swift, clearly not intending to give Ed any breathing room. Ed clutched his black sword, severe pain radiating from his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He knew he was already severely injured and feared he might be unable to leave the Silver Frost Forest. So he made a decision. Even if he died, he had to take this tiger with him, as a final act for Falling Leaves Town before his death. This was the fate of most exorcists, to die at the hands of demons. At this moment, Ed felt unprecedented calm. Everything around him seemed to slow down, the tiger's pounce appearing in slow motion. He could clearly see the trajectory of the tiger's claws, and if he didn't dodge, they would pierce his chest. Ed saw it, but he still didn't dodge, because this was his only chance to chop off the tiger's head. He was going to fight the tiger to the death. In Ed's pupils, the tiger's figure drew nearer, and he was ready to face death. He tightly gripped the black sword in his hand, ensuring he wouldn't loosen his grip due to the impending severe pain, wanting to guarantee he could swing that final stroke to sever the tiger's head. However, a crack suddenly appeared in the tiger's massive body. From the center of the tiger's brow, its immense body split in two. A large amount of blood and organs fell to the ground, and the two halves of the tiger's body also crashed down, its blood staining the ground black. Behind the tiger, a giant with a burly build, clad in dark golden armor, held a long blade looking at him. A thick black kai wafted from the tiger's corpse, all absorbed by the giant. Ed knew this was demon aura, but he didn't attempt to snatch it. He hadn't killed the demon. Power plus 1.1, agility plus 1.1, constitution plus 1.1. Herag Merlin, power 33.8, agility 33.9, constitution 35.6, spirit 78.5, magic power 100%. After absorbing the thick demon aura from the tiger, Herag immediately checked the changes in his physical data. The demon aura within this tiger was indeed abundant, significantly boosting his stats by 1.1 each. Herag had been lurking nearby, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. He initially intended to leave and not provoke the tiger, but with someone else probing the tiger's strength for him, Herag wouldn't stand on ceremony. This tiger, after its transformation, was many times stronger than those kobolds and possessed considerable demon aura. It was this demon aura that Herag had his eye on, so he chose not to leave. When the tiger pounced, that was the ideal moment to act. Herag didn't hesitate at all, decisively emerging from the shadowy corner, swinging his long blade to cleave the tiger in half. He glanced at the stunned youth looking at him, contemplating whether to deal with him. After thinking for a moment, Herag chose not to act. He had yet to ascertain the situation here, and, finally encountering a human, he decided not to create unnecessary trouble. Killing a small fish might attract a bigger one later, and he could use this youth to gather some intelligence. Mainly because the youth displayed no hostility, just a shocked expression. It stared blankly at the scene before him. The suddenly appearing man possessed overwhelming power, cutting such a large demon in half with a single stroke. The long blade was roughly crafted, yet capable of cleaving the demon with such a weapon, indicated the man's terrifying strength. What level of exorcist is this? Could it be a high-tier exorcist, or even perhaps an apostle-level exorcist? At this moment, Ed was shocked by Herag's power, having no thought at all of attacking Herag. Because in his understanding, exorcists dealt with demons and wouldn't attack each other without conflicting interests. An official exorcist is surpassed by a high-tier exorcist, and above that is known as an apostle. Every apostle is an absolute figure of significance, someone Ed had never seen in his life, only heard about. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life." Reacting, Ed immediately knelt down on one knee to express his gratitude to Herag. Herag couldn't understand his language, but could interpret his actions and expressions, probably thanking him. Shenlin, start collecting language information from here, and organize it into systematic knowledge as soon as possible. The language barrier was a major issue, so Herag had to let Shenlin collect data first. With enough data, he could easily master the language here. Mission has been archived, recording and analyzing relevant language data. From this moment on, Shenlin began to collect, record, and analyze the language data here, assembling and organizing it into a new language. Although different languages vary greatly, their principles are quite similar, so integration is not a difficult task for Shenlin. Which direction can I leave this place?" Herag asked. Ed, upon hearing him speak in a language he couldn't understand, realized that Herag must be a foreigner, leading to the language barrier. He stood up and first put away his black sword, indicating he had no hostility. Ed's black sword is his awakened ability, so he can dispel it when not needed. Seeing this, Herag also slung his long blade onto his back. He thought for a moment, pointed outside the forest and gestured in a few directions. Ed watched for a while, roughly understanding what Herag meant. He guessed that Herag must have gotten lost in the Silver Frost Forest, thus asking how to get out. After walking a few steps in one direction, Ed turned back, smiling and waving hand to signal Herag to follow him. Herag understood he was guiding him, so he followed along. Thinking for a moment, he stretched out his hand and opened his palm in front of Ed, offering a bottle of white sage potion. Ed took the potion from Herag's large palm, looking at Herag with some confusion. Herag made a drinking motion to show him how to use it. This young man was severely injured, and without treatment, he might not last long before collapsing on the road. Once Ed understood, he didn't hesitate, pulled out the wooden stopper, and drank the white sage healing potion. He didn't believe Herag would harm him. Ed was already severely injured and close to death. He only wanted to guide Herag out before he died. Even in his prime, he couldn't be a match for Herag. So there was no need to use poisoning against himself. After drinking the white sage healing potion, Ed immediately felt the potion's miraculous effect. The injuries within him were healing rapidly, so fast that he was astounded, having never seen a potion with such efficacy in his life. This must be a treasure. Ed had only heard about such treasures in some legendary stories from wandering poets. He initially thought those were just legends, but today he unexpectedly experienced it firsthand. This level of treasure was just handed to him, and he felt deep gratitude towards Herag once again, getting so excited over a white sage healing potion. From Ed's reaction, Herag gleaned that the level of medicine here wasn't very advanced. At least within the level this boy had encountered, there were no good medicines. After consuming the white sage healing potion, Ed's injuries immediately stabilized and began to heal quickly. His physical constitution was already good, so combined with the white sage healing potion, the recovery was doubly effective, leaving no threat to his life. Once the injury stabilized, Ed led the way. He was so familiar with the area that he guided Herag out of the silver frost forest without any pauses. Herag recorded the entire journey mentally, realizing that without Ed, he would have spent a lot more time trying to find his way out. With Ed leading the way, they emerged in just 3 hours. In the distance from the silver frost forest lay a small town. The town was surrounded by wooden walls, some sections were piled with stones. Herag looked at this roughly built wall, feeling it was useful only against wild animals. For demons, such a wall was just ornamental. It led Herag toward Falling Leaves town. Just as they passed a corner, a bearded uncle emerged from a bush. The bearded uncle looked cautiously at Herag. "Ed, who is this?" "Oh, Uncle Hank, he's a foreigner and a strong exorcist. He just saved me in the Silver Frost Forest. The new demon in Silver Frost Forest was defeated by him, so everyone can safely go hunting now. By the way, Uncle Hank, send someone in to retrieve the demon's meat. It's a big tiger with plenty of meat to last everyone for a long time," Ed said. After Ed spoke, Hank still cautiously eyed Herag, primarily because Herag's stature was intimidating. 4 meters tall. Dressed in full dark gold armor with a massive long blade slung behind him, Hank had to be cautious. But since Ed vouched for him, Hank couldn't very well turn Herag away. At least for now, Herag hadn't shown any hostility. Provoking him recklessly would only bring trouble to Falling Leaves town. More importantly, they needed to retrieve the demon's meat from Silver Frost Forest. It was food. Most demon's meat is edible, not only filling but also granting strength, while ordinary people can't absorb demon aura. Like exorcists, eating demon's meat can still strengthen their bodies. However, demon's meat was precious and typically reserved for the town's young and strong. These individuals maintain the town's stability and are its future hope. After Ed explained these things to Hank, Hank followed them back to Falling Leaves town and organized a group to retrieve the demon's meat from where Ed indicated. Herag's imposing figure in the town naturally drew a lot of attention. Initially, the townspeople were a bit fearful, but seeing Ed brought him and noting how Herag didn't intend to harm anyone, their fear subsided. Some children even bravely approached Herag, looking up at him in awe and marveling continuously. One little boy even directly hugged Herag's leg and started climbing up. This scene startled Ed, as this was a powerful exorcist, and provoking him could have dire consequences. "Magi, get down," Ed shouted, moving to get the boy down. Herag chuckled, gently lifted the little boy by the collar with his fingers, and carefully set him aside. "I'm sorry, sir." Ed hurried over to apologize, pulling Magi along to apologize as well. Magi, seeing Ed so serious, realized his mistake, nose bubbling as he bowed in apology. Herag waved it off, indicating it was no big deal. He certainly wouldn't get angry with a 3-year-old child. After witnessing this, the other townspeople gained a better impression of Herag. Previously on edge, they relaxed, no longer worried that Herag was a malicious person. After all, how could someone bad be so gentle with children? Ed led Herag to his cabin, wanting to introduce it, but remembered that Herag couldn't understand his language. though he used gestures, combined with some words and tones, to help convey his meaning. Herag glanced at the small cabin, which was sufficient for one person, and it was very clean and tidy inside. However, given his current size, a normal house couldn't accommodate him. Herag wasn't planning on returning to a human form. The Titan form might not be convenient for daily life, but it offered a level of safety. Often, it also served as a deterrent, warding off many troubles without direct confrontation. It realized that Herag's size was too large for his home to accommodate. This put him in a difficult position, as he couldn't let Herag stay outside. Herag looked at the yard and waved his hand to bring out the magical tent. The tent's interior had ample space, more than enough for him to live in. It was surprised to see the suddenly appearing tall tent, not understanding where Herag had gotten it from, simply assuming it was one of Herag's treasures. He had heard about many mysterious treasures before, but now he had seen one firsthand. Herag entered the magical tent to test it. There were no issues, and it was spacious enough for him to move freely. He planned to live in this town for some time, mainly to master the language here. The language barrier was a major problem. If not resolved first, everything afterward would be inconvenient, even impossible. During this time, Herag could also familiarize himself with the local customs, observe people's lifestyles, and subtly gather a lot of information. He didn't know if there was an expedition team from the wizard plane in this world. If there was, wizards would certainly be seen as enemies. This was why Herag hadn't used the Titan power. If they found out he was a wizard, his situation would become more dangerous. Herag was constantly considering how to return. If there were expedition team members here, it would make things easier. Finding a wizard from the expedition team would allow him to return. Initially, Herag was eager to go back, but now he wasn't in a hurry. His previous urgency was solely due to the threat posed by metal. Now it seemed likely that the teleportation ring from the cradle operation had malfunctioned, causing them to be transported here. Metal was also very likely here. After figuring this out, Herag immediately changed his subsequent plans. First was to find Metal and eliminate him. In this world, eliminating Metal would have almost no repercussions, and no one from the Taylor family would know. The real issue was how to find him. Herag also planned to use the talent ability of demon power to absorb the demon aura and strengthen himself as much as possible. If he could deal with Metal, he had no intention of returning to the wizard plane soon. There were plenty of demons here. He just needed to be cautious and target those that were easier to deal with. To Herag, these demons were potential sources of power, waiting for him to harvest. It had no desire for Herag's magical tent, only thinking that Herag was indeed a powerful exorcist, must have had rich experiences, and wanted to learn from him. By dusk, the young team that had gone out to transport demon meat returned. They hadn't finished, despite working the whole afternoon, and had to return as it got dark. They planned to check again tomorrow, but based on past experiences, there wouldn't be much left. Many other beasts and demons lurked in the forest, finding the demon flesh equally irresistible. The tiger's corpse would be gnawed to bones within a night. The demon meat was piled up in the center of the town square, where a group of people was busy. First, they cut the meat into strips of roughly equal size, making it convenient for distribution later. Then a simple curing process followed, since it was impossible to consume all this meat in a short time. Of course, Ed had asked Herag beforehand if he needed any of the meat. Herag just waved his hand. He couldn't eat so much alone. He had enough food in his space ring, lacking no food at the moment. For the townspeople, this meat was essential to sustenance, and they needed it more. Herag stood at the edge of the square, watching them handle the demon meat. Ed gestured to tell him that once cured and air-dried, they would give some demon meat to him. Herag simply nodded, not really caring about it. While it might make ordinary people stronger, the improvement was negligible for him. A bonfire was lit at the square's edge, with men, women, the elderly, and children singing and dancing around it, a celebration of the abundant food harvest. It wasn't until late at night that the crowd gradually dispersed, with the demon meat processed and distributed to all town residents. Families with young adults got more, while those with only elderly members got less. No one had any objections, as it had always been this way. Herag participated in the bonfire party, having some of the delicious food offered by the people. Demon meat, charred outside yet tender inside. The taste was admittedly excellent, with the meat quality being top-notch. Returning to the magical tent, Herag began his meditation practice, using the divine core energy from his bloodline mark to accelerate his meditation. As he meditated, he pondered. If he reached the crystallization wizard limit but still couldn't leave this plane, what then? To become a level 2 wizard, he needed two things: a second-level spell and the key of rules which he currently lacked. Thinking of this, Herag suddenly took out the black sphere in the black space and glanced inside. The white deer was still there, lying down as if it were hungry. The black space was desolate, with nothing for it to eat. Is this considered a key of rules? The white deer possessed a talent ability to manipulate spatial rules, leading Herag to wonder if absorbing its bloodline would equate to mastering spatial rules. Once this idea formed, Herag immediately acted, diving straight into the black space. Upon entering the black space, the white deer suddenly raised its head, and upon seeing Herag it appeared terrified, leaping 100 meters away. Yet, this was a small space. No matter how the white deer ran, it remained confined. Unable to escape, Herag did not chase the white deer. Instead, he took out a handful of grass and said, "Want to eat?" The white deer stood at a distance, staring warily at Herag, but its gaze immediately focused on the grass when it saw it. Ever since it came in, it hadn't eaten anything. Holding the grass, Herag tempted. "How is it? Looks fresh, doesn't it? If you want to eat it, let's make a trade. You give me a bit of your blood, and I promise you can eat this kind of grass every day." He wasn't sure if the white deer could understand what he meant, so he could only give it a try. As a child of the plain, the white deer should inherently possess some wisdom. Perhaps it could comprehend his meaning. The white deer continued to stare at Herag warily, neither approaching nor retreating. Herag took out a dagger from his space ring and tossed it into the distance, scaring the white deer into a space jump, fleeing far away and watching from a distance. "If you understand and are willing to make this trade with me, leave a little blood on the dagger yourself, and I'll ensure you won't go hungry," Herag said. The white deer stared at Herag, glanced at the dagger on the ground, then at the grass in Herag's hand, as if considering something. It pondered for a long time before slowly approaching the dagger. Seeing this, Herag understood that the white deer could indeed understand his intention. It ultimately lowered its noble head for the grass. The white deer cautiously approached the dagger, keeping a close eye on Herag's actions the whole time. To avoid scaring it away, Herag stood still. Once the white deer got close to the dagger, it extended a forehoof and made a cut on it. Crimson blood immediately seeped from the wound, staining the dagger. The white deer's recovery ability was amazing, quickly stopping the bleeding, and it seemed to be healing rapidly as well. After leaving blood on the dagger, the white deer retreated. Watching from afar, Herag walked over, picked up the dagger, and collected the blood with a test tube. After doing so, he placed the grass on the ground and then left the black space. After he left, though the white deer was hungry, it didn't approach the grass. It stood in place for a long time, and only after not sensing anything unusual did it slowly approach the grass on the ground. Upon getting closer, the white deer began eating the grass to relieve its hunger. Herag watched the white deer's actions from outside for a while, before retracting the black space. He didn't know what species the white deer really was, planning to keep it first and study it gradually later. This white deer did indeed have bloodline power within, something Herag could clearly sense. He glanced at the test tube containing the collected blood and gathered magic power, with a phantom of an ancient stone slab appearing behind him. The bloodline power within the blood was quickly absorbed, and after entering his body, it directly merged into the bloodline mark. It can actually be absorbed by the bloodline mark. Herag hadn't expected that the bloodline power of the white deer was qualified to be absorbed by the bloodline mark. So far, only two kinds of bloodline powers could be absorbed: the Thunder God ancestral bloodline and the Royal Elf bloodline. Now, the white deer's bloodline power had become the third kind. Spirit of the white deer, innately able to harmonize with spatial rules, capable of utilizing spatial rule power to a certain extent. This was the talent ability Herag gained after absorbing the white deer's bloodline power. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. able to distinctly feel the presence of spatial rules. With a thought, Hereg vanished, appearing a few meters away inside the wildfire tent. He roughly estimated that the extreme distance for space travel was around 100 meters, the same as the white deer's. Hereg could feel that after absorbing the white deer's bloodline power, even his physical body seemed to have undergone some changes. This white deer's talent ability was so powerful that it equated to being naturally able to use rule power. Wizards refine their spiritual crystals to the extreme, precisely to possess sufficient strength to bear the spell model of second-level spells. The human body is naturally incapable of bearing rule power. That's why wizards choose this path to carry rule power. But the white deer's bloodline was extremely abnormal, naturally capable of wielding rule power. For them, traversing space was as simple as breathing, an innate talent ability. Since Hereg absorbed the white deer's bloodline power, he now also possessed such ability. Theoretically, Hereg could already learn second-level spells of the spatial element. Because his body could now bear the rule power of the spatial element, this was the transformation brought about by the white deer's bloodline power. Hereg felt as if he was walking a path somewhat different from that of regular wizards, with the upper limit of the great dark heaven spell far exceeding his imagination. However, he wasn't planning to attempt constructing a second-level spell model yet, firstly because his spiritual power was still insufficient, and secondly because his deductions were still purely theoretical. Theoretically, he could learn second-level spells, but in reality, the spell model of second-level spells was extremely complex. Hereg had no intention of gambling on his ability to construct a spell model of a second-level spell in his mind. One mistake could lead to irreversible ruin. He still intended to follow the standard path, progressing step by step, first meditating his spiritual crystal to its utmost, and then constructing the spell model of second-level spells into the spiritual crystal. This was the safer choice. Moreover, currently, Hereg had no second-level spells to learn. Even if he could directly construct a spell model of a second-level spell, it would have to be of the spatial element. The analysis work of the second ancient stone slab was ongoing intermittently, and even with continuous daily magic power expenditure for analysis, it would still take more than a year. Even if it got analyzed, chances were low it would be a spell of the spatial element, as there was no such coincidence. Hereg had already seen from the great dark heaven spell that what's recorded on the ancient stone slab was likely not conventional magic, making it hard to categorize by element. This indirectly increased his consideration of using the magic from the stone slab as a second-level spell for promotion, since finding the corresponding key of rules might be difficult. Hereg planned to wait for Shenlin to fully analyze the stone slab's content, see what kind of magic it was, and then make some corresponding plans. Given the white deer's bloodline power was so strong, Hereg naturally wouldn't let it go to waste. He planned to periodically extract a bit of the white deer's blood, then absorb its bloodline power to strengthen himself, enhancing his understanding and familiarity with the spatial rules. Reflecting on this, Hereg felt the world X-617 had great potential, with a bloodline as powerful as that of a child of the plane. If inherited and developed into a large-scale group, Hereg even believed that if the bloodline power of the white deer were to develop into a group, it might surpass the elf race. If it hadn't been discovered by the wizard plane so early, the X-617 world might become a very powerful world in the future. It's just unknown whether a low-tier world can be promoted to a middle-tier world. This is also a question Hereg is pondering. He wonders if the wizard plane is born as a middle-tier world, and the abyss plane is born as a high-tier world. Probably not. Different planes must have some path of ascension, only Hereg is not clear about it. After absorbing the bloodline power, Hereg glanced at the black space where the white deer was lying and resting, seemingly not fully fed. Hereg had just carelessly pulled a handful of grass from the yard, which wasn't much. For a white deer that hadn't eaten for a long time, this little grass was obviously not enough. Hereg doesn't plan to continue feeding it. He needs to keep the white deer in a state of being not fully fed. Only in this way can he ensure the white deer consistently cooperates, saving many troubles. Anyway, the white deer has a powerful bloodline. There's no problem with it being a bit hungry. Once familiarity is gained, Then he can gradually allow the white deer to be fully fed. Lying on the bed inside the wildfire tent, Herag adjusts his breathing and enters a state of meditation, continuing his meditation. The next morning, Herag slowly opened his eyes, hearing the commotion outside the tent. After coming out of the wildfire tent, Herag saw Ed practicing swordsmanship in the yard. Ed's gaze was steadfast, practicing swordsmanship in an orderly manner. This was the swordsmanship taught to him by the old exorcist, which had no name, merely the summary of the old exorcist's years of combat experience. A thick fog rose in Falling Leaves Town in the early morning. The sun had risen, but sunlight couldn't penetrate the thick white mist, making the sun look like an orange-yellow pancake. Watching Ed practice swordsmanship intently, Herag quickly realized that although this swordsmanship had commendable points, the flaws were still too many. For a master of swordsmanship like him, even if the power, agility, and other physical qualities were exactly the same, he could find the flaws and pierce them with a single stroke. Ed's practiced swordsmanship might be sufficient for general combat, but it had quite a few issues, with many redundant actions not succinct enough. After Ed finished a complete practice session, Herag walked over. He reached out his hand, signaling for Ed to hand him the sword, and Ed handed it over. With the sword, which felt like an embroidery needle to him, Herag closed his eyes, recalling Ed's swordsmanship. In his mind, he completely revised the inadequacies of this swordsmanship. Proving this basic swordsmanship didn't require Shenlin's intervention. Herag's own experience and understanding of swordsmanship were more than enough. Taking a minute to perfect the swordsmanship, Herag opened his eyes. He began to demonstrate the swordsmanship he modified with his current control over his body. He could execute every move to the extreme. Ed stepped aside, focusing intently once Herag began demonstrating the swordsmanship. Originally, he just wanted to observe what Herag's swordsmanship looked like, but as soon as Herag started, he realized this was the very swordsmanship he was using. After a few moves from Herag, Ed's expression became more serious and earnest. Given his high talent, he naturally saw that this was Herag's improved version of the swordsmanship. The moves from Herag's demonstration had some differences and modifications from his own. Ed pondered these changes carefully, finding them to be strokes of genius that directly elevated the swordsmanship by several levels. Every redundant action was eliminated cleanly, resulting in crisp and efficient techniques, greatly enhancing the efficacy of the sword techniques. This has to be a swordsmanship master. In awe, Ed watched Herag demonstrating the swordsmanship, filled with immense admiration for Herag. Just by watching his practice once and picking up a sword, Herag could modify and perfect this technique. How high must one's swordsmanship level be to achieve this? Ed felt increasingly grateful to Herag as this swordsmanship was crucially important to him. The only ability he awakened was the black sword, making swordsmanship the most important thing to him. By improving this swordsmanship, Herag effectively enhanced his strength, greatly boosting his combat capabilities. Ed committed this swordsmanship to memory with great diligence, and due to his high talent, he wouldn't forget it after seeing it once. Now it was only a matter of attaining proficiency. Remembering the swordsmanship was one thing, but being able to perform it effectively was another, requiring long-term practice. After Herag finished demonstratively, he handed the sword back, signaling Ed to give it a try. Ed nodded and took the longsword. He did not hurry to practice, but carefully recalled each of Herag's actions, engraving every detail in his mind. Once this process was completed, Ed began wielding the longsword. Herag observed the entire process of his sword practice and found the youth to be highly talented. Although there was some stiffness in the performance, the main actions were already in place. Not everyone has Shenlin's assistance tool, so it's normal not to achieve 100% precision. For Ed, with a bit more practice, he would be able to fully master the improved swordsmanship. What amazed Herag even more was that Ed could alter his habits in such a short time. Habits have inertia, and they are the hardest for most people to change. Ed had practiced this swordsmanship for years, with many motions already ingrained as habits. Many moves modified by Herag had entirely different habits of initiation and withdrawal compared to before. Normally, adapting quickly would be difficult, with errors likely to occur. But Ed seemed like an anomaly, not making a single mistake, executing the entire swordsmanship flawlessly. Herag felt quite gratified, Ed's performance assured him that his time and effort were not wasted. He then took the sword and demonstrated a few moves. These moves included some details where Ed hadn't achieved sufficient precision, so Herag corrected them. Ed glanced and understood, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for imparting your skills. I will never forget your grace." Although Herag couldn't understand the words, he could feel Ed's genuine gratitude. After bowing in thanks, Ed continued to wield the sword, practicing the swordsmanship over and over again. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Herag didn't go anywhere, simply living in this peaceful and quiet town. He had become quite familiar with many of the town's residents, remembering quite a few of their names. In just a month, Shenlin had compiled a language called Avite language from the linguistic data collected around town. This language was used by Ed and others and was relatively simple, making it easy for Herag to grasp. He could now communicate normally with Ed and others, understanding the general meaning through conversation. Herag also learned about the surroundings during this time. He was currently in an empire called Portlands, with Falling Leaves town located on its far west, next to the Shattered Stone Desert, a very remote place. The Shattered Stone Desert was where Herag initially appeared. A desolate place inhabited only by demons and no humans. Falling Leaves town was a small town on the Empire's border, an unmanaged place left to fend for itself. The nearest city to Falling Leaves town was called Greenfield City, reputed to be a very large city, though the exact size was unknown to the town's residents. Herag learned that the Portlands Empire had almost no control over these cities, with most cities in a state of autonomy. The royal family of the Portlands Empire was merely a name, unable to command cities like Greenfield City aside from their own military force. Due to the ubiquitous demon infestation and harassment, everyone focused on survival rather than heeding orders from the royal family. Exorcists were the most important profession here and the main power against demons. Someone with Ed's talent could have long since moved to Greenfield City to enjoy various benefits. Talented exorcists were always valued by various forces, enjoying excellent treatment. But Ed stayed because he was the only exorcist in Falling Leaves town. If he left, there would be no one to solve demon attacks once they occurred, so he couldn't leave. In Ed's yard, Herag was holding a sword with one hand while Ed, wielding a sword with both hands, was attacking with all his might. However, Herag easily blocked every attack. Throughout, Herag was as relaxed as taking a walk, while Ed was exhausted, barely touching Herag's clothes despite giving his all. "Very good, you've improved a lot compared to a month ago," Herag praised. Ed's growth speed was astonishing, his exceptional talent piquing Herag's interest, who taught him many things. Ed learned quickly, mastering everything Herag taught him. In just a month, Ed's combat skills had improved significantly, capable of easily handling two of his past selves from a month ago. "Master, you're too strong. Despite my recent improvements, it feels like no progress in front of you," Ed said, somewhat dejected. "I never said I would take you as a student. No need to call me master since I'll eventually leave," Herag said. During this time, Herag taught Ed a lot, but never took him as a student. To Herag, this place was just a temporary stopover, with no desire to get too involved. A month had passed, and it was about time to leave. He had mastered the language and basic surroundings, achieving his goal. "Master, you're leaving," Ed said sadly, knowing this day would eventually come, but it was sooner than expected. Though Herag never accepted him as a disciple, Ed already regarded Herag as his master in his heart. Herag nodded and said, "Yes, I have my own things to do." Ed knew he couldn't persuade him. A powerful exorcist like Herag surely had important matters to attend to. "When are you planning to leave, Master?" Ed asked. "In the next couple of days," Herag replied. Ed said, "Then I'll prepare some provisions for your journey, Master." As they were talking, Hank hurried over with a solemn expression. "Ed Grant, Andar hasn't returned for 5 days. He's probably in trouble." Grant was Herag's alias, used for caution, never revealing his real name to Ed and others. Andar was a town resident, notably the father of the 3-year-old boy who climbed up Herag's leg. Andar usually handled trading goods in Greenfield City, exchanging town items for currency, and brought necessities back per town residents' demands. He had done this for years, and a round trip typically took 3 days. This time, however, Andar had been gone for 5 days without returning. Noticing something was amiss, Hank came to find Harag and Ed. "Uncle Andar hasn't returned in 5 days. Ed pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe he was delayed on his way. I'll go check it out." "I hope it's just a delay," Hank sighed worriedly. He also knew Ed's reassurance was just that. Andar was likely in trouble. The weather had been good, unlikely to cause delays on the road. Most likely, he encountered bandits or demons, explaining his prolonged absence. Andar was the only able-bodied adult in his family, supporting everyone himself. If Andar couldn't return, they could only rely on the town's neighbors for support. Only when little Maggie grew up would anyone take up the family responsibilities. "I'll go with you as I plan to leave," Harag said. There was only one road from Falling Leaves Town to Greenfield City, where Andar likely met trouble. Harag intended to leave, planning to visit Greenfield City, making this trip convenient. With Harag accompanying him, Ed believed they'd resolve the issue more confidently and naturally didn't refuse. The two set out along the only road, observing the surrounding scenery for any clues. They started on foot since the town only had one carriage. This carriage was what Andar used to transport goods. When he took it, the town had no carriage left. Even if there was a carriage, Harag couldn't ride it. In his current form, he was too large to fit into a carriage. The two traveled quickly, both possessing strong physical attributes. Ed, an official exorcist, had absorbed much demon aura, making his body far superior to an ordinary person's. However, compared to Harag's Titan power form, it was somewhat lacking. Falling Leaves Town is a certain distance from Greenfield City, and it usually takes a day by carriage to reach it. Harag and Ed followed the road ahead, walking for 4 hours without finding any abnormal traces. All around the road were forests and wilderness, with no one living there. Due to the presence of demons, there were no longer any mountain villages here, with at least town-level settlements. In the afternoon, the two finally found a damaged carriage. The carriage was tilted and fallen on the ground, with a lot of fruits and fabrics scattered around. The horses pulling the carriage were missing. There were many bloodstains on the ground and traces of heavy items being dragged. Harag checked inside the carriage, but didn't find Andar, and there was no one here. "This is Uncle Andar's carriage." Ed recognized the carriage and said heavily. Harag glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, touched and smelled them, saying, "There are 3 kinds of bloodstains here: horse, human, and another that seems to be from some kind of animal, but I can't be sure. There are also footprints here." Harag looked aside and found a pile of small footprints on the ground. Judging by the footprints, the animal isn't large, but there are many of them. Wolf footprints, Ed recognized them. Ed said, "But there shouldn't be any wolf packs active near this road. Could it be a group that recently migrated here?" "Let's go and check it out." Harag observed the footprints, which extended from the road into the grassland beside. At the same time, there were traces of heavy items being dragged away. Judging by the traces, it's likely that the carriage, horse, and Andar were dragged away. Seeing these traces, Ed also deduced some things and began to feel saddened. They were familiar neighbors since childhood, all like family. Upon receiving this bad news, naturally, he felt a bit saddened. "I must find Uncle Andar." Ed's hand flashed with light, revealing a black longsword. Harag could see he was angry, wanting to avenge Andar. He didn't say much, just followed the traces into the nearby forest. The forest was quiet, only some small birds were chirping in the trees. Harag and Ed followed the traces deeper into the forest, arriving at a flat grassland after about an hour. In the center of the grassland, a wolf pack was roaming. Some wolves were lying down sleeping, others wandering around. Harag immediately spotted, in the distance, a pile of remains, seemingly the horse's corpse, now eaten down to just bones. "Damn wolves!" Ed saw this scene and directly charged, black sword in hand, towards the wolf pack. Harag didn't have time to hold him back. He felt something unusual about this place. The wolf pack wasn't really an issue and could be easily dealt with. Ed was too young and too angry, so in his rage, he charged without thinking. Herag followed Ed and paid close attention to the surroundings. At this time, Ed had already charged onto the flat grassland, attracting the wolf pack's attention. The Wolf King howled to the sky, and the wolf pack gathered, rushing towards Ed and Herag. These ordinary beasts were no match for them. After the first wave of attack, only wolf corpses surrounded them. The Wolf King and the remaining 7 or 8 wolves stopped and turned to flee. Ed pursued, swinging his black sword to take out one wolf after another, completely annihilating the pack. Aside from revenge, Ed was eliminating future threats by killing the wolf pack. The wolf pack's territory was not far from the road, posing a great threat to the people in Falling Leaves Town, so it needed to be resolved early. I wonder where this wolf pack came from. Now the threat should be dealt with, Ed said. Herag pondered, maybe not, no human remains were found here. Could they have been completely eaten? Ed speculated. Herag shook his head. Bones can't be completely eaten, and even if they were, there would still be some bloodstains left, but I found no human bloodstains here. Herag's perception of blood essence was very keen, and he found no trace of human blood here. Then where is Uncle Andar? Ed was puzzled. Herag looked to the distant mountains. He must be over there. Ed followed Herag's gaze and saw, on a distant hilltop, a towering black gorilla standing and watching them. Demon! Ed immediately recognized it as not an ordinary animal. The black gorilla's whole body was covered in black armor, resembling human-made armor. But a closer look revealed that this black armor was actually the gorilla's own muscle tissue. It seems to be controlling the wolf pack, Herag said. Judging by the surroundings, the wolf pack's grassland was just outside the gorilla's resting place. This wolf pack acted as guards for the gorilla, and it was awakened by the fighting noise. The gorilla appeared undaunted, seeing the pair and looking at the dead wolves with anger, roaring. A deafening sound echoed in the surroundings. Going on all fours, it began charging down the mountain, with a massive power heading straight for Herag and Ed. High-tier demon, Ed exclaimed. High-tier demons match the power of a high-tier exorcist. Ed was only an official exorcist, far from reaching the level of a high-tier exorcist. Herag had compared the power systems during his time in the wizard plane. High-tier demons and high-tier exorcists roughly equate to liquefaction and crystallization wizards level, similar in combat strength. Herag stood forward saying, I'll engage it head-on. You find an opportunity to strike from the side. Using the special traits of your black sword. You can injure it, but be careful not to get hurt. This beast seems very strong. Ed nodded, moving to the side, avoiding direct confrontation with the gorilla. He knew his physical power couldn't compete with the gorilla, needing to take advantage of side attacks. The gorilla was extremely fast, already jumped embodying downhill momentum, swinging its fists toward Herag with great force. Herag did not retreat, eyes fixed on the gorilla's movements. As the gorilla's fist approached, Herag's muscles tensed up, and he threw a punch forward simultaneously. Herag's fist clashed with the gorilla's, raising a gust of wind on the spot. Herag didn't take a step back, whereas the gorilla staggered back from the impact of Herag's strength. The power is indeed strong, but compared to mine, it's still a bit lacking. Through this direct confrontation, Herag assessed the gorilla's strength level. The gorilla's strength was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of an ordinary crystallization wizard. Ed was dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. He could see the incredible strength of the gorilla and knew Herag was impressive. However, he didn't expect Herag to be so fierce, able to collide directly with this high-tier, strength-type demon, which was simply beyond the human category. The gorilla took a step back, a hint of shock appearing on its face. This human before him was indeed bigger, but he was still just a human. A human's strength actually exceeded its own. There was no time to think about this, because Ed seized the moment when the gorilla recoiled, wielding the black sword and striking from the side. The black sword thrust forward, and the gorilla didn't pay much attention. It casually raised its left arm, intending to block the sword with its armor. It had dealt with humans often, and no human weapon had ever penetrated its armor, so the gorilla had no regard for this attack. However, the next moment, a sharp pain came from its left arm. The gorilla turned its head and saw that the black sword actually pierced through its left arm, causing a penetrating wound. Its proud, innate armor had no effect in the face of the black sword. After succeeding with this strike, Ed didn't continue attacking but wisely withdrew with a backward leap. In the next second, the gorilla's massive right fist swung through where Ed had just stood. If Ed had been greedy and tried to strike again, he would have been hammered into mince on the spot. After swinging its fist into the air, the gorilla was somewhat vexed and puzzled by how formidable the humans it encountered lately were. It looked at Ed's black sword with some fear, this being the first time it had encountered a weapon that could pierce its armor. Over the years, the gorilla relied on its extremely strong innate armor for defense. Now facing an indestructible black sword, the gorilla couldn't help but be afraid. More importantly, in front of it was also a human man who could go toe-to-toe with it. The gorilla was a high-tier demon with a certain degree of intelligence, and it quickly assessed the current situation. Without saying a word, the gorilla turned and ran. Herag, seeing the gorilla turn, showed a somewhat strange expression, as if he'd noticed something unusual. Herag didn't say anything but chased after. This was a ready supply of demon aura, not to be missed. Herag's speed was much faster than the gorilla's. His strength was only slightly stronger, but his speed far surpassed the gorilla's. In the blink of an eye, Herag caught up with the gorilla and landed a punch on its back. The gorilla let out a wail, losing its balance and tumbling to the ground. Herag followed closely, delivering another punch at the gorilla's face. The gorilla reacted quickly, raising its hands to block its face, shielding itself from the punch. Its innate armor was indeed very tough. Herag's punch had most of its power absorbed by the armor. Herag didn't give the gorilla a chance to breathe, punching relentlessly, keeping the gorilla pinned down. It must be said that this gorilla was really resilient, taking more than 20 punches from Herag without dying. By this time, Ed had arrived, swinging the black sword as Herag withdrew his fists, showcasing great teamwork. The black sword swung, and the gorilla's head rolled to the ground. The sharpness of this black sword made even Herag feel it was somewhat overwhelmingly powerful. Herag even felt that the sharpness of this sword might involve something at the rule level. Ed's awakened talent was far from simple, surely hiding more secrets. But Ed's current power wasn't enough, so the true strength of the black sword hadn't been revealed. A thick black kai wafted from the gorilla's corpse, and Herag glanced at it and said, "Half and half." Ed was about to say something when he noticed Herag absorbed half, then stopped, letting the black kai continue to disperse. If he didn't absorb it, this demon aura would go to waste, so Ed had no choice but to absorb the remaining half. Power plus 1.9, agility plus 1.1, constitution plus 1.6. After absorbing the demon aura, Herag looked at his data panel, pleased with the gains. High-tier demons were indeed different. Even half of the demon aura provided such a significant boost. After Ed absorbed his half of the demon aura, his aura clearly changed. This half of the demon aura brought Ed a more tangible enhancement. Herag already had high power, so this increase wasn't very noticeable. Just then, a mutation occurred. The gorilla's body on the ground suddenly emitted black light, the entire body gradually energizing, transforming into a mass of black light. This mass of black light gradually shrunk, condensing into the shape of armor. Once the armor took form, it floated in mid-air, dancing around Ed. The next moment, the armor jumped into Ed's body and vanished. This is demon armor. Ed was initially dazed, taking a while to comprehend what had happened. What's demon armor? Herag looked at this scene, bewildered how the body could become a set of armor. It explained, demon armor is a phenomenon where, upon the death of powerful demons, there's a very slight probability they will transform into weapons, armor, tools, and such. These transformed items are called demonized armaments, and they are very powerful things. But this probability is very low. I'd only heard about it before. Herag asked, puzzled, why did this demonized armament automatically go into your body? It said that demonized armaments recognize a master and can't be forcibly used without special means. So the armor recognized you as its master. Herag nodded, understanding. Herag looked at Ed with a strange expression, seeing something unusual the more he looked. Talent, effort, luck. A unique awakened talent. Could this kid be the child of the plane here? Ed, a bit embarrassed, said, I couldn't control the demonized armament recognizing me. I mean, I shouldn't have absorbed the demon aura. as it was mainly your power teacher that subdued the demon. In his previous introduction, Herag said he was an exorcist from a remote area, so he didn't know much and was just good at fighting. So Ed wasn't surprised that Herag didn't know about the demonized armor and explained it to him. Ed genuinely felt a bit guilty, considering that the main force in subduing the black gorilla was Herag. Logically, Herag should have been the one to absorb all the demon aura, but somehow Ed ended up with half of it. More importantly, this black gorilla had transformed into demonized armor and even automatically acknowledged Ed as its owner. This made Ed feel even more remorseful, feeling he owed Herag too much. However, Herag wasn't very concerned about this set of armor, as he already had the Titan armor, and the demonized armor wasn't of much use to him. He was simply curious, as it was his first time seeing a demon turn into armor after being killed. Herag felt that Ed was increasingly looking like a child of the plane. Even if he wasn't, he was definitely favored by the world will. He thought to himself, what if he hadn't come? Normally, Andar would still encounter threats, and then Ed would undoubtedly come to investigate. When Ed encountered the black gorilla, it would definitely be a tough battle. But the black sword in Ed's hand just happened to restrain the gorilla's innate armor, and he would still end up with the demonized armor. Herag's involvement only made the process a bit smoother, but the outcome would have been the same. Without Herag, Ed might have absorbed all of the demon aura and become even stronger. In the past, Herag wouldn't have considered these things. But after coming into contact with rule power, world will, and learning of the existence of the child of the plane, Herag couldn't help but think about it. As it stands, Ed is likely to be favored by the world will, and his future will probably be very prosperous. Herag glanced at Ed, didn't say much but smiled. It's okay, that set of armor isn't very useful to me. Try using the demonized armor, let me see. Ed nodded, and with a thought, a set of black armor appeared on him. This armor wasn't full body, only protecting some vital areas, and didn't even include a helmet. But it was already quite good, especially for Ed, as the armor suited him perfectly, like a gift when needed most. His fighting style was inherently very risky, and having a set of armor like this would greatly increase his safety. Herag nodded, not bad, it suits you well. Herag didn't say much to Ed, as it wasn't necessary. People like Ed, who are favored by the world will, naturally have their paths laid out by it, so it's best to let things take their course. If Herag intervened too much, it might interfere with Ed's normal development. Even though he hadn't taken Ed as a disciple, he considered Ed half a disciple and naturally hoped for his good development. Herag tapped the armor with his fingers, feeling its defense wasn't as strong as the gorilla's innate armor. He thought the issue lay in Ed's current strength and felt that as Ed grew stronger, the armor's strength would also increase. Ed suddenly asked, "Where's Uncle Andar?" Herag glanced at the other side of the hill and said, "He should be over there." In fact, he had already seen through environmental detection that only Andar's head was left. After they climbed over the hill, they found Andar's remains, and Ed silently dug a pit to bury him there. According to the customs of Falling Leaves Town, those who met a tragic fate outside couldn't be brought home for burial and had to be buried on the spot. All that's needed is to remember the location and come back to pay respects later. After Ed buried Andar, Herag said, "The matter's resolved, it's time for me to leave, you should head back." Teacher, Ed knew he couldn't persuade him to stay. Herag smiled, "Keep it up, next time I see you, you should be much stronger." Ed nodded, feeling an even stronger desire to become powerful. He felt that if he was strong enough, situations like Andar's wouldn't happen again, and the town would be more peaceful. Herag headed towards Greenfield City along the main road, aware that Ed was watching him leave. It wasn't until he climbed over another hill that Ed finally turned back. Herag didn't persuade Ed to leave Falling Leaves Town, as it was unnecessary. A person like that would eventually step out on his own. There was no need for additional interference. Herag walked along the road, contemplating the recent events in his mind. The black gorilla wasn't the focus, nor was the demonized armor. Herag was concerned about the charred wound on the gorilla, which bore traces of being scorched by something like the fireball technique. If it were just the wound, there wouldn't be much to infer, as exorcists in this world also have abilities similar to the fireball technique. Herag was concerned because he sensed residual magic power from the wound. Given his limited understanding of this world, Herag couldn't be certain whether this world had such energy as magic power. If it didn't, then the gorilla was most likely harmed by a wizard's magic. After being injured, the gorilla fled from somewhere else to here, controlling a wolf pack to do its bidding, leading to the attack on Andar. Andar had walked this main road for many years and had never encountered the gorilla or the wolf pack until now. Herag glanced at the map drawn by Shenlin in his mind, noting the gorilla's location wasn't far from the Gobi Desert. From this, it seemed highly likely the gorilla had encountered wizards involved in the cradle operation. As for which wizard it was, or how many there were, Herag didn't know. To Herag, the wizards participating in the cradle operation couldn't be considered allies. Most people knew he had successfully seized control of World X-617, and the world staff was in his hands. Even though he was in this unknown plane now, it didn't mean there wouldn't be a chance to go back someday. For those wizards, given a chance, they would undoubtedly try to seize the world staff from him. This was a huge temptation. Capturing the world staff and returning to the wizard plane would be a great achievement. Realizing all this, Herag understood that his enemies were far more numerous than just a few like Metal, as other wizards were potential threats. After nightfall, Herag found a secluded corner and took out the level 3 witchcraft artifact, Fallen Wings. Holding the fallen wings, he slid it across a nearby large tree, creating a crack. With a thought, Herag entered it. The internal space of Fallen Wings was similar to a luxury suite on an airship, quite spacious for one person and very luxuriously furnished, with all the facilities one could need. After entering here, Herag dispelled the Titan power form and reverted to his original appearance. He took out a robe and put it on. Herag sat on the sofa, his whole body sinking instantly. He was pondering his subsequent plans. Now that he had discovered traces of other wizards, he needed to plan carefully. Firstly, he needed to hide himself. Herag was glad that he hadn't revealed his real name in Falling Leaves Town, nor used magic. While dealing with the gorilla, he didn't even use the talent ability of the spirit of the white deer. Herag didn't want to reveal too much in front of Ed, presenting himself only as a powerful exorcist. After acquiring the demon power as his talent ability, he could perfectly disguise himself as an exorcist. This was the biggest difference between him and other wizards. No matter how other wizards disguised themselves, they couldn't absorb and utilize the demon aura. Herag took out a bottle of 1,000 change potion from the space ring and drank it in one gulp, quickly transforming into an unremarkable young man. He restrained all the magic power aura in his body to disguise himself more thoroughly. Herag planned to act as an exorcist, and the Titan power could just be explained as his awakened exorcist ability. However, the Titan power form could be recognized by other wizards, so it couldn't be used arbitrarily in crowded places. He prepared to kill demons using the identity of an exorcist to acquire demon aura while seeking traces of other wizards, especially Metal, who must be found and killed thoroughly. He posed too great a threat to Herag, someone he must kill. After Metal spoke words threatening Herag's friends, he became someone Herag had to eliminate. Though there were no leads yet, Herag believed he would eventually find some clues. These wizards were new to this world. They couldn't hide perfectly and would eventually reveal some hints. Herag lay on the sofa and glanced out the window. With no signs of movement inside the Fallen Wings, he could see the surrounding situation clearly through the window. Staying inside here, there were basically no safety concerns, as a level 3 witchcraft wasn't something ordinary power could break through. Having the Fallen Wings made living outdoors much safer. After meditating inside for one night, as dawn broke, Herag continued his journey. He walked along the road for a day, and after continuing for a few hours on the second day, he realized this path could only be considered a trail. This path converged with 2 other paths at a junction, merging into a very wide main road. Herag observed the road, seeing many traces of hoofprints and wheel marks. Many traces were fresh, indicating that people often passed through this road. Following Ed's previous directions, Herag walked towards the main road. Without a carriage, walking speed was indeed much slower. Herag estimated he would only reach Greenfield City by dusk. After walking along the road for 2 hours, it was already noon as the fierce sun hung high and shone down intensely. Unafraid of the heat, Harag continued forward under the scorching sunlight. Suddenly, sounds of galloping hooves came from behind, indicating a sizable group. Harag turned to see a squad of riders galloping at full speed on the horizon. The entire group wore standard armor, looking like an army. After a glance, Harag continued on his way. The squad rode swiftly, only glancing at Harag, not stopping, and galloped forward. Leading them was a bearded, burly man who appeared to be their commander, around 30, with an impressive aura. Harag could sense this commander's exceptional strength and demon aura, possibly indicating a very strong exorcist. The group originally didn't pay attention to Harag, having ridden out about a kilometer. Unexpectedly, they returned after a while, with the leading commander riding over to ask, "Are you heading to Greenfield City?" The commander said, "Then come with us, we have extra horses, can you ride?" "I can ride, but I'm fine traveling alone, thank you for the offer." Harag expressed gratitude. The commander continued, "I'm Arndt, the Knight Commander of the City Lord's Mansion in Greenfield City. Recently, it's been uneasy around Greenfield City, with many demons leaving their original territories, causing chaos. Traveling alone is dangerous, so come with us." Harag noticed a faint blood smell on Arndt's armor, not human. This indicated that their squad had likely just experienced a battle and was now returning to Greenfield City. They could have left directly, but seeing Harag alone, returned to offer him a ride. "In that case, I'll join you. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. My name is Jelot, a wandering exorcist." Harag introduced himself. He casually gave himself a name, different from the one he used in Falling Leaves Town. An exorcist? Arndt then seriously looked at Harag, indeed sensing some exorcist aura. But it was faint, so Arndt hadn't noticed initially. This person controls his aura so well, Arndt thought. It wasn't that Harag controlled his aura well, he'd simply absorbed little demon aura, making it subtle. Yet Arndt instinctively felt Harag's strength, and assumed the faint aura was due to Harag's superb control. Arndt said, "So you're an exorcist, no wonder you're brave enough to travel alone. I was overly concerned." Harag laughed, "It's nothing, Mr. Arndt. Though I'm an exorcist, I'm not that powerful. Traveling with you all is excellent." Arndt knew he was being polite, and instinctively felt Harag was unusual, returning partly to give Harag a lift. He also intended to investigate the situation. As Knight Commander of Greenfield City, Arndt was bold and meticulous, attentive to such details. A nearby knight brought a horse over, and Harag deftly mounted, grabbing the reins to follow the squad to Greenfield City. Riding sped up the journey significantly, reaching Greenfield City in just 2 hours. Harag rode his horse, gradually approaching Greenfield City when he encountered many people on the road. There were merchants and caravans, as well as adventurers with weapons and equipment, all heading toward Greenfield City. It was getting close to dusk, and everyone wanted to enter the city quickly since it was too dangerous in the wild. Harag looked from afar at the city ahead. Greenfield City wasn't very tall, but its defenses were strict. There were soldiers guarding the city walls at intervals, and watchtowers kept a constant eye on the distant movements. After entering Greenfield City, Harag dismounted and thanked, "Thank you, Mr. Arndt." Arndt nodded, "No need to be polite. Exorcists rid most people of demons and protect everyone's safety. This is nothing." After he finished speaking, he led his men and horses toward the city lord's mansion, as there were matters to report. Harag found an inn to settle down. The inn's conditions were very simple, with barely a bed. The door was broken, never fully closing. Harag had to use some force to jam it into the door frame. No identification was required to check in here. Identification had no meaning in this place. Cities almost existed independently of each other. This was the reason Harag wasn't questioned when entering the city. Anyone could enter, and no one had reliable identification. The Palante's empire had long since become nominal, with regions effectively self-governing. Due to the presence of demons, people's main focus was dealing with them, with little conflict between each other. The inn didn't provide meals, one had to find a place to eat themselves. Harag couldn't be bothered, and randomly fetched some dry food from his space ring. After making do with a night's rest in the inn, Harag went out early the next morning. Harag intended to gather some news and intel. Ed had been to Greenfield City before. According to him, there was a large tavern in the city with many adventurers. Hereg walked the streets, identifying the position and directions around him, taking a half-hour to find the tavern Ed had mentioned. The tavern was indeed quite large, with an interior almost like a hall. Hereg observed for a while and found that it was a hall converted into a tavern. No wonder the inner space was so large. The tavern was so big, yet there were only 3 servers. There were already quite a few people seated, and the inside was incredibly noisy. Like a marketplace, those 3 servers ran around non-stop, unknown how they could hear patrons' requests amid such clamorous noise. After Hereg sat down, it took over 20 minutes before a server approached to ask what he needed. Hereg glanced at the pint of beer on the neighboring table and said, "The same as that will do." The beer took nearly an hour to arrive, though Hereg wasn't too bothered as drinking wasn't his purpose here anyway. He sat in his spot, listening intently, gathering intelligence from the various noisy conversations. Most of the chatter was useless information, which Hereg skipped over directly. After sitting for 2 hours, he finally gathered some useful information. The first point was that things were unstable lately, with many demon appearances nearby, consistent with what Knight Commander Arndt said. The second point was that the City Lord's mansion was recruiting people to deal with those demons. Many adventurers wanted to join in, but feared not being selected. Because except for exorcists, these ordinary adventurers were almost useless against powerful demons. After collecting these 2 pieces of intelligence, Hereg drained the twice replenished beer and went out. The City Lord's mansion was easy to find. It was the tallest and grandest building in Greenfield City. Most buildings in Greenfield City were very low, with almost none above 2 floors. Hereg felt that the region's economic conditions were inferior to many places on the Colson continent, being too backward. He arrived outside the City Lord's mansion, and indeed saw a notice board outside. There were many notices posted on the board, including one recruiting adventurers and exorcists. With high bounties, those interested could go to the City Lord's mansion to find Steward Rogel directly. After reading the notice, Hereg went to the entrance of the City Lord's mansion and explained his intentions to the guards. The guard glanced at Hereg before turning and entering the City Lord's mansion. After a while, a round-headed, round-bellied middle-aged man came out, followed by the guards. "You want to sign up for the demon subjugation team?" Rogel asked directly. "We don't recruit weak adventurers. Dealing with demons is no joke. Don't be blinded by the bounty." Rogel glanced at Hereg, feeling he looked too young and ordinary, doubting his strength with reluctance to recruit Hereg. Hereg said, "I am an exorcist." "An exorcist?" Rogel said in surprise. The number of exorcists was very few. A small border city like Greenfield City had even fewer, making them rare. "What's your awakened ability? Show it," Rogel said rather skeptically. Hereg said with some difficulty, "There are too many people here. It's inconvenient to demonstrate." If he were to demonstrate the Titan power form, such a massive physique would undoubtedly attract much attention. With the high human traffic at the City Lord's mansion, Hereg couldn't reveal the Titan power form here. If other wizards were hidden among the crowd, it would mean exposing himself to them. The advantage of being hidden in the shadows would vanish instantly. Hereg even considered not fighting in the Titan power form unless necessary. His basic physical stats were now already high enough to handle many situations. Rogel looked at Hereg suspiciously. "What's the inability to demonstrate? It should be straightforward for you exorcists." "My ability is somewhat secretive, thus can't be displayed publicly," Hereg explained. Rogel watched Hereg's explanation with increased skepticism, increasingly feeling Hereg was bluffing and babbling. In Rogel's knowledge, exorcists' various abilities could be used readily, with no notion of being unusable in public. Rogel showed displeasure. "The City Lord's mansion isn't a place for your opportunistic antics. Get lost, or I'll lock you up next time. Even if you fool me without sufficient strength, you'll still die facing demons. Can't understand you adventurers. Risking your lives for money." Many of the subjugation tasks in Greenfield City are published by Rogel, who often deals with these adventurers. He has encountered far too many unreliable adventurers before. They boast more than anyone when they arrive, only to have extremely poor combat ability during the actual tasks. This left Rogel with a very bad impression of these adventurers, so naturally, he didn't have a good attitude towards them. Due to the chaotic world, many people are unable to get enough to eat. The adventurer group is also a mixed bag. Occasionally, some adventurers' news of overnight wealth spreads, leading many people to join the adventurer industry. But many adventurers themselves have no combat ability at all, nor have they undergone combat training, lacking even basic combat skills. Dare to call themselves strong adventurers with just a sword or knife. Rogel has always been troubled by this. He doesn't have a good method to distinguish them, having to judge if the person is strong every time he recruits adventurers. If it's an exorcist, it's different. Exorcists have extraordinary abilities that differ from ordinary people. Just showing a little can prove the identity of an exorcist. This has always been the way Rogel understands it. So Herag's explanation seemed like avoidance to him. Thinking this person was simply not an exorcist, Herag felt a bit helpless. It was impossible for him to use the Titan power here anyway. If it really doesn't work, he would have to think of another way. If he couldn't slip in with the subjugation team, he would have to go alone. Rogel waved his hand, "Get out quickly." As he was preparing to turn and leave, a tall and burly figure approached from behind. "Herag, what are you doing here?" The person approaching was none other than Knight Commander Arndt. Herag laughed. "Oh, it's Mr. Arndt. I'm here to take on a subjugation task from the City Lord's mansion." "Oh, I see. Welcome a powerful exorcist like you to join our subjugation team," Arndt said. Rogel didn't expect the two of them to know each other. Arndt held much higher status than him, being a significant figure in Greenfield City. Arndt was an actual authority in Greenfield City, powerful himself, and trusted greatly by the City Lord. After hearing the two of them converse, Rogel asked, "Knight Commander, you know each other?" "We do," Arndt replied. "So you really are an exorcist?" Rogel asked. Herag nodded. "Indeed. I just don't want to use my abilities in this place. Mr. Herag is a powerful exorcist. You can directly join our subjugation team. We just have an action in a few days," Arndt said. Rogel was stunned, not expecting this kid to really be an exorcist. With Arndt's direct invitation, there was nothing for Rogel to do. He looked at Herag and then turned to leave. Joining the subjugation team required no procedures. Arndt directly led Herag to meet the people, and it was done. The leader of the subjugation team was an exorcist named Sam, a bald, strong man carrying a giant axe on his back. Most of the members in the subjugation team were adventurers and exorcists from outside, with only a few people from the City Lord's mansion managing, among whom Sam was responsible. Arndt was responsible for managing the military forces in Greenfield City, while the daily affairs of the subjugation team were none of his concern. However, many tasks for the subjugation team were assigned from Arndt's end. If things were too hectic, he would have the subjugation team handle it. The subjugation team consisted of external personnel, so there would be no concern even if there were casualties. After bringing Herag over, Arndt said a few simple words to Sam and then left. He still had many things to attend to. Recently, the demon issues were making him very anxious. Arndt seldom ventured out of the city before. He mainly managed the defense of Greenfield City, but recently he had been forced to leave the city to exterminate demons. No choice, the subjugation team was short on manpower and strength at this point, so Arndt had to take charge personally. Due to Herag being brought over by Arndt personally, the others cast a few extra glances at Herag. But after a while, they found nothing special about Herag. His appearance was exceedingly ordinary, and his aura felt extremely normal, like an ordinary person. "Are you an exorcist?" Sam asked. Sam was much weaker compared to Arndt, merely being an official exorcist. His sense of the demon aura wasn't particularly sharp, so he didn't detect the faint demon aura on Herag. Herag didn't say much and kept a straight face. Seeing this, Sam, recalling Arndt bringing him over, didn't inquire further and subsequently said, "You all rest well these few days, prepare yourselves, and once everyone gathers in a few days, we'll set off." The subjugation team's mission was to go to a mountain range outside the city to eliminate the demons existing there. That mountain range originally had no demons, or they were quickly cleared away even if they appeared. However, recently, For some reason, they cleared them away only for more to come, making it continuously restless. The mountain range was very close to the main road, through which Greenfield City and other cities primarily traded. Now the road has issues, and merchant caravans dare not travel on it, severely impacting Greenfield City's trade. Harag glanced at the other members of the subjugation team, noticing there were 3 exorcists, but their exact levels were unclear. The rest were adventurers, essentially just some stronger ordinary people. Harag staying among them appeared very normal. Even after drinking the 1,000 change potion, Harag's body didn't become very brawny, looking somewhat thin instead. Others initially paid some attention to him, but after a while they ignored Harag. 5 days remained until the subjugation team's assembly time, and Sam wasn't satisfied with the current members' strength, so he planned to recruit more people. After going over some points to note, Sam dismissed Harag and the other subjugation team members, telling them to return in 5 days. After returning to the inn, Harag spent the next few days loitering around Greenfield City. He wanted to see if he could discover traces of other wizards. In 5 days, Harag leisurely strolled down the streets whenever he was free. Yet after a few days of wandering, he didn't find anything unusual. Harag felt that even if other wizards were still alive, they probably didn't dare enter the city. Language barriers were a major issue. Other wizards likely couldn't figure out what the situation was, making them hesitant to enter the city casually. During these few days, Harag also pondered some issues. Having a hunch that the chaos outside the Greenfield City tied to demons might be related to wizards. Typically, demons wouldn't leave their territory without good reason. If forced away, they must have encountered some threat. Based on his experiences, Harag speculated that a wizard might have entered the demon's territory. The participants in the cradle operation were all crystallization wizards, outstanding talents from various factions with substantial strength themselves. If these wizards were prepared from the beginning, they wouldn't have too much trouble dealing with these demons. Harag speculated that they might not dare to enter the city, so they could only temporarily reside in the mountains to figure out the situation here. However, in this world, the presence of many demons often leads to conflicts among them. Those demons that couldn't win would have to leave their territory, just like that black gorilla did. 5 days later, the expedition team officially set off. It must be said that the treatment of the expedition team was really poor, not even enough horses for everyone. Harag and 3 other people shared a carriage, which was considered good conditions. Because they were exorcists, they had the privilege of 4 people sharing one carriage. The other adventurers of the expedition team rode in carriages without even a canopy, squeezing more than 10 people into one carriage, making it difficult to turn around. These adventurers had no complaints, seemingly accustomed to it. After leaving Greenfield City, the expedition team followed the main road toward the eastern mountains. Greenfield City itself was the westernmost city in the Palantes Empire, relying solely on this eastern road to connect with other cities. There were also some small paths, but they were distant and circuitous routes, used only by nearby small towns and cities. Until sunset, the carriage stopped outside a mountain range. They lit fires, set up camp, and cooked meals. The expedition team obviously wouldn't enter the area at night, as it was too dangerous. After a day's journey, everyone was a bit tired and needed to rest for the night, planning to search for traces of demons in the mountains early the next morning. Harag looked at the loosely defended camp and sighed silently. This expedition team was a mere makeshift group, full of flaws. Even without demons, a well-trained regular army could cause a significant impact on this group of people. There were no real tents. A large oilcloth was propped up to create a drafty makeshift shelter. The only person with the privilege to reside in a real tent was Sam. The others had to sleep under the oilcloth in a large communal area. Harag found a spot on the edge to sit down. As the sky gradually darkened, the campfire appeared increasingly bright. Many people sat around the fire chatting, using its warmth to dispel the chill of the mountain night. Harag stayed under the oilcloth, not joining them. As he didn't fear the cold, the people only thought of him as solitary and antisocial. Later in the night, except for the night watchman, everyone else quickly fell asleep. Harag lay in his spot, not sleeping, but constantly monitoring the sounds around him. In his view, the camp's defenses were non-existent and utterly useless. The night in the mountains was quite cold. Others were already curled up in the cold. Herag's gaze sharpened as he heard faint noises. The mountain wind always blew at night, masking some slight sounds that the others didn't hear. Herag took a look at Shenlin's environmental detection and saw nothing unusual yet. Only some strange sounds reached him, with the source of the noise still quite distant. After a while, Herag finally saw what they were. A group of skeletons was approaching from the depths of the mountains, and their target was clearly this group of people. These skeletons wielded swords and shields, and some even held magic staffs. Given their speed, they would reach here in just a few minutes. Herag immediately got up and said to Sam's tent, "Sam, I hear something over the mountain." Sam promptly opened the tent and came out, asking, "Are you sure?" Herag said, "I've always had good hearing. I'm sure there's something approaching from that direction." He spoke up to make sure the group was prepared and not caught off guard. With a grave expression, Sam shouted to the sleeping people, "Get up, it's time to work." The group woke up groggily, and realizing what was happening, they grabbed their weapons, lit torches, and began to stand guard. Herag only said something was approaching, but he wasn't clear what it was. A few minutes later, the group didn't need the torchlight to see what was approaching. The skeleton's soul fire was so obvious. From afar, it appeared like clusters of ghostly flames coming closer. Sam said in a deep voice, "It's those damned skeletons. Matthew, go back and report to Knight Commander Arndt immediately. We'll hold them off." Skeletons were generally weak individually, but there were many of them. Clearly, this group couldn't handle them alone and had to request reinforcements from Greenfield City. The group was tense, clutching their weapons and facing the skeleton army. Herag wasn't very tense, holding his longsword and keeping an eye on the skeletons. He was looking for the commander behind these skeletons. The synchronized movement of the skeletons indicated that someone was controlling them. When the skeleton army reached the mountain pass and saw the people in the camp, their mouths began to open and close as if they were laughing. There was no laughter, only the sound of bones clattering together. The skeleton army originally moved slowly, but suddenly they accelerated towards the camp. Herag watched the skeleton army, wordlessly shielding the others. He had already sensed that these skeletons lacked any demon aura, so it wasn't necessary to fight tooth and nail. Herag planned to keep a low profile and slip into the mountains amid the chaos to find the one controlling the skeletons. He wasn't sure if a demon or a wizard was in control. Necromancy-specialized wizards, indeed, had the means to control a skeleton army, so it might be a wizard from the wizard plane. Naturally, Herag wouldn't miss this chance and was determined to investigate. The skeleton army charged in the blink of an eye, plunging the expedition team members into a fierce battle. The adventurers in the group possessed uneven skills. Those with strength could easily handle the skeletons, while the less capable ones were knocked down at the first encounter. Herag moved nimbly, cutting down a skeleton with one swing, quickly creating a vacuum space around him. The fighting power of these skeletons was too weak for him. He could handle them easily with just his basic physical abilities. This scene made several members of the expedition team widen their eyes in astonishment. They hadn't expected Herag to be so strong. Even Sam glanced over, gave him an approving nod, and turned back to continue fighting. Herag fought steadily while pushing deeper into the skeleton horde, gradually moving farther away. The skeleton army grew larger, and the scene became increasingly chaotic. It didn't take long before all the weaker members of the expedition fell. Those remaining were either exorcists or adventurers with substantial strength. For them, the skeletons posed little threat. Their vast numbers only delayed dealing with them completely. After Herag gradually delved deeper, the surroundings became dark, far removed from the camp. Skeletons were everywhere, constantly charging forward and continuously falling. These skeletons had the ability to revive, unless their skulls were completely shattered to disperse the soul fire. Herag acted with great precision, each strike shattering a skeleton's skull, removing their ability to resurrect. By this time, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone was caught in a fierce fight. Human stamina is ultimately limited and cannot sustain continuous combat. By now, Some competent adventurers were already injured, and no one could ensure they wouldn't make mistakes. Herag's figure flickered, and with a few jumps he delved deeper into the mountains. Once he was out of sight of the people behind him, he slipped into a shadowy corner, transforming into a pool of shadow to bypass the skeleton army and advance quickly. After infiltrating deep into the mountains, Herag arrived at a valley. Skeletons were still emerging from the valley, moving towards the camp at the mountain's entrance. Herag climbed up the side of the valley, lurking in the shadows to peer inside. He discovered a presence resembling a sheep-horned demon, standing in the valley holding a magic staff. Each time the staff glowed, a skeleton appeared. The sheep-horned skeleton was short, roughly estimated at only about 1.4 meters tall. Herag sensed a demon aura emanating from the sheep-horned skeleton. He observed the surroundings to confirm there were no other demons present. Herag's figure rapidly expanded, transforming into a small giant clad in dark gold armor. The sheep-horned demon seemed to sense something, about to turn its head. Herag's figure instantly vanished, reappearing behind the sheep-horned demon a moment later. This was his talent ability, the spirit of the white deer. Herag used space travel to appear behind the sheep-horned demon, immediately punching down with his fist. His enormous fist contrasted sharply with the sheep-horned demon's small frame. Just as the fist was about to hit the sheep-horned demon, its magic staff trembled slightly, and its form suddenly vanished, reappearing over 10 meters away. Herag noted that it was a similar magic to Flash, with a similar effect. Competing in space travel with me. With a thought, Herag followed up, once again appearing behind the sheep-horned demon. A fireball technique in front of the sheep-horned demon had yet to form when Herag's punch was already descending again. A green light shield emerged, trying to block Herag's punch. However, the sheep-horned demon clearly underestimated Herag's power, or perhaps it was simply out of options. The green light shield sustained itself for nearly a second before suddenly shattering like glass. The force of the punch slightly slowed down, then struck the sheep-horned demon. The sheep-horned demon's body, merely a tougher skeleton, proved no match for Herag's terrifying power. Herag's punch directly shattered the sheep-horned demon, breaking its body into pieces, leaving only the head intact. This wasn't due to Herag holding back. It was because the sheep-horned demon's head was particularly hard, not shattered by the pervasive force. Spare my life." The soul fire of the sheep-horned demon flickered as a voice emerged, surprisingly in Avite language. "You can speak." Herag was a bit surprised. The sheep-horned demon replied, yes, I have learned." Since communication was possible, things would be easier. Herag intended to take this opportunity to gather some information. "Where are you from? Why are you here?" Herag asked. The sheep-horned demon said, "I was originally cultivating deep in that mountain range and never provoked anyone. The nearby areas were all my territory. But not long ago, a very powerful person appeared. I couldn't defeat him, so I had to choose another place to be my territory. I had only recently arrived here and saw a group of people at the mountain's entrance, so I thought of dealing with them." "Was it demons or exorcists who took over your territory?" Herag continued to ask. The flame of the sheep-horned demon's soul flickered, and it said it was a human, but he was strange. Using a power unlike exorcists, I am not very sure. Herag fell silent for a moment. He knew that what the sheep-horned demon described was most likely a wizard, though he didn't know who it was. "Do you remember where your previous territory was?" Herag asked. I remember, the sheep-horned demon quickly responded. Grasping the sheep-horned demon's horns, Herag lifted its head and said, "Lead the way and take me there." Okay, can you spare my life?" the sheep-horned demon begged. "Do you have the right to make demands?" Herag remarked coldly. At this, the sheep-horned demon no longer dared to speak, obediently leading the way. That direction, the flame of the sheep-horned demon's soul gathered into an arrow pointing north. "Quite convenient," Herag said. He glanced northward. It was a sparsely populated area deep within the mountains. "Also, deactivate the skeletons at the mountain's entrance," Herag instructed. Understood. The sheep-horned demon promptly deactivated its control over the skeleton army. At the mountain's entrance, the skeletons suddenly seemed to freeze, the soul fire in their skulls extinguishing instantly. Thereafter, these skeletons collapsed and scattered, leaving the ground covered in bones. The members of the task force, locked in fierce combat, paused when they witnessed this scene, unsure of what had just happened. Originally surrounded by a massive army of skeletons, many were already exhausted. Apart from a few exorcists still navigating with ease, the ordinary adventurers were barely holding on at this point. On the other side, Herag carried the sheep-horned demon's head, swiftly moving through the forest towards the demon's former territory. The sheep-horned demon, driven by a strong desire for survival, remained silent throughout, except when giving directions, not daring to disturb Herag. Damn expedition team. Metal stood in the level 3 witch array shelter, cursing at the vast starry sky. He believed that if it weren't for the expedition team's teleportation ring malfunctioning, he wouldn't have ended up in this place. Metal had originally devised a plan to handle Herag. Upon returning, he intended to kill all of Herag's cherished friends one by one. Finally dealing with Herag, making Herag die after experiencing the greatest despair and pain the world can offer. This was the only way to vent Metal's anger. A junior wizard without any background, a wizard from the barren land dares to defy my orders. The more Metal thought about it, the angrier he got, eager to return to the wizard plane and kill Herag. When Metal arrived here, he found himself in a jungle, completely unaware of where he was. Along the way, he encountered numerous demons, but due to his own crystallization, wizard power, and various witchcraft artifacts, he did not encounter any significant danger. The demons here were unexpectedly powerful, often possessing great power despite appearing ordinary. Metal also discovered some humans here, but due to the language barrier, communication was impossible. During this process, conflicts occurred. After killing a few people, he fled into the mountains. Metal didn't have a specific plan for what was next. He just intended to hide deep in the mountains and find an opportunity to understand the situation here. A short while ago, he discovered a relatively concealed ravine where there was only a demon resembling a sheep-horned demon. For a crystallization wizard like Metal, magic-type demons were easier to deal with than physically powerful ones. Metal easily drove this demon away and took over the ravine, planning to use it as a temporary dwelling. He had a level 3 witch array, the shelter, so he didn't need to worry much about safety. The only thing he needed to be careful of was not being discovered, but being in the deep mountains, there was little worry about that. After taking over the ravine, Metal stayed in the shelter for several days without leaving, and nothing happened around it. The powerful demons here each had their own territory. After the sheep-horned demon left, there were no more strong demons around for the time being. There were only a few weaker demons, which wouldn't actively come close to the ravine either. While Metal was asleep, he suddenly heard some noise outside the ravine. He stepped out of the shelter and looked outside the ravine, vaguely seeing some skeletons approaching. That damned sheep-horned demon dares to come back. I let it escape last time, but now it dares to return seeking death. Seeing the skeletons, Metal knew for sure that the sheep-horned demon had returned. During the previous confrontation with the sheep-horned demon, he had found out it could summon an army of skeletons. The sheep-horned demon was very cunning. When it realized it couldn't defeat him, it directly fled, and he couldn't capture it. Now it had come back to die, and Metal wasn't going to give it a chance to escape again. Metal gathered his magic power, summoning 2 3-meter-tall figures in front of him. The summons looked like knights fully armored and wielding long spears. These were 2 exceptionally strong summons he had obtained through family channels before. These 2 knights were not only powerful and fast, but also had strong defensive capabilities. Moreover, Metal could share vision with these 2 summons. Upon receiving Metal's command, the 2 summoned knights looked toward the approaching skeleton army outside the ravine, raised their long spears, and charged, incredibly fast. Metal followed closely behind. He had summoned these 2 to deal with the skeleton army. Once the skeleton army was held up, he could go and finish off the sheep-horned demon. Charging into the skeleton army, the 2 tall summoned knights swept through with their long spears, clearing an open space as if mowing down dry weeds. These skeletons were no match at all. Taking advantage of the summons holding up the army, Metal quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for the sheep-horned demon. Not finding it immediately, he continued deeper into the jungle to search. In his opinion, the sheep-horned demon should be hiding somewhere nearby. It couldn't be far, otherwise it wouldn't be able to control these skeletons, so it had to be close by. As Metal advanced through the jungle, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis rising in his heart. Immediately, a ripple spread through the surrounding space. Soon after, a golden shadow appeared around his body. A giant fist swung toward his head, but it was blocked by the giant spirit guardian. Turning around, Metal exclaimed, "Herag." Upon seeing Herag's towering figure, he recognized him immediately, utterly surprised to encounter Herag here. Herag said nothing, launching another punch at the giant spirit guardian. He didn't believe the giant spirit guardian could last forever. Herag had been lurking outside for a long time, but with Metal staying inside the shelter, there was nothing he could do. Level 3, which array like the shelter, was too defensively strong for Herag to breach. He had thus ordered the sheep-horned demon to summon the skeleton army to lure Metal out. When Metal stepped out of the ravine, Herag hadn't attacked immediately. He waited until Metal ventured deep into the forest before decisively launching an attack. This spot was far from the ravine, so Metal couldn't run back to the shelter even if he wanted to. Herag's punch, packed with immense power, struck the giant spirit guardian, sending Metal flying with one blow. Metal hit the ground and rolled unharmed, but appearing very disheveled. "This time you won't have the chance to activate the teleportation ring and escape. I will kill you," Herag said. His figure vanished instantly, reappearing behind Metal with another punch swinging down. Once again, this punch failed to inflict actual damage on Metal, but it sent him flying away. However, the giant spirit guardian surrounding Metal shattered instantly, unable to hold after enduring 3 punches from Herag. Metal looked a bit flustered, sensing the threat. He had never experienced a true life and death battle from childhood, nor faced such a situation as this. For someone like Metal, any crisis would typically be resolved long before reaching him. Looking at Herag, who seemed like a killing god, Metal became completely panicked. Metal retrieved a cross from the space ring and threw it directly at Herag. Herag's figure vanished instantly. The cross fell to the ground in vain. Is that Flash? No, Flash couldn't be this fast. As Herag reappeared beside him, Metal was gripped by the fear of death. Flash required gathering magic power and activating a spell model. Herag's space travel was too smooth, without any pause or hindrance, moving as naturally as a fish swimming in the sea. Herag's punch hadn't landed on Metal's head, as a burly knight suddenly appeared, blocking the blow. The knight's chest caved in instantly, the seemingly sturdy armor crushed into scrap by immense force. After being severely damaged, the knight's raised long spear, intended to pierce Herag, dropped powerlessly. The force behind Herag's punch was colossal, driven by a resolve to kill Metal, holding back nothing. His body was flickered with electric light, a power emanating from the bloodline mark. Since Herag absorbed the bloodline power of the white deer, he has possessed the talent ability to use spatial rules. This indirectly caused him to have a trace of spatial rule power in his body, which allows him to barely resist the suppression of the world will. It was only after obtaining the bloodline power of the white deer that Herag discovered he could activate a trace of the bloodline power of the thunder god ancestor. Even though this bit of bloodline power is not much, it provides a significant boost to strength, speed, and other attributes. This summoned creature clearly has protective abilities, able to appear directly in front of Metal at critical moments, blocking a deadly strike. The knight's summon could easily defeat skeletons, but in front of Herag's power, it was utterly powerless. With just one punch, the knight's summon couldn't withstand such force and dissipated. Seeing the scene of the knight dissipating, Herag exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually a projection. The original body must be very strong indeed." There are generally 2 types of summons, one where the summon's actual body appears before you, and another where only the projection of the summon appears. If the summon's true body is too powerful, usually only a projection will appear. This projection doesn't have a real physical form and only possesses a fraction of the true body's strength. After defeating the knight in front of him, Herag sensed something and instantly disappeared. The next moment, a spear shot over as another knight's summon arrived. At the same time, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Herag, who had just reappeared. This bolt of lightning struck the absolute defense shield and Hereg felt nothing, glanced at Metal and smiled. Even if this bolt of lightning hit him directly, it wouldn't cause any harm. This Metal seems to be a thunder mage. Falling into his hands would be a dire fate indeed. The Night Summon clearly followed Metal's orders and charged over, giving Metal a chance to run towards the shelter. For him, as long as he could enter the shelter, he'd be safe, at least temporarily. Hereg wouldn't give him this chance. He drew his long blade and chopped off the Night Summon's head with one strike. After the Night Summon's head fell, no blood spurted out. Its insides were void with nothing at all. After eliminating the Night Summon, Hereg engaged in space travel again, and in the blink of an eye caught up with the fleeing Metal. Metal turned his head, casually flinging a lightning ball back. Utilizing spatial rules, Hereg vanished into space and reappeared in front of Metal. Seeing Hereg disappear again, Metal realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn back, he found himself airborne, witnessing his own headless body on the ground as his consciousness faded into darkness. Hereg, holding the long blade, awaited Metal, running towards him up front. A swipe of the long blade directly aimed for the head. Hereg's ability to use spatial rules gave him combat prowess far surpassing Metal. Such a crystallization wizard. Being able to wield rule power is almost like being on a different level of existence. Only rule power can contest with rule power. Like when Hereg was trapped in that cage, he basically had no means to escape, utterly powerless. After dispatching Metal, Hereg immediately conjured the undead magic sword to also annihilate Metal's soul. After dealing with the soul, Hereg picked up Metal's space ring, quickly cleaning up the scene. He thoroughly cleaned Metal's remains, leaving no traces behind except for some ashes. This place is in another plane. Hereg doubted that even the people from the Taylor family could trace it back to him after all this. After handling the situation, Hereg approached the head of the sheep-horned demon. The sheep-horned demon's soul fire flickered, just about to plead for mercy, but Hereg shattered it with a punch. A wisp of black kai floated up, and Hereg absorbed it into his body. Power plus 0.2, agility plus 0.3, constitution plus 0.3, spirit plus 1.0. After absorbing the sheep-horned demon's black kai, Hereg found that the increases in power, agility, and other body stats were minimal. However, unlike other demons, this sheep-horned demon even added a point of spiritual power. Hereg's current spiritual power growth wasn't easily achieved, so this point of spiritual power was quite significant. After the death of the sheep-horned demon, the summoned skeletons immediately collapsed, forming a pile of bones on the ground. Hereg stepped over the bones, heading towards the depths of the valley. Here is a level 3 witch array, the shelter. Hereg came to inspect it and found, sure enough, there was no way to take it down. The shelter had identity recognition, only allowing Metal himself to enter and exit, or collapse the witch array. Hereg considered attempting to break it, but the witch array's level was too high. Level 3 witch array was far beyond what he could currently comprehend. Hereg tried to have Shenlin analyze and break the shelter. Shenlin, attempt to analyze and break the shelter. Lack of necessary information, lacking relevant data, unable to break at this time. As expected, even Shenlin couldn't break it. Level 2 witch array already involved rule-related powers, so the principles and composition of a level 3 witch array were naturally more complex and intriguing. Hereg had not encountered the related information, so naturally he couldn't proceed with the breaking work. Faced with such a large level 3 witch array and having no way to handle it, Hereg could only watch it standing there helplessly. Knowledge is power, and the knowledge he possessed was still insufficient. After giving up on breaking the shelter, Hereg took out Metal's space ring. The space ring had a unique design. Apart from being embedded with a ruby, the ring band was curved. These curves outlined several letters that Hereg, upon looking, identified as Metal's name. This was a space ring with a personal identity symbol. When Hereg tried to inspect the space ring, he found he couldn't view it. The ring also had a level 1 witch array within, only breakable with Metal's own magic power aura. Fortunately, the witch array inside the ring was only a level 1 witch array, which Shenlin spent some time on to break. Once he broke the space ring, he finally saw its interior. The inside of Metal's space ring was vast, estimated to be about the size of 5 football fields. Herag's own space ring was originally considered large, but it paled in comparison to Metal's. Were it not for Metal's name on the ring, Herag would have considered making it his main space ring. In these matters, one must be a bit more cautious and careful. Even in this plane, Herag would still not wear this ring. If he happened to meet other wizards one day and was seen, it would be trouble. The forces behind Metal are too strong, and he simply cannot provoke them. Herag then began to inventory the items inside Metal's space ring. There were many things inside, gold coins piled up like a small hill, estimated to be hundreds of thousands. I'm not sure what this person was doing with so many gold coins in a space ring. There were also magic stones, about 150,000 of them, all piled up together. From a distance, it looked only like a pile of coal. Herag found Metal's talisman stone. He took it out and destroyed it on the spot, eliminating future troubles. Herag saw rows of wooden barrels filled with wine. Aside from wine, there was also a lot of food and water, as well as a lot of everyday necessities thoroughly prepared. There were hardly any magic potion materials in Metal's space ring, only finished magic potions. It seems this person doesn't usually make his own magic potions. He just buys finished products to use, as he surely isn't short of money. Herag also saw quite a few level 1 and level 2 witchcraft artifacts, but more than half of these artifacts had the Taylor family crest. In this plane it's fine, but once he returns to the wizard plane, these simply can't be used. Using them would expose him, just like with this ring. Herag wasn't very interested in these artifacts. He was mainly looking for some things he wanted to see. He searched for a long time. Besides a few standard spell model books and some works by famous wizards, there were no other books or parchment materials. Herag thought, since Metal was from the Taylor family, there might be some internal spell inheritances or materials from the Taylor family. But after searching all around, he found nothing. Herag estimated that the Taylor family wouldn't let important knowledge inheritances be taken out by Metal. He sighed. Even though he didn't find what he most desired this time, the gain was still considerable. The items inside this space ring alone are quite a wealth. Aside from those with obvious marks which are hard to sell, the gold coins and magic stones are tangible assets. As for those artifacts, Herag didn't plan to use or sell them casually in the wizard plane. Because witchcraft artifacts are not produced on an assembly line, each one is handcrafted. Some artifacts, even without marks, might still be recognized by people. It's better to be safe than sorry. Those artifacts generally wouldn't have substantial help for Herag. Selling them wouldn't bring much money, so there's no need to take risks. After putting away Metal's space ring, Herag glanced at the shelter and then turned to leave the place. This place was not suitable to stay long. Herag used space travel every so often to hurry on his journey, hastening to leave this place. Since he was deep in the mountains, using space travel wouldn't be seen by anyone, reducing concerns. Herag didn't intend to return to Greenfield City, so he didn't head towards the mountain entrance. His original plan was to eliminate Metal first, and then absorb as much demon aura as possible in this plane. Since discovering the usefulness of demon aura, and that he could also absorb it himself, Herag believed that this place was a very good place for him to continuously improve his strength. I wonder if I will awaken any exorcist abilities. Herag suddenly thought that in terms of the exorcist's power system, he was still just an exorcist apprentice. After becoming an official exorcist, he would awaken his own abilities. Herag wondered if someone like him, from the wizard plane, could awaken exorcist abilities. He quickly traversed the mountains and after a few hours began heading north, where there was a main traffic artery. In the past few days, Herag didn't waste time. He checked the map here and memorized it. As long as the map is correct, the direction he was heading would not be wrong. As he approached the outskirts of the mountains, Herag removed the Titan power form and took out the 1,000 change potion to alter his appearance once again. This time his face was molded much better than before, the body not as frail, making the whole person look more robust. Herag mainly considered that the previously too frail body was a bit too low-key. Drawing others' underestimation would instead bring some trouble, so he made it appear average. Herag put on a set of clothes and also put on a set of armor, with a longsword on his back. His next destination was Amy City, which is a large city. The distribution of demons is actually somewhat related to the distribution of the human population. The more people there are, the more demons there are. In remote places like Greenfield City, the demon numbers are actually quite small, mostly distributed in the mountains. Those demons also have their own territories and rarely move around with one another. Harag intended to absorb demon aura by hunting demons. If he slowly searched the mountains for demons to kill, the efficiency would be too low. The number of demons in the mountains was too small and couldn't meet Harag's needs, not efficient enough. But places like Amy City with a large population are different. Demons are active all around. With Amy City as the center, there is a lot of human activity within 1,000 miles nearby. Where there are many humans is where demons like to be active. Places like Amy City also have a high demand for exorcists, so there's no worry about finding work. Harag planned to operate in Amy City as an exorcist apprentice. Besides absorbing demon aura, he also intended to pay attention to any possible wizard traces. Harag had been pondering whether there would be the existence of expedition teams in this plane. His final thought was that it's very likely. Harag's idea came back to the teleportation ring. The essence of the teleportation ring is to perform teleportation through an established space channel, with the coordinates inside only being for record. These coordinates couldn't be arbitrary because without a space channel, the teleportation wouldn't be effective. One can easily conclude that the current plane and the wizard plane must have an established space channel. In the wizard plane, the likely ones to set up a space channel are the expedition team from the Wizard Alliance. Unless the abyssal cultists also had the ability to establish a space channel, but if they did, it would be a space channel leading to the abyss plane, not here. Harag thus thought, although he didn't know why the coordinates inside the teleportation ring changed. Even if they changed, it must be a ring from the wizard plane with an existing space channel. So it's highly likely that there are expedition team members in this plane. After Harag deduced this point, the next target became clear. While absorbing the demon aura to enhance his own power, he would search for the wizard from the expedition team. As long as he could find the traces of the expedition team, there would be a chance to return to the wizard plane. After dealing with the hidden threat of metal, Harag wasn't in such a rush to return, as this place was quite nice for him. Harag walked out of the mountains and back onto the main road, heading towards Amy City to the east. There were currently no carriages or pedestrians on this road, most likely due to the rampant mountain monsters in that area. So no one was heading towards Greenfield City for the time being. Harag continued along the road without using space travel to avoid being seen by any potential hidden people. After traveling for 3 days, the number of carriages on the road gradually increased, with merchants and travelers coming from all directions. "Uncle, can I hitch a ride?" Harag quickly ran up to a merchant caravan and asked. The caravan had 7 carriages, carrying a lot of goods, along with many people. Harag planned to pay a bit to hitch a ride, as it was much easier than walking by himself. The leader of the caravan was a burly uncle with a beard who looked Harag up and down and said, "Sure, as long as you don't mind. The last carriage still has room, it's for loading horse feed." "I don't mind that, how much?" Harag asked. The uncle waved his hand. "No need for money, we're all people on the run." He noticed the mud on Harag's shoes and the road dust on his clothing, indicating he'd been walking for quite some time. If there was another way, how would he have ended up resorting to such a long trek on foot? So he decided not to take Harag's money. Harag thanked him immediately. Thank you. My name is Norman, and I'm an exorcist." "Oh, so you're an exorcist, sir. I'm called Jamin, and it's an honor to have an exorcist join our caravan," Jamin said with a smile. Jamin hadn't expected this young-looking fellow to actually be an exorcist. Their caravan also had an exorcist on hire, and the cost was quite steep. But they had no choice but to hire an exorcist, for otherwise the safety along the way wasn't guaranteed. Losing the goods was a minor issue, but losing their lives would be too costly. Just then, a man with a longbow on his back came over. He looked to be in his 30s, with a scar on his face. And he said to Harag, "Exorcist." Harag smiled and nodded without saying much. "I'm Jim, the hired guard for this caravan. By your aura, You seem to be an exorcist apprentice interested in joining our group. There's still 7 or 8 days' journey to Amy City, and you could earn some money in the process." Jim sensed that the demon aura on Harag wasn't very intense, leading him to assume Harag was probably just an exorcist apprentice. He didn't have Arndt's keen perception abilities and didn't sense Harag's true strength. Harag replied, "My strength is still quite weak, so I'd feel bad charging for guarding duties." Jamin laughed heartily. "No worries, no worries. It's good to have company on the road, especially since Amy City isn't too far away." After chatting for a while, the caravan resumed its journey. Harag moved to the last carriage in the caravan and climbed inside, where there was a lot of dry grass making it quite comfortable to lie down. The thick dry grass helped cushion the bumps from the carriage, which felt better than sitting inside it. Lying in the carriage, Harag closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation, swaying with the oscillations of the carriage. Meditation practice was something he never skipped, as it required consistent and steady effort. 5 days later at dusk, the sun began to set. After entering a small town, the caravan stopped to rest for the night. This town was called Thousand Lakes Town, named for a very wide lake nearby. Thousand Lakes Town was located near a major thoroughfare, only about a kilometer away. Merchant caravans and travelers from all over chose to stop and rest here. The town originally started as a small settlement, but gradually grew larger due to the increasing number of visitors, becoming much bigger than ordinary towns. The town had everything. Most everyday goods could be replenished here. Harag settled down with the caravan at an inn, where he paid for his own room. The inn was bustling with people, most rooms filled to capacity. Upon entering his allocated room, Harag found out it had been modified. Originally meant to be half a room, the innkeeper had created a partition. This allowed the innkeeper to sell an extra room, accommodating more guests. Upon his arrival, Harag noticed the high volume of people in the town. These inns were likely always at full capacity, prompting the division of rooms into partitions. Otherwise, the inns might not accommodate everyone given the crowd. Harag didn't mind the simplicity. As long as there was a place to sleep, it didn't matter. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. Harag lay under a blanket on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate. The town's proximity to a large lake was likely the reason for the especially cold nights. No wonder merchants chose to sleep indoors. Outdoors, the cold was unbearable for most. Late at night, Harag slowly opened his eyes, sensing something unusual. "It's getting foggy." He glanced out the window, noticing a dense white mist enveloping the town, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Frost had formed on the window, with cold seeping through into the room. Harag frowned, sensing something suspicious about the white mist. A prompt from Shenlin suddenly came. Detected special substances within the white mist, presumed to cause drowsiness or anesthesia. Harag had already inhaled quite a bit of the mist, yet felt nothing. He quickly realized his constitution was too strong, rendering the mist ineffective on him. However, this wasn't the case for others. Shenlin's environmental scan could cover the whole town. Currently, most people in the town had already fallen asleep. Some lay in bed, while others simply lay down in hallways, on stairs, or in the lobby and fell asleep. Given the cold weather, no one would choose to lie down in such places to sleep, and they didn't appear drunk either. Apart from Harag, a few others remained aware of the abnormalities in the town. Most of these people were exorcists or powerful adventurers, though some began moving sluggishly, clearly affected by the anesthetic effect of the mist. Harag turned his gaze outside the town, where everything seemed shrouded in white, obscuring all sight. Harag's gaze was fixed on the depths of the white mist. Although he couldn't see, he had already detected something through environmental sensing. There were short humanoid creatures, holding weapons, charging over. Are these mermaids? After a moment of recognition, Harag realized. These mermaids had fish heads and human limbs, wielding weapons like knives, swords, and tridents. That direction is towards the lake. Harag looked at where the mermaids were coming from, and guessed they had crawled out of the lake. He found it strange that the town seemed completely unprepared, never expecting an attack from mermaids. Moreover, he had discussed this town with others in recent days. No one mentioned the possibility of a mermaid demon attack. If these mermaids had originally been in that lake, there should have been some related news. This thick white mist was undoubtedly the work of these mermaids, and most of the people in the town had already fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, when the mermaids charged in, these people became lambs waiting for slaughter. Herag picked up his longsword, adjusted his armor, and headed out. The individual mermaids were not strong. To Herag, they were a free source of demon aura not to be missed. After leaving the inn, Herag noticed others were also stepping out. They seemed to be exorcists. I have to hurry. Herag felt the need to speed up, or else the demon aura would be taken by others. He drew his longsword and with agile leaps left the town, immediately encountering a mermaid. This mermaid was less than a meter tall, with a fat-headed fish head holding a short blade. Seeing Herag, it let out a low growl and charged, waving the short blade at Herag. The short blade appeared more like a long blade in the mermaid's hands. Due to its height, the mermaid could only reach Herag's knees. Herag wouldn't give it a chance to hit him, dodging swiftly out of the way of the slow attack. With a flash of the longsword, the mermaid's fat fish head flew off, its headless body collapsing to the ground. A wisp of black kai floated out, and Herag immediately absorbed it into his body. Power plus 0.2, agility plus 0.3, constitution plus 0.1. Herag glanced at the data panel. Not much was gained, but it was expected. The individual strength of the mermaids was too weak. Their only advantage was speed, enough against ordinary people or weaker adventurers. But to Herag, this speed was too slow. After absorbing the demon aura from the mermaid, Herag looked into the distance, where more mermaids continued to emerge from the fog. He glanced at the others rushing from behind, and then turned to vanish into the thick mist. With every swing of the longsword, a mermaid fell, its black kai absorbed by Herag. When Jim, wielding a longsword, reached the town entrance, he saw the mermaid corpses on the ground and glanced into the mist before following in. He was skilled with a longbow, but it was inconvenient in the mist, limiting his performance. 3 more people stepped out alongside, exchanging glances with each other. Shall we work together? The individual strength of these mermaids isn't high. Together, we can reduce the chances of getting injured. These were some powerful exorcists, naturally unafraid of the mermaids. The only worry was the thick fog, where hidden mermaids might ambush with an arrow. With more people, the risk of getting hit by an arrow was reduced. By this time, Herag was deep into the white fog, in a forest surrounded by mermaid corpses. He discovered that not every mermaid had demon aura, about 1 in 3 did. The mermaids with demon aura was slightly stronger, belonging to the elite among mermaids. But to Herag, it didn't matter whether they were elite or not. He specialized in killing elites, for only elites had demon aura. Herag scanned the area, seeing the forest littered with mermaid bodies, turning the surroundings into a vacuum. He had lost count of how many mermaids he had slain, and just glanced at the data panel. So far, slaying mermaids had provided him a significant attribute boost. Power plus 3.5, agility plus 4.2, constitution plus 3.1. By killing a bunch of weakling mermaids, he gained such a substantial attribute enhancement. Herag truly felt the benefits of demon aura and became more in awe of this plane. He hadn't been here long and hadn't gathered much demon aura. Herag considered what kind of strength a strong person from this plane, having accumulated aura for years, would possess. However, he sensed that the amplification of demon aura probably had limits, not allowing endless growth. Most likely, after absorbing a lot of aura, the increase in physical attributes would gradually decrease. In other words, where 1 unit of demon aura previously increased power, later on, it might require 10 units to achieve the same. Due to the small sample size, Herag could not verify his hypothesis. For now, the issue didn't need consideration, as the attribute boost from absorbing demon aura hadn't changed yet. Herag glanced around, searching for traces of mermaids. Initially, they were everywhere, needing no search. Now, Herag had slain them all, leaving none visible. If there were a title for killing mermaids, Herag would have earned Mermaid Vanquisher by now. Herag suddenly turned around, spotting a man with a longbow on his back and a longsword approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was Jim from the caravan. He had entered too. Jim hadn't seen Herag initially, as the white mist obstructed his view. Close up, he finally saw Hereg, whose gaze gave him a fright. The look in Hereg's eyes made Jim feel as if he might be dispatched like a mermaid at any moment. Jim sensed the aura emanating from Hereg and realized he had misjudged earlier. This was not an exorcist apprentice at all, but a highly skilled official exorcist, very powerful. When Jim arrived, he was puzzled about who had slain so many mermaids with such ferocity. Meeting Hereg, he finally understood. You're here too," Jim said awkwardly, unsure what to say. He kept his distance, not daring to get close to Hereg. Hereg chuckled and said, "Couldn't sleep at night. Just roaming around, and unexpectedly encountered so many mermaids." Jim looked at the ground covered with mermaid corpses. This is what they call a stroll. In such a short time, this man has killed so many, it's almost too fast. At this moment, there were also some noises coming from the other side, with footsteps and talking voices. Not long after, the dense fog revealed the figures of 3 people, who were the other 3 exorcists. At the front was a thin-faced man, holding a short sword with quite a bit of blood on it. When the 3 arrived, they first scrutinized Hereg and Jim, then glanced at the mermaid corpses all over the place. "Did you guys take care of all these mermaids?" the man asked. Jim glanced at Hereg without speaking. Hereg said, "Sort of." The man with the short sword didn't look pleased, but seeing Hereg was with someone else, he didn't say much and turned to leave. The 3 of them didn't manage to kill many mermaids either, and after taking care of their side, they found out there were none left here. They continued towards the lake, thinking they might be able to kill some more mermaids. Hereg glanced at Jim and said, "I'm planning to go check it out, what about you?" "I'll go with you," Jim said. The direction Jim was heading was similar to Hereg's. So on the way, besides seeing mermaid corpses, he hardly killed any more. He certainly didn't want to go back just like that, so he decided to continue and take a look. Hereg carried the longsword, his posture was agile and swift. With a step on his toe, he leaped a few meters away, his whole body light as a feather. Jim, watching the scene, knew he had truly encountered a master. This move by Hereg indicated that his physical strength and other attributes had reached a very high level, and his control over his body had also reached its peak. This kind of control can only be achieved through years of practice. Jim quickly followed. The white mist was too thick, and a momentary inattention would cause him to lose track. Hereg was very fast, and when he arrived, he found that there were only mermaid corpses left on the ground. He looked up and saw through environmental detection that those 3 exorcists were dealing with the mermaids in the thick fog ahead. The mermaid corpses in front of them were all left by them. Hereg quickly went over and also began to kill the remaining mermaids. These mermaids seemed unaware of fear, rushing mindlessly at people when they saw them, even though they had already seen Hereg and others killing. So many mermaids, they still weren't afraid and just charged. After a while, Jim caught up as well. He had gotten off track just now, wandered around, and then followed the mermaid corpses to find his way here. Seeing the others killing mermaids, Jim didn't want to fall behind either and charged out with his longsword. The thin-faced man, after slaying one mermaid, disappeared and then reappeared in front of another mermaid. His short sword emitted a dark glow, not from poison, but from being enchanted with some special energy. Hereg also noticed. This was different from Ed's black sword. Ed's black sword was entirely his ability, and it didn't have a physical form, only being summoned when needed. The thin man's short sword clearly had a physical form, only the special energy on it should be related to his own abilities. The two groups were very synchronized, not interfering with each other, each killing mermaids in their own area. After all, there were so many mermaids, and they wouldn't run away, so fighting was unnecessary and not worth it. In less than an hour, almost all the mermaids here were killed, not a single one left. After Hereg was done, he casually asked Jim, "Have there been mermaids here before?" Jim shook his head. "I've been here many times before and I've never encountered mermaids. I don't know why, but so many suddenly appeared this time." "I see," Hereg thought. If something unusual happens, there must be a cause. He felt that this matter wasn't so simple. The thin man holding the short sword turned back and said, "Gentlemen, these mermaids probably came from the lake. Would you be interested in taking a look?" The other two hesitated. The situation by the lake was unclear and had a certain level of danger. However, these mermaids were so weak. They posed almost no threat to them, so after some thought they nodded in agreement. After reaching a consensus, the three quickly entered the dense fog and disappeared, swiftly heading to resolve the situation by the lake. Jim was somewhat tempted. Having just killed so many mermaids and tasted the benefits, he also wanted to follow. Herag glanced at him and said, "There might be some issue over there. I personally don't mind, but for you, if an accident happens, you'll have to fend for yourself." Herag felt subconsciously that there must be something wrong over by the lake, and that perhaps there were hidden dangers. He had space travel abilities, typically. Fleeing wouldn't be a major issue. After speaking, Herag carried his sword and left. Jim stayed in place, hesitating for a while before finally following. Power plus 4.2, Agility plus 4.4, Constitution plus 3.6. Herag Merlin, Power 43.6, Agility 43.9, Constitution 44.2, Spirit 79.5, Magic Power 100%. Herag glanced at his attribute panel, seeing that each of his attributes had significantly improved. The entire process of mermaid killing increased his stats on average by 6 or 7 points. With this significant boost in basic attributes, using Titan power would likely raise all his attributes to a very high level. Thinking about this, Herag quickly advanced through the dense fog. The dense fog could only obscure his vision, but Herag could still clearly perceive the surroundings. Through environmental sensing, he saw the three had already approached the lakeside, and quite a few mermaids were emerging from the lake, rushing upon hearing the commotion. The three displayed great excitement. To them, these mermaids were like walking demon aura, eagerly charging to kill the mermaids. Herag's brow furrowed. He felt something was amiss and decided not to proceed further. Although he was tempted by the mermaids, he wasn't going to let his head be clouded by temptation. Herag felt there must be something in the lake. Not long after, Jim arrived. "Aren't you going over?" Jim asked, puzzled, seeing Herag stop short of advancing. Herag said, "Go if you want to, but I feel something isn't right, so I'm not going for now." If it had been before, Jim would have gone over by himself immediately. But knowing now that Herag was a master, he began to consider Herag's words. If a master said there was something wrong and dared not advance, it would be foolish for him to rush in and risk his life. Jim chose to be cautious, recognizing that while demon aura was tempting, one must be alive to enjoy it. He stood aside, starting to look towards the lake. The white mist here was lighter, allowing him to vaguely see the scene by the lake. The three thin men were quickly killing mermaids that rushed out of the lake, then absorbing the demon aura. The thin man's silhouette flickered, tracing a line of black-purple light, and the mermaid before him was instantly split in two. A faint whiff of demon aura escaped, but was swiftly absorbed by the thin man. The three of them were quite measured, not snatching the demon aura obtained from each other's kills. How much one could absorb depended on one's own skill. "Eden, those two seem not to be following us," stated an exorcist beside the thin man, glancing back. Eden, holding a short sword, replied, "Probably scared, which is just as well, only we get to enjoy here. This lake feels a bit strange. I remember there never used to be mermaids here," noted the man beside him, casting a wary look at the lake. Eden, nonchalant, said, "What is there to fear? We're three official exorcists, who can stop us from leaving if we want to. Even if there are demons in this lake, they won't be strong. Just look at these mermaids, so weak. Could there possibly be an apostle-level demon in the lake?" Apostle-level demons are extremely powerful entities, rarely encountered by most exorcists in their lifetime. The other two realized this as well, knowing that as long as they didn't run into an apostle-level demon, the three of them could always leave at any time. Once they figured that out, they were no longer worried. Just a bit more vigilant. They weren't foolish. Recognizing something was off here, they moved slightly away from the lake. But leaving wasn't an option. There were too many mermaids to give up on. After absorbing some more demon aura, Eaton smiled. "I feel I'm not far from becoming a high-tier exorcist. It would be great if I could kill these mermaids daily." As soon as he finished speaking, a snow-white, transparent tentacle suddenly appeared, piercing through Eaton's mouth, going straight through the back of his head. The scene fell silent instantly. Even the mermaids stopped their chaotic cries. No one, including Herag, noticed when this tentacle appeared. It seemed to materialize out of thin air, but in reality, the tentacle's speed was too fast for anyone to see its approach. This white tentacle was transparent, with a remarkably smooth surface, revealing nothing of its true form. After the tentacle pierced through Ethan's head, no blood seeped out. The surface of Ethan's body suddenly exuded a lot of water, rapidly melting like a candle, turning into a pool of lake water. A wisp of black kai drifted out, only to be completely absorbed by the tentacle immediately. The other two, witnessing this, could scarcely believe their eyes, even suspecting if the white mist had hallucinatory effects. Ethan, an official exorcist on the verge of becoming a high-tier exorcist, was reduced to a pool of water in just the blink of an eye. The whole process happened too quickly for anyone to react, Ethan leaving not a single drop of blood, as if erased from this world just like that. This, Jim, having roamed for so many years, had never encountered such a scene. He turned his head to ask Hereg, only to find Hereg already gone. Jim turned his head to look around, vaguely seeing Hereg's silhouette departing through the white mist behind him. Damn, running so fast. Jim was dumbfounded, not expecting this expert to be so decisive, running away with incredible speed. He didn't hesitate either, turning to run, ignoring what was happening on the side of the lake. The mysterious tentacle was clearly beyond their capability to handle. Upon witnessing what happened earlier, Hereg immediately and decisively made his escape. Ethan turning into a pool of lake water wasn't due to a blinding technique or magic, but rule power. Though Hereg didn't know what particular rule power the tentacle used, he could faintly sense it was rule power. To directly use rule power to turn an official exorcist into a pool of lake water, what level of existence could do this? Hereg knew this wasn't something he could contend with, so he fled without looking back. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else, using space travel to flee directly. Fortunately, the white mist was thick now, and no one saw his process of space travel. Hereg wasn't overly concerned about being seen. At worst, he could explain it as an awakening of his own ability. It's just better to keep these things hidden. Letting fewer people know about his abilities isn't a bad thing. From the thick fog behind, two screams resounded. Hearing these two screams, Hereg quickened his pace, faint streaks of electricity flashing over his body. By the lake, two official exorcists turned into two pools of lake water, merging into the lake and disappearing. Two wisps of black kai were completely absorbed by the tentacle, leaving nothing behind. After finishing off the three exorcists, the tentacle rose high, seemingly gazing in the direction of Hereg's escape. It stood on the lake as if pondering something, then submerged back into the water, leaving no trace. Hereg at this time had already reached the forest, a safe distance from the lake. Yet he still didn't stop, sprinting far from the lake. Hereg was fully aware of the power possessed by such a level of existence. This distance meant nothing to them. He quickly traversed through the area filled with mermaids, arriving at a small town. Most in the town were still asleep, with only a few awake. Hereg didn't linger, diving straight into a stable. Taking a horse and mounting it, then galloping off. The town was too close to the lake. If that thing came out, the entire town would suffer. Once on horseback, Hereg kicked his feet and sped off instantly. He couldn't wait for daylight, just wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. After Hereg left, Jim also came running into the town, breathing heavily. He went straight to the stable, looking around puzzled. "Where's my horse?" Jim found his horse had been stolen at some point. Usually, there was someone watching over in the hut next to the stable. However, the watchman had dozed off, so it was unclear who took the horse. Jim had no choice, randomly grabbing a strong horse, riding it, and starting his escape. After leaving the town, Hereg didn't take a detour to the main road, fearing it would get too close to the lake. He cut straight through the wilderness, intending to reach the other side of the main road, then head to Amy City. The distance to Amy City was only a 2-day journey, so he would arrive soon. Riding on horseback, the cold wind brushed against Hereg's face, bringing a slight chill. He realized he had underestimated the power of demons and needed to be more cautious in the future. Hereg, though unfamiliar with the world's power structure or advancement rules, observed from that demon's actions just now. High-tier power here still relates to rules. Hereg recalled the experiences he had so far and felt that the power systems in any world were essentially the same. The core and foundation remained the rule, though the rules might differ from world to world. The power systems derived from these rules might also differ, but the source of power didn't vary much. Everything originated from the rules. Once power reaches a certain level, it still touches upon the power at the level of rules. Herag was well aware that mastering rule power placed one on a completely different level, which is why he fled the moment he saw that tentacle. The sky was already dimly lit, the surrounding temperature gradually rising, making it feel a bit warmer. The speed at which Herag rode had slowed somewhat. Upon reaching this place, the sense of crisis that enveloped him had significantly diminished. It seemed that the tentacle in the lake hadn't chased after him. Herag speculated there must be some reason preventing the tentacle's main body from leaving the lake, or it was unwilling to. Otherwise, given the distance at the time, Herag would have hardly managed to escape. He truly felt as though death was imminent back then. This feeling had only occurred when facing that giant spider in the polluted area, and now he experienced it again. Soon after, Herag noticed someone had joined him from behind. Turning his head, he saw Jim also riding over. Herag slowed down a bit, gradually waiting for Jim to catch up. The first glance Jim took upon arrival was recognizing that the horse under Herag belonged to him. His expression turned slightly peculiar, but he held back from commenting and instead said, "Brother Herag, what exactly was that thing in the lake?" Herag casually replied, "How would I know?" "You don't know either." Jim had assumed Herag's rapid departure meant he knew the origin of the demon. Herag said, "How could I know? I just sensed danger at the time. What about you? Do you have any information?" "I'm not sure either. I've never heard of such a terrifying demon in Thousand Lakes. That demon must be at least apostle level," Jim said with lingering fear. Apostle level demon. Herag muttered the term in his mind, guessing apostle level might be comparable to a level 2 wizard or even a level 3 wizard. "I must quickly get to Amy City to report this to Lord Arios. Currently, the demon hasn't left Thousand Lakes, which must be due to some reason. We must resolve it before it emerges from Thousand Lakes. Otherwise, an apostle-level demon appearing threatens the densely populated vicinity," Jim said worriedly. Arios. Herag was a bit puzzled. Jim said, "Don't you know Lord Arios?" "I'm an exorcist from afar, not very knowledgeable about this place," Herag explained. Jim nodded, as if he understood something. "This world is vast, and indeed many exorcists wander far and wide. Jim often encounters exorcists from foreign lands." Jim then explained, "Lord Arios is the city lord of Amy City and the most powerful exorcist there. He personally handles many tricky situations." Herag nodded, silently remembering the name. He intended to stay in Amy City for a while. Amy City is populous, and there are numerous channels for information, perhaps leading to clues about the expedition team and wizards. While searching for the expedition team, he'd also easily find opportunities to slay demons. The two proceeded together, and during the journey, Herag took the chance to learn a lot about Amy City from Jim, forming a rough idea in his mind. Herag eventually arrived at Amy City after 2 days of travel. Seen from afar, Amy City was vastly larger than Greenfield City. Moreover, there was a large market outside Amy City where most business transactions took place. According to Jim, the market's setup was primarily to prevent chaos within the city, allowing merchants to engage in trades outside for easier management of the city. Due to the lack of reliable identity proof, all sorts of people passed through here, and various chaotic events often occurred. The city lord's mansion couldn't manage so many affairs, so they established a market outside the city to resolve commerce outside. Herag and Jim rode slowly through the market, progressing at an extremely slow pace. There were too many people and carriages around, crowding the already narrow road to the brim. The road was also rugged, surrounded not only by puddles, but occasionally littered with cow and horse dung. The mixed scents combined, filling the air with an unpleasant fermented smell. Herag spent half an hour in the market before making his way out, then started heading towards Amy City. He couldn't ride into the city now, having to dismount and lead the horse along the main road outside. If he dared ride into the city, he'd have to be wary of the guards' cold arrows at the gate. Herag, would you like to accompany me to meet Lord Arios? I'll report the situation in Thousand Lakes Town. And I will surely mention you, likely calling upon you to ask some questions, Jim said. Herag nodded and said, all right, lead the way. Since he planned to stay here for a while, he naturally couldn't afford to fall out with the city lord. The two led their horses into Amy City, heading toward the city lord's mansion. Reaching the city lord's mansion required passing through a square, a vast expanse. Many festivals and celebrations occur there, and daily activities of various professions frequently take place here too. Lord Arios. Jim looked toward the square where a crowd gathered, with a burly man standing atop a high platform, speaking to those around him. Is that Lord Arios? Herag looked over and asked. Jim nodded. Yes, it's quite strange. Normally Lord Arios wouldn't appear in this place. The two walked to the outer edge of the crowd, seeing Arios standing on the high platform with a cross erected behind him. A disheveled man tied to it appears to have undergone severe torture. Attention everyone, recently, we've noticed some very strange people appearing. It's one thing they don't speak our language, but they somehow lack exorcist power, yet possess abilities stronger than many exorcists. These individuals are very powerful. If I hadn't intervened personally, capturing them would indeed have been challenging. In the capture, 2 people died, and we only managed to take 1 alive. Arios looked at the crowd below and continued. Through some special means, I saw some memory fragments in his mind. I can confirm that they are a group of outer heaven demons. Their appearance seems to be a scheme to seize our world, a far greater threat than demons. So everyone, I hope you will spread this information. If you find someone as powerful as an exorcist but not an exorcist, be sure to contact me immediately. These people are extremely dangerous and must be dealt with. Kill him, kill him. The crowd below, upon hearing this, looked at the person tied to the cross with hatred, wishing to behead him immediately. Arios is the city lord of Amy City, and also a figure at the guardian level, holding a very high status and prestige. These people naturally trust him unconditionally, and have no reason to doubt Arios's words. Herag, after seeing the person tied to the cross, controlled his expression to not reveal any anomaly. He did not recognize the person on the cross, but Herag could clearly sense the aura of magic power on the person on the cross. However, it was very weak now, barely hanging on. This person should be at the crystallization wizard's level, but Herag didn't know whether this wizard was part of the cradle operation or the expedition team. Based on Arios's statements, Herag roughly deduced what had happened earlier. These few wizards probably had a conflict with the exorcists here, leading to some battles, which eventually alerted Arios, an apostle-level exorcist. Arios acted, killing 2 wizards outright and capturing 1 alive. After capturing, they couldn't communicate due to the language barrier. So they probably used some special means to view some of this wizard's memories, thus learning that he came from another world. Arios, as a powerful apostle exorcist, quickly realized the huge threat within. From those memory fragments, he saw many powerful beings. If those people came here, it would probably be a disaster. As the guardian of Amy City, Arios felt it his duty to disclose these matters, to make more people vigilant. Arios looked at the angry crowd and said, "This person cannot die yet. We know too little about them. We need to extract as much information from him as possible. Everyone, I need you to spread this news. Only if more people are aware of this can we better protect our home, protect our world." In the Palantes Empire, cities are almost independent, and there are no efficient communication means between them. Arios had no choice but to inform the public, letting these people from all over spread the word to wider places. The purpose he wanted to achieve was just to make people aware enough. As long as they have some awareness, when encountering these wizards, they would know these people are outer heaven demons. Herag glanced at the male witch on the high platform, whose eyes were unfocused, clearly not in a normal mental state. He looked away after a glance to avoid meeting the male witch's gaze. If Arios noticed anything unusual, it would be troublesome. Herag had no confidence in dealing with an apostle-level exorcist. He wanted so badly to communicate with that male witch to gather some information he wanted. But now it seemed impossible. The male witch was under Arios's strict surveillance. He had almost no chance to contact the male witch. Taking rash action would only attract attention and bring trouble upon oneself. Herag temporarily set aside this thought and could only pay more attention to information in this area to see if there would be any opportunity later on. While Arios was speaking, he scanned the surroundings as if observing something. He saw Jim and said, "Little Jim, you're back." It seemed that Arios and Jim were quite familiar, exchanging greetings. Jim walked over respectfully and said, "Lord Arios, I have very urgent news to report to you." "Oh, tell me," Arios said. Jim hurriedly recounted in detail what happened in Thousand Lakes Town and introduced Herag to him. Arios just glanced at Herag, then pondered. "It seems there's indeed a big problem inside Thousand Lakes. According to your description, that demon must be at the apostle level, but it's unclear what it is doing inside Thousand Lakes." Arios looked serious. This matter compelled him to take it seriously. An apostle-level demon, if not handled properly, could threaten the entire Amy city. Because demons can grow stronger by absorbing demon auras, once it starts killing, its power will swell extremely quickly. Arios said, "Thank you for the information you brought. It seems I must go back to discuss it and act quickly." Arios acted swiftly, immediately taking the mail witch back to the city lord's mansion. He wanted to immediately gather his subordinates for a meeting to discuss how to deal with the demon inside Thousand Lakes. Any demon once discovered must be dealt with immediately. These are lessons learned from countless bloody experiences. Now that demon is staying inside Thousand Lakes without coming out, obviously preparing something, Arios cannot give it the time to fully prepare. "Brother Herag, I need to go to the city lord's mansion first to see if I can be of any help. This is my address in the city. You can come find me if you need anything later." Jim took out a wooden plaque that looked like some kind of property certificate. On the wooden plaque it said, "Jim, 17 Bordeaux Street." Herag silently remembered it, nodded and said, "All right, I've noted it. I'll find a place to stay for now." Jim smiled and waved, then turned and jogged to catch up with the departing Arios. Herag didn't spare a glance at Arios, turned and left with his head lowered quietly. He was thinking, if Arios went to Thousand Lakes Town to solve the problems there, would it give him a chance to contact that wizard? Of course, this entailed great risk, and Herag was weighing whether it was worth doing. Herag walked a few streets and chose a somewhat secluded inn to check in. In this world, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins are the main currency. This was something Herag had already learned in Falling Leaves Town. Herag's gold coins were all remelted by himself, with no markings from the wizard plane, just a simple gold coin. This was a necessary preparation to avoid exposure. He didn't want his identity revealed just because of currency issues when buying something. The inn Herag chose is actually located just west of the city lord's mansion, less than 3 kilometers away in a straight line. It's much quieter here, and the price is significantly higher, comparable to a wealthy district. Herag doesn't care about the price. His space ring is filled with more gold coins than he could ever spend. After settling in the inn, he spent a few days strolling around Amy City, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the situation here. Exorcists remain a scarce profession here, easily finding work. Only after learning thoroughly did Herag realize how severe the demon problem here is. Centered around Amy City, numerous small towns or human settlements are scattered all around. Correspondingly, demons are also attracted by the humans here, with demon attack incidents happening almost daily in various places. Ordinary people can barely handle weak demons at best. Any slightly stronger demon turns them into lambs to be slaughtered. At such times, only exorcists can be relied upon. These days, Herag also wandered around near the city lord's mansion, strolling casually, not attracting anyone's attention. He mainly observed and recorded the structure within the city lord's mansion. Herag discovered that the wizard who had been captured was imprisoned in the dungeons below the city lord's mansion. He originally planned to make contact with that wizard while Arios was out. Since he has the ability to perform space travel, it's relatively easy for him to enter the dungeon. However, after a scanning probe of the environment, Herag discovered that there is a hidden chamber next to the room where the wizard is imprisoned. The door to the hidden chamber is extremely concealed, appearing on the surface as just a wall. Even if an ordinary person stood in front of the wall, they wouldn't see that there is a door there. Just having a hidden chamber would be fine. But Herag also found someone inside the chamber, silently resting with eyes closed. Unmoving, Herag keenly observed and discovered that the person looked exactly like Arios, matching in height and body type, as if carved from the same mold. Didn't Arios leave? Herag clearly remembered that a few days ago, Arios had left Amy City with a group, and Jim was also in that team. The group hasn't returned yet, and the matter in Thousand Lakes Town surely won't be resolved so quickly. Moreover, a round trip from here to Thousand Lakes Town would take at least 4 days. Who is the person in the hidden chamber within the dungeon? Herag is somewhat puzzled, as the person seems to be in a long-term state of slumber or meditation, unmoving. But this is a living person with breathing. After observing this person's existence, Herag directly abandoned the idea of making contact with the wizard. It turns out the wizard in the dungeon is just a trap, waiting for someone to fall into it. The person who looks exactly like Arios in the hidden chamber is likely lurking, waiting to see who will try to contact the wizard. Herag quickly understood Arios's intentions. On that day when Arios announced the matter in the square, besides intending to let more people know about this, he was also probing to see if there are hidden allies in Amy City. He intentionally didn't kill the wizard, waiting for someone to rescue him and handle them together. If Herag hadn't discovered the existence of that hidden chamber through environmental scanning, his reckless attempt to contact the wizard would have led him into a pre-arranged trap. No wonder Arios could leave without worry. He was already prepared with a backup plan. Herag quietly left the vicinity of the city lord's mansion, for now having no thought of the wizard in the dungeon. All he wanted was some intelligence. If the person in the dungeon was from the expedition team, there would indeed be a need to make contact, but if they were a wizard participating in the Cradle campaign, it wasn't necessary. The wizards participating in the Cradle campaign might not know as much about this world as he does. Herag just wanted to contact the expedition team's wizard to find a way back to the wizard plane. He isn't in a hurry to return now, so there's no need to rush into danger. Herag arrived outside a bar named Old Tree Bar. This bar has a rather unique design, resembling an old tree that's been long withered on the outside. The bar is built inside the already hollow trunk, making it a well-known place in Amy City. Herag came here mainly to gather intelligence and undertake tasks. Old Tree Bar is a place that many exorcists frequent, consistently offering tasks that only exorcists can undertake, with decent rewards. Many people seeking to commission tasks also come here to find people from Old Tree Bar. As Herag walked in, a few individuals glanced at him before continuing to sip their drinks. The tables here are all wooden stumps, quite fitting for the ambience of the place. Herag walked straight to the counter, where a neatly dressed young man stood, wiping a glass with a white cloth. "Do you have any good commissions lately?" Herag asked directly. The young man glanced at Herag and asked, "Exorcist." "I'm Tiva, please follow me." Tiva put down the cloth and glass, leading Herag to a room behind. This room appeared like a file room, with a row of cabinets filled with documents. Tiva asked, "What type of commission do you want? Any specific requirements?" "The ones with lots of demons," Herag replied. Tiva chuckled and said, "Tasks with many demons mean high risk. Without sufficient strength, I wouldn't recommend undertaking them." Tiva knew many exorcists want to slay more demons to quickly enhance their strength. Many novice exorcists are like that, eager to succeed without a clear comprehension of their own abilities. The demon aura on Herag was faint, and Tiva keenly sensed this, confirming Herag was just a novice exorcist. "You don't need to worry about that, just introduce them to me," Herag said. Tiva nodded without saying more, respecting others' destinies and letting go of the urge to assist. "How about this task? Guarding Fireland Ranch, with a term of 3 months and a reward of 20 gold coins." Tiva presented a piece of parchment in front of Herag. Herag took the parchment and examined it carefully. Fireland Ranch is located to the south of Amy City, housing many cattle, sheep, and horses. It supplies meat and dairy to the vicinity. Due to raising many animals, it often draws demons in for food, causing considerable losses to the ranch. The ranch consistently hires exorcists to guard, making it a long-term task. However, most exorcists won't stay too long, since the number of demons is unpredictable. Sometimes there might be many, and sometimes few. It's entirely up to chance. Most exorcists, if they squatted for a month without encountering a few demons, might choose to leave. Their main purpose is not to earn gold coins, but to hunt demons. The cattle, sheep, and horses in the ranch are just bait to them. Hunting demons is the goal. Protecting the ranch is merely incidental. If they can't find any demons, they naturally won't waste time any longer. Accepting the mission at Fireland Ranch is purely based on luck. The number and strength of demons are uncertain. However, generally speaking, the demons that come here are not too strong, just some regular ones. This is a bit of goodwill from Tiva, helping Harag pick a relatively low-risk mission, taking care of this naive and fearless youngster. Of course, Tiva wouldn't say that out loud. Harag looked over, feeling that this task might be worth a try. He could actually just leave Amy City and hunt demons everywhere. But the problem with that is the lack of some crucial information. Just like the tentacles at Thousand Lakes, you never know when you'll encounter some extremely powerful demons. Through the Old Tree Bar's channels, Harag can at least gather some intelligence, getting a rough idea of the strength of the demons at the destination. Having some understanding before acting ensures much greater confidence, and the risk is significantly reduced. It's much more stable than wandering around recklessly with only a sword. Harag does not believe his capabilities are strong enough to move freely in this world. Then I'll take this mission, Harag said. Tiva said, take this document and just head straight to the Fireland Ranch down south. Show this document to the ranch owner. No signature is required for taking these mission contracts, as many people are illiterate. The parchment in Harag's hand is the proof, representing his acceptance of the mission. Harag left the tavern with the parchment, preparing to head towards the Fireland Ranch. After he left, a man wearing a cowboy hat put down his glass, stood up, and walked to the door of a back room where he bumped into Tiva coming out. "Buddy, I'm looking to buy some information," the cowboy hat man said with a faint smile. "What kind of information?" Tiva asked. "I just want to know what task did the person who just left take," the cowboy hat man said. Tiva said expressionlessly, "Kramer, you're targeting newcomers again. Give it up, I would never sell his information. If it got out, I'd have no business left." Tiva knows very well why he can conduct such business here, entirely relying on mutual trust and established rules. The clients and those accepting the assignments trust him, which is why they come here. If the trust collapses, it would be very difficult to rebuild. Tiva won't destroy the Old Tree Bar's reputation for a single piece of information business. Kramer shrugged, said nothing more, and just turned around and left the bar. He also knows Tiva's character and was just trying his luck. He saw that Harag was a new face and had a faint demon aura about him, immediately judging him as a newcomer. Among exorcists, many do not only hunt demons, but also hunt other exorcists. Because hunting exorcists can also yield demon aura, but since demons pose a bigger threat, infighting is rare. However, there are always those who don't follow the rules and have their own agendas, such as Kramer, who often targets weaker exorcists. In his view, these individuals are weak, and the demon aura obtained after killing them is not insignificant, making it quite worthwhile. Moreover, killing them allows for plundering their possessions, earning a double profit. In this chaotic world, there is no law, only moral constraints. To someone like Kramer, moral constraints are worthless. Acquiring more profit is his main focus. Harag returned to the inn's backyard, fetched his horse, and led it out of the city, as riding within the city is not allowed. Shortly after he left, Kramer also rode out, keeping a long distance behind Harag. Initially, Harag didn't notice anyone, but after some distance, he realized someone was trailing far behind. He immediately understood the situation. He was being followed. Harag glanced at the sky and kept moving, maintaining a certain distance from the person behind him. After sunset, as nightfall approached, Harag had entered a forested area, the only way to the Fireland Ranch. He tied his horse within the forest and then hid himself. Shortly, Kramer arrived on horseback. The forest cover prevented him from seeing Harag's actions. Thinking he hadn't been discovered due to keeping a significant distance, Kramer had been tracking by following hoof prints on the ground, so he didn't think Hereg would notice someone behind. He entered the forest, saw the horse, and realized the issue. Kramer immediately drew his longsword, cautiously observing the surroundings. He extended his hand, and a wisp of black kai emerged from his left palm, coalescing into a pitch-black bird. The bird appeared and hovered over Kramer's head, circling around. Suddenly, the bird let out an extremely unpleasant screech. Kramer felt a jolt of tension, just about to dodge, when the tip of a sword suddenly appeared in front. He glanced down to see a longsword piercing through his chest. The agony surged, rendering his body powerless instantly. When did it? Kramer collapsed, blood pooling around him. He never perceived when Hereg crept up behind him. The bird had just sounded the alarm, but he hadn't time to react before being struck. Hereg looked coldly at the twitching figure on the ground, swung his longsword, and finished him off. A wisp of black kai floated from the man's body and was completely absorbed by Hereg. Power plus 1.6, agility plus 1.7, constitution plus 1.5. Hereg frowned at these numbers, feeling they should have been higher. The black kai from killing this man was slightly robust, estimated around 2 points. Yet now, none of the attributes reached 2 points. Hereg speculated that his numerous kills of mermaids lately, absorbing ample demon aura, might be the cause. And now, the attribute boost from the demon aura appears to have diminished, being less effective than before. This was somewhat within Hereg's expectations. He had presumed the demon aura boost would likely reduce as time went on. Hereg wasn't too concerned about it. Any improvement was appreciated, given his physical stats had already significantly increased. Hereg Merlin. Power 45.2, agility 45.6. Constitution 45.7, spirit 79.5, magic power 100%. Hereg glanced at the data panel. His physical attributes had now all reached over 40 points. He felt it might not only be due to the demon aura, but also because of his continuously increasing physical attributes. As physical attributes rise, the difficulty of further improvement naturally becomes higher. Compared to when he first arrived in this plane, Hereg's physical attributes had significantly improved. Now it's expected that the difficulty of improvement has increased slightly. Hereg checked the body of the person, finding only a few gold coins and silver coins, with nothing else of value. After dealing with this person, he continued horseback, planning to find a place to stay overnight ahead. The bird conjured by this person seemed to have a reconnaissance function, but before Kramer could fully demonstrate his abilities, Hereg had already dispatched him with a single sword strike. Early the next morning, Hereg rode his horse and continued on his journey. After 5 days of travel, Hereg finally arrived at Fireland Ranch. Fireland Ranch had a vast pasture, with cattle, sheep, and horses, all taken care of by ranch staff. Hereg arrived at the ranch entrance and showed a piece of parchment. The ranch owner was a weathered man, looking to be in his 50s or 60s, named Bowen. Bowen held a pipe in his mouth, took the parchment, glanced at it, then looked up at Hereg and said, "It's a total of 3 months. If you leave early, it's 10 gold coins. If you stay for the full 3 months, the reward is 20 gold coins." Bowen intended to explain the rules clearly in advance to prevent this exorcist from arguing later. These exorcists rarely stay for the full 3 months. They usually leave after a short while, and Bowen had grown accustomed to it. Hereg nodded, saying understood. Bowen then led Hereg into the ranch, to a wooden cabin outside, which was Hereg's accommodation. Meals were provided by the ranch, with 2 meals a day. Hereg's job was simple, as he didn't partake in the regular management of the ranch. The care of cattle, sheep, and other such animals was handled by designated personnel who managed the daily grazing. The only task Hereg needed to perform was to intervene when the ranch encountered a demon attack, repelling or killing the demon to minimize losses for the farm. After settling at the ranch, it was tranquil for half a month. Daily, watching the cattle, sheep, and horses moving about the plains, his mind seemed to find some peace. The ranch staff totaled 5 people, all ordinary folks. However, 2 of them were former adventurers who bought the ranch after earning some money to retire. Bowen was said to have been a powerful adventurer with many experiences. Hereg often saw Bowen with a pipe in his mouth, sitting by the ranch, staring at the cattle and sheep, lost in thought. He would often sit there the entire afternoon. Herag stayed in the wooden cabin, diligently engaging in meditation, which showed some progress as another star successfully formed. In his mind, the third array map lit up the fourth star, marking the 29th star. Herag glanced at the starry sky outside the window and continued meditating. Observing the entirely different starry sky above, he couldn't help but wonder, having meditated on stars from several different planes, what effects it might have in the future. At present, they seemed similar, with nothing particularly different. As he meditated, Herag thought about how he hadn't encountered a single demon in these half-months. If no demons appeared in the coming days, he considered returning home, not wanting to continue wasting time here. Herag was willing to wait half a month because Bowen mentioned that in autumn, some demons might come to forage in preparation for winter. Yet after half a month, he hadn't seen even a trace of a demon. Late at night, Herag opened his eyes and looked outside the window. At the ranch's outskirts, a brown giant bear was approaching with heavy steps. It watched the ranch's scenes through the wooden fence, drooling heavily upon seeing the herds of cattle, sheep, and horses. This giant bear was no ordinary animal but a demon, standing a full 5 meters tall when standing upright. The giant bear casually swiped a paw, seemingly using little strength, and instantly smashed down a section of the wooden fence. The noise quickly alerted a few people at the ranch, with Bowen rushing to assess the situation and gasping upon seeing the giant bear. Giant mountain bear, Bowen recognized this demon. Giant mountain bear, a high-tier demon, possessed exceedingly strong physical power. Its hide was thick and tough, with ordinary swords unable to harm it. Bowen couldn't understand why a giant mountain bear was here, as they typically didn't operate in these plains or grasslands, but in mountainous regions. However, such thoughts were irrelevant at the moment, with no time left to ponder. Quick run, it should leave once it's eaten enough. Don't provoke it. Tell Herag not to throw his life away, Bowen told those beside him. Seeing the giant mountain bear, Bowen had lost all hope of defeating it. Although Herag was an exorcist, in Bowen's opinion, there was no way he could match a giant mountain bear. Even high-tier exorcists were rarely confident about handling a giant mountain bear, let alone Herag, who seemed an exorcist apprentice at most. Bowen only hoped to lose as few cattle and sheep as possible. But given the giant mountain bear's size and hunger, the losses this time could be severe. "Mr. Herag isn't in the cabin," said the young man sent to notify him, running back. "Not there? Did he run away ahead of time? Perhaps it's for the best," Bowen mused. "Captain, he's over there." Bowen's old companion, Mahar, pointed toward the giant mountain bear. Bowen looked over and saw Herag approaching the giant mountain bear with sword in hand. The giant mountain bear also took notice of the approaching human, roaring with gaping maw, saliva dripping. "Damn fool, come back," Bowen anxiously shouted to Herag. Herag turned and smiled. "It's all right, I can handle it." Bowen was speechless at Herag's audacity, unsure what to say. "Let's get out of here," Bowen sighed, unwilling to witness the young man's tragic death, planning to retrieve Herag's body later if there was one left. "Captain, look." Mahar did not leave, still watching the giant mountain bear. Herag held the longsword, slowly approaching the giant mountain bear. Now all of his physical attributes had reached over 40 points. Even without Titan power, his physical strength was already extremely formidable. The giant mountain bear charged forward. Its weight was immeasurable, and each step it took made the surrounding ground tremble, as if the earth itself was shaking. Herag focused all his attention, observing every movement of the giant mountain bear. As it leapt towards him, he swiftly dodged to avoid the attack. With a sudden step, his body turned into a shadow, quickly maneuvering behind the giant mountain bear, and thrust his sword into its body. The sword barely pierced a small bit of the blade, soon hindered by the bear's muscles, unable to go deeper. Herag did not attempt to push further, but swiftly withdrew the sword and dodged a massive paw swiping towards him. The longsword in his hand was just an ordinary weapon, unable to inflict significant damage on the giant mountain bear. The bear's fur was extraordinarily tough, each strand like a steel needle. That Herag could pierce it with an ordinary sword was due to his own immense strength. Such minor wounds were negligible to the giant mountain bear, equivalent to a needle prick. Bowen, witnessing this scene, sighed. He realized Herag was indeed skilled, but the disparity with the giant mountain bear was still vast. If this continued, Herag was destined to die. The giant mountain bear could make many mistakes, and small wounds meant nothing to it. But Herag was different. A single misstep meant death. Bowen, no longer hesitant, led a group to hastily leave the area. They were powerless to assist Herag. Staying would be futile. If they waited until Herag died, it would be too late to escape. Bowen felt little emotion, only pity for Herag. Having been an adventurer for many years, he had grown indifferent to many things. Herag noticed Bowen and the others leaving, yet he still refrained from using Titan power to end the battle swiftly. After seeing the captive wizard in Amy City, Herag knew he couldn't easily use the obvious magic of Titan power anymore. Otherwise, if such news spread and reached someone like Arios, survival would be difficult. This giant mountain bear, though thick-skinned, couldn't pose a real threat to Herag. Herag might appear thin, but his physical strength was not necessarily weaker than that of the bear. Even taking a hit, he could brush it off and get up. Moreover, Herag's speed far exceeded the giant mountain bear's, making it impossible for the bear to touch him. Herag handled the situation easily, and so did not rush to use the Titan power magic. The giant mountain bear's body was covered with small wounds, all inflicted by Herag's longsword. Herag didn't have a drop of sweat on his forehead, his expression calm. Conversely, the giant mountain bear was panting heavily. Somewhat frustrated at its inability to capture its prey, anger rising. It should be taking effect now. This bear's constitution is surprisingly strong, Herag thought as he dodged another attack from the giant mountain bear, observing the wounds. Herag didn't approach the bear with just an ordinary longsword. He had anticipated its formidable defense in the cabin. His first attack was merely a test to see if he could breach its defense. As long as he could inflict some wounds, that would be enough. He had already poisoned the longsword. This wasn't just any poison, but one concocted from various magic potion materials. Under normal circumstances, just 1 milligram could kill a whale. But this giant mountain bear, despite being struck multiple times, continued fighting unaffected for 10 minutes. Herag wasn't in a rush, dodging the giant mountain bear's attacks and seizing opportunities to strike. Another 10 minutes passed. During this time, the giant mountain bear's speed noticeably slowed, and the wounds on its body increased. Panting heavily, the giant mountain bear gasped for air. Herag stood before it, sword in hand, quietly waiting. The giant mountain bear glanced at Herag, understanding not why it felt so tired, finding it increasingly hard to breathe. It decided not to waste more time on this elusive prey. Turning, the giant mountain bear began to flee, realizing continuing was futile. Herag couldn't simply let the demon aura escape before his eyes. He pulled out a longbow and some arrows from his space ring, prepared long ago for this moment. The arrows were also poisoned. Ordinary arrows were ineffectual against wizards, often blocked by a mere shield. But against the giant mountain bear, they sufficed. Herag trailed the giant mountain bear, shooting arrows intermittently. Soon the bear's back bristled with arrows, resembling a porcupine. An hour later, the giant mountain bear collapsed with a thud. A few minutes after it fell, a thick black kai began to drift out. Only then did Herag approach confidently, realizing the bear had indeed been feigning death. This giant mountain bear likely intended to play dead, waiting to use its final strength to kill Herag. Unfortunately for the bear, Herag wisely kept his distance, offering no chance. What the bear failed to comprehend was that in this world, when a demon dies, the demon aura dissipates, rendering its ruse futile. Seeing the bear's body lifeless with no immediate release of aura, Herag figured it was pretending. Patience and caution, he waited behind, occasionally firing another arrow. In the end, the bear succumbed entirely to the spreading poison. Herag absorbed the thick black kai completely, leaving nothing behind. He glanced at the data panel, and Shenlin provided the stats. Power plus 5.1, Agility plus 3.2, Constitution plus 6.1. Herag Merlin, Power 50.3, Agility 48.8, Constitution 51.8, Spirit 80.5, Magic Power 100%. Herag was very satisfied with the increase. It exceeded his expectations. Considering his current high attributes, The demon aura's enhancement was highly restricted. Nonetheless, he still gained significant stats under these circumstances, a substantial reward indeed. After absorbing the demon aura, Herag suddenly felt some changes within his body. He sensed transformations occurring inside, with something new in the surrounding space, though he could not perceive it. Herag closed his eyes to feel for a moment and discovered that the demon aura he had absorbed in the past had originally integrated throughout his body. Now this demon aura seemed to be trembling, with some sort of connection between them. After a while, Herag felt as if something from the outside was being infused into his body. The demon aura within him began to transform into a layer of black membrane, covering various parts of his body. This black membrane covered his internal organs, wrapped around every bone, integrated into every piece of flesh and blood, enveloping every cell. After a long time, Herag opened his eyes, standing in the cold wind. By now, he knew what changes had occurred in his body. He had awakened the exorcist's talent ability, now considered an official exorcist. The black membrane inside Herag is his ability, significantly enhancing his body's strength, toughness, and defensive capabilities. At the same time, his physical power would also be greatly enhanced. Strangely, when Herag checked the data panel, none of his physical attributes had actually improved. This meant that, even though the black membrane made Herag's physical strength and toughness stronger, it wasn't achieved by enhancing physical attributes, but it was due to the properties of the black membrane itself. Herag raised his hand, squeezed his fist, and clearly felt a difference from before. This feeling wasn't because his physical strength had increased, but because the nature of his body seemed to have changed. Herag wasn't sure of the principle behind this black membrane and hadn't heard of any other exorcists with similar abilities. He once heard Jim mention that an exorcist's abilities often reflect their character, habits, bloodlines, etc. But this is also a metaphysical explanation, similar to using zodiac signs to determine personality. Nonetheless, Herag was quite satisfied with this ability, feeling that it suited him well. If he used the Titan power now, Herag believed he would be much stronger than before. After feeling the changes in his body, he looked at the giant bear's corpse on the ground. The giant bear was poisoned to death, its body filled with various toxins. If it just stayed there and some animals ate it, that would be fine, but if it accidentally poisoned a few people, that wouldn't be good. Herag thought for a moment, took out a portion of corrosive potion from his space ring, and poured it onto the bear's body. The bear's body began to melt quickly, sizzling and smoking. A single portion of corrosive potion wasn't enough, as the bear's body was too large. Herag used 2 more portions to completely dissolve the bear's body, leaving only some liquid at the site. He then thoroughly cleaned up the marks on the ground before leaving. Because he used a magic potion, Herag was more cautious, leaving no traces behind. When Herag returned to Fireland Ranch, he found the ranch empty of people, except for cattle, sheep, and horses. The ranch owner Bowen and others had disappeared, with no sign of them within the environment detection range. Herag did not bother about them and went back to his cabin to continue his meditation practice. By the next morning, Bowen and the others slowly returned. They were very cautious, observing the surroundings outside the ranch for a while before entering. Seeing that the cattle, sheep, and horses were mostly still there, and there were no traces of blood or carcasses, they felt puzzled. When they went to the back plain, they saw Herag practicing swordplay in the distance, and were immediately surprised. Seeing them return, Herag approached and greeted them. "The giant bear has been driven off by me and shouldn't be coming back." He did not elaborate on the details, merely mentioned it casually before heading towards his cabin. Driven off? Bowen was somewhat incredulous, but Herag was unharmed and the ranch had suffered no losses, so he had no choice but to believe it. Watching Herag leave leisurely, Bowen was deep in thought. Half a month passed in a flash. During this time, no demons came to attack, seemingly due to the giant mountain bear's passage. No other demons appeared during these 2 weeks. Herag didn't plan to stay here longer, as winter was approaching, and demons would only become fewer. In some time, heavy snow would block the mountains, making travel inconvenient. When Bowen learned that Herag was leaving, he did not try to stop him, merely personally sending him to the road outside, handing him a bag of money. "This is your reward." Herag looked inside the money bag, puzzled. Why are there 20 gold coins? I haven't been here for 3 months. Bowen took a drag from his pipe and said, You may not have stayed for 3 months. But driving off the giant mountain bear saved the ranch from significant loss. This is rightfully yours. Herag nodded, accepted the money bag, and without further words mounted his horse, cracked the whip and rode away. Bowen stood outside the ranch, watching Herag leave, then slowly returned to the ranch. After returning to Amy City, as soon as Herag got back to the inn, the clerk told him that Jim had come looking for him a few days ago. At that time, Herag was performing a commission task at Fireland Ranch. Jim asked the clerk to relay a message, saying he had something to discuss with Herag. Upon hearing the news, Herag went to the address Jim had given the next day. Jim lived in a small courtyard with a limited area. He knocked on the door, and soon Jim opened it. You're back. I thought you'd return after winter. It's good that you're back now. Winter there isn't very comfortable, and supplies are scarce. Jim ushered Herag into the courtyard as he spoke. Herag asked, How are things going in Thousand Lakes town? He hadn't heard much after returning to Amy City, and was unsure if things were resolved. Jim sat beside a table in the courtyard and said, There was indeed an apostle-level demon in Thousand Lakes, a jellyfish. A jellyfish? Herag recalled that white translucent tentacle indeed resembled a jellyfish, just magnified many times. Jim nodded and continued, that jellyfish was very strong, and Lord Arios fought it to a standstill, neither able to defeat the other. It seemed stronger in water. Later, realizing it couldn't handle Lord Arios, the demon left, disappearing from Thousand Lakes. Disappeared, Herag asked. Lord Arios believes the demon used some special means to leave. No trace of it can be found in Thousand Lakes now, and it's uncertain if it will ever reappear. After this event, Thousand Lakes has been designated a dangerous area. Those living by fishing there might struggle. Jim explained. The two of them continued to discuss details about Thousand Lakes town's situation, and Herag gained a deeper understanding. Herag learned from some of Jim's information that the jellyfish was likely preparing something. It initially should have suddenly appeared at Thousand Lakes and prepared to make it its territory. So later it sent out many mermaids, intending to turn the surroundings into its domain to continue its task. Only later did the appearance of the exorcists defeat the mermaid army, and Arios' arrival made the jellyfish realize that this place was not safe, so it chose to relocate. No one knows the method of relocation. Anyway, the jellyfish and all the mermaids disappeared into thin air. Did you come to me just for these things? Herag asked after understanding. Jim stroked the back of his head and said, Actually, there's one more thing. Lord Arios assigned me this winter to guard over at the Ulster mountain range. It's said to be quite restless there. Recently, due to a shortage of manpower, I'm currently the only exorcist there. I'm really not confident in my own strength, so I thought you might join me. The reward is the same as mine, 30 gold coins for 3 months. Are there many demons there? Herag asked only one question. Jim said, There should be quite a few near the mountain regions. They often come out to roam. Also, according to what Lord Arios mentioned before, there might be activity from outer heaven demons there. If we can find some clues, that would certainly be a huge accomplishment. Clues of the outer heaven demons. Herag feigned confusion. Jim said, It's like when you first arrived in Amy City. We saw the person tied to the cross in the square. Lord Arios said they are people from another world, intending to take over ours. The Ulster mountain range seems to have activity from these outer heaven demons, because some traces don't look left by demons, nor by exorcists. He looked around and whispered, Actually, my main purpose for going there is to investigate these matters. Don't mention this outside, only we know internally. If those outer heaven demons find out, they'll definitely flee. I think those people are probably very powerful. That's why I came to ask for your help. Herag hesitated for a moment, wavering, All right, I'll go with you. Really. Thank you so much, my friend. Jim was very pleased. He hadn't held much hope, but didn't expect Herag to actually agree. Normal people would definitely avoid danger, not knowingly walk into it. Jim shared the truth also because he didn't want to lead Herag into a trap. Hence he honestly informed that there might be activity from outer heaven demons there. Outer heaven demons are unknown, mysterious, and powerful to them. No one knows what will happen after encountering them, nor what their strength is. Jim truly lacked confidence in his own strength and couldn't enlist other powerful exorcists, so he sought out Herag to try. Herag righteously declared, "It's what I should do. Being able to contribute to the defense of our world is my honor." Jim looked at Herag, feeling that this man seemed to be bathed in holy light. "I'm so grateful to you. When we get back from there, if we manage to accomplish the task, we will surely gain Lord Arios' respect. Especially someone like you, skilled, young, and with potential, will definitely be viewed favorably by Lord Arios," Jim said. Herag replied, "Don't say useless things like that. When are we departing?" "Probably in 3 days. I need to prepare some supplies. There's already a base there, so essential daily supplies aren't lacking. The roads are very clear. You'll be able to eat fresh food even in the winter. However, they're short on manpower there, so exorcists are urgently needed to guard," Jim explained. Herag said, "Understood, then you can come straight to the inn to find me by then." After leaving Jim, Herag returned to the inn where he resided. While in his room, he recalled Jim's expressions and actions during the whole process, not finding anything wrong. Initially, Herag also suspected that it was a trap aimed at himself. But after thinking it through, he deemed it unlikely, because he hadn't shown any abnormalities from the start, nor had made excessive contact with Arios. If this matter was a trap set for him, then it must be arranged by Arios, implying Arios noticed something was wrong with him. But if this were the case, Arios could take him down directly without much effort. Herag finally decided to go to the Ulster mountain range to check. If there really were traces of other wizards, some clues could be found. Many things these exorcists would not see or pay attention to, but as a wizard, Herag could easily spot many traces. 3 days later, Jim drove the carriage to the inn entrance to pick up Herag. This time he brought a total of 2 carriages out, one followed behind, driven by a coachman named Cobb. The carriages were piled with various supplies, being planned for a winter stay over there, so a lot was prepared. Herag merely carried a large bag, which also contained various items. But the main purpose of this large bag was to conceal the existence of the space ring, making the appearance of various things more reasonable and less noticeable. The 2 carriages sped up after leaving the city, traveling the road towards the northwest direction, headed for the Ulster mountain range. After 5 days, the carriages arrived at a villa under the Ulster mountain range. Here guarded were over a dozen soldiers from Amy City, primarily watching the entrance to the Ulster mountain range and tasked with monitoring the movements here. If any demon emerged from the mountains or if there were any anomalies in the range, they had to quickly notify Amy City. There weren't many houses in the villa. Many soldiers lived in shared rooms, the conditions relatively simple. Herag and Jim each got a small room, which though small in size, was fully equipped with everything. There was a fireplace and stacks of wood piled outside. Even in winter it wouldn't be cold. The coachman who came with Herag and the soldiers stayed together. He too had to remain here for the entire winter. After arriving here, Herag looked at the surrounding terrain. They were actually situated halfway up the mountain, with dense forests around the villa, facing the entrance to the Ulster mountain range that could be directly seen from the villa yard, unhindered by any obstructions. The cold wind blew, the weather turned increasingly cold, and snow began to fall from the sky. Judging by the current trend, it won't be long before everything here turns into a silver-covered snowy realm. After dinner, Herag stayed with Jim in a spacious room in the villa, drinking hot tea and chatting. Outside, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. The door had been tightly shut, as even the smallest gap would allow the biting cold wind to seep in. The fireplace burned fiercely, and Herag checked its structure to ensure there were no issues with the chimney. Herag lifted the teapot, poured himself a cup of piping hot red tea, added 2 cubes of sugar and stirred with a spoon. He stirred it a bit. The sugar cubes instantly melted, and he tried a sip, finding it a bit too hot. Setting the red tea aside, Herag asked, "Since there's nothing else going on now, can you tell me about those outer heaven demons? I'm quite interested in what signs you've discovered here." Herag's curiosity was quite normal, as anyone learning about outer heaven demons for the first time would be somewhat intrigued. Jim said, "Actually, I don't know much either. Lord Arios just mentioned that they come from another world and are quite powerful. The reason we're here is because they found a dead winged demon in the Ulster mountain range. Winged demon. Herag had little knowledge of the magic creatures in this world and hadn't heard of such a demon. Jim, aware that Herag was a foreigner, explained. A winged demon is a high-tier demon, very powerful. The guards here reported it to Amy City immediately upon discovering it. The winged demon's corpse was sent to Amy City, where Lord Arios personally examined it and found some peculiarities. Herag looked puzzled but didn't interrupt Jim. Instead, he picked up the red tea and continued listening. Jim continued. Lord Arios said the winged demon's body had several wounds caused by energy-type attacks, reminiscent of those used by outer heaven demons. Can that deduce anything? It might have been other demons, or maybe exorcists with special abilities, Herag remarked. Jim replied, I thought the same, but Lord Arios considers the possibility of outer heaven demons and insists on investigating, even if there's just a faint chance. Herag nodded, sipped his tea, and stared at the fireplace deep in thought. After chatting for a while longer, the two retired to their respective rooms to rest. Herag lit the fireplace in his room, added some firewood, warming the room bit by bit. He lay on the bed, processed recent events, then entered into a meditative state, beginning his meditation practice. About 2 hours later, Herag suddenly felt cold. He found it strange, for his physique should not feel cold even if the fireplace went out. Moreover, he was nestled under the blankets, with even less reason to feel chilly. Herag opened his eyes and sat up, finding the room pitch dark, the fireplace's embers long extinguished. He glanced around the room, quickly noticing something amiss. The floor was covered in dust, as well as the bedding. Rising from the bed sent a cloud of dust swirling, as if he'd been lying there for centuries. He immediately equipped the storm giant shield, drew his longsword, and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. What lay before him seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of events when he first traversed to the Abyss Plane, albeit without the Abyss Plane's aura ruling out his presence there. He glanced at his left hand. The plane coordinates were intact, not activated. Confronted with this unknown circumstance, he grew increasingly cautious. Herag deployed Shenlin's environment detection to scan his surroundings. The overall layout of the little villa remained unchanged, appearing just as it always had. The difference was, no one remained in any of the other rooms. He was the only one left. Was this teleportation? When did it occur? Examining the scene, it seemed to Herag as if he'd been teleported somewhere. Though in a meditative state earlier, his spirit was highly focused. He felt no abnormal occurrences around him. Sudden, urgent knocking broke the eerie silence. Herag turned to look but didn't approach the door. Using the environment detection, he saw emptiness outside with no one present. Herag quickly considered this possibility, then cast the necromancy spell Undead Perception. This spell could sense and see spirits around him. Scanning his surroundings, Herag found no spirits. Next, he took out a necklace from around his neck. The soul-devouring crystal. The soul-devouring crystal was a demonized item he bought from Lady Morin, said to cleanse lingering malevolence within. He kept it on him, as it would turn red in the presence of evil spirits and emit heat near exceptionally powerful ones. To date, he'd yet to encounter such a spirit. At the moment, the crystal remained unchanged, leading Herag to question whether Lady Morin had sold him a fake. He restashed the necklace and fixed his gaze on the door. The knocking continued, with erratic variations in pace. Herag naturally wouldn't entertain the idea of opening the door, opting instead to observe what might unfold. The knocking persisted intermittently for about half an hour before abruptly ceasing. With its sudden end, an oppressive silence descended upon the world, chilling and deathly still. Herag watched the door intently, convinced something stood behind it, unseen but present. The door exploded suddenly, wooden fragments scattering, ricocheting off Herag's absolute defense shield before landing on the floor. The room filled with dust, severely hampering visibility. Herag saw a humanoid creature standing in the doorway. Around 2 meters tall, with robust limbs and prominently defined muscles. Yet its waist was unusually slender, making the figure appear elongated. The creature had no hair, replaced by writhing tendrils suspended in the air. As the dust settled, the creature's likeness fully revealed itself to Herag. A single enormous eye and a mouth brimming with sharp teeth, arranged in several rows like those of a shark. Looking down, Herag saw the creature's feet resembled twin blades, glinting with a chilling cold light. After the humanoid creature smashed the door with a punch, its single eye fixed on Herag, seemingly observing something. Herag didn't act rashly either, and the two sides faced off for a brief moment. A moment later, the one-eyed creature flickered and rushed directly in front of Herag, delivering a swift punch. Herag raised his left hand, and the storm giant shield instantly enlarged, blocking the blow. Holding the shield firmly in his left hand, he withstood the considerable force of the one-eyed creature's punch without his hand sinking even a fraction. Herag felt somewhat baffled, as an unknown demon suddenly appeared and attacked without a word. He clenched his right fist and retaliated. The one-eyed creature, seeing Herag's fist, showed a hint of fear in its eye, hurriedly retreating to evade. Seeing the retreat, Herag immediately utilized Titan power, entering a state of maximum combat potential. With the enemy's strength unknown, Herag didn't care if others saw, as giving his all was most important. Recently, he significantly enhanced his physical attributes by absorbing demon aura, elevating all attributes to over 40 points. Under the original Titan power form, each attribute was 50 or 60 points, not much different from the base attributes. But now Herag glanced at his body data panel. Power 75.5, Agility 68.6, Constitution 78.4. The attributes provided in the Titan power form had also increased slightly, which Herag guessed was due to an increase in basic attributes, further elevating the effects of the Titan power magic. Herag's current size was massive, over 4 meters tall, with his head nearly touching the ceiling. Looking at the one-eyed demon ahead, the huge size difference made it seem like the demon was being relentlessly hunted. Herag struck first, using space travel to appear directly behind the one-eyed creature, then extended his massive palm to grasp its head. The one-eyed creature reacted quickly, its body spinning in place, with blade-like legs slicing toward Herag's huge hand. Despite the dark gold armor covering his body, Herag didn't choose to clash directly, as the blade edges might have additional properties. If these blade edges had the same properties as Ed's black sword, there was a risk of injury. The one-eyed creature seized the opportunity to roll forward and evade Herag's grasp. After getting back on its feet, the single eye started glowing, then suddenly emitted a black-purple beam toward Herag. The speed was so fast that Herag didn't have time to react. The room was so narrow and the beam so fast, it shot towards Herag's chest from a very close distance. The black-purple beam pierced through the dark gold armor, leaving a small hole and directly touched Herag's flesh. Herag was shocked, completely surprised by the beam's strong penetration. He thought he would suffer serious injuries, but then a miraculous scene unfolded. After piercing the armor and touching his body, the beam vanished as if it was non-existent. Herag felt something and discovered that an internal black membrane had completely absorbed the beam's energy. Not only did it nullify the beam's attack, but it also seemed to make the black membrane more resilient, serving as its nourishment. Seeing this, Herag didn't understand why, knowing too little about this world. But the reason was insignificant now. He knew one thing, that his black membrane had complete immunity to the one-eyed creature's beam. Still, if the beam's energy was immense, the membrane might not be able to completely neutralize it. The one-eyed creature seemed stunned as well, seeing Herag just touch his chest without any issues. Herag felt much more at ease now and used space travel again to appear in front of the creature, delivering a swift slap. That beam seemed to have drained the creature's strength and energy, slowing its reaction. Herag's slap sent it flying, crashing through the cabin wall into another wooden hut. Following closely, Herag appeared above the landing spot before the one-eyed creature could hit the ground, wielding a large knife for a precisely timed vertical slash. The one-eyed creature flew right into the slash, its neck meeting the blade for a swift decapitation. Dark purple blood sprayed out instantly, splattering throughout the cabin and releasing a strong stench. Herag, with his massive stature, dark gold armor stained with blood, stood there holding a large knife. Moonlight streamed down, casting a shadow over the beheaded demon, with blood spreading across the floor towards his feet. Hereg waited for a long time, wondering, where's the demon aura? Most demons in this world, when killed, emit demon aura unless they are particularly weak. But this demon was clearly more powerful. Not a weak mermaid, but a strong demon. Had it not been for the black membrane, he would have been in big trouble. That beam, while not lethal, would certainly have caused severe injury. Why didn't this demon release demon aura when killed? Hereg was puzzled. Hereg left through the hole in the wall and surveyed the outside scene. The moon hung high in the sky, revealing a lush landscape of vegetation and forest. Isn't it winter now? Hereg thought, remembering the evening's heavy snowfall while drinking tea by the fire indoors. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding scene changed abruptly, turning a snowy white. Hereg raised his hand, watching a snowflake land on his dark gold armor. Looking around, he saw heavy snow falling, with thick layers covering the ground and wind howling, along with the sound of guards snoring in the distant cabin. The cabin nearby appeared intact. In their recent fight, the cabin wall should have been shattered, but everything seemed normal now. Through environmental sensing, Hereg quickly saw others in the cabins, sound asleep. He realized he had returned. Having this thought, Hereg immediately disengaged from the Titan power form and changed into a set of clothes. Just after changing, Jim opened the door, rushed out, and knocked on Hereg's cabin door frantically. Hereg, help. You must help me, it's over, it's over. Panicked Jim, clearly distressed by something. Hereg saw Jim anxiously knocking on the door, muttering something under his breath. He walked over, patted Jim's shoulder, and asked, "What's the matter with you?" Jim was startled, and seeing it was Hereg, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he remembered something and anxiously said, "Hereg, it's over, it's over. I think I'm about to encounter a nightmare." Nightmare? You mean a bad dream? Hereg was curious why an exorcist would be so afraid of having a nightmare. Jim exclaimed in surprise, "You don't know about the nightmare?" Hereg shook his head, "Never heard of it." "You really don't know about the nightmare? It seems like information around your hometown is really scarce. Maybe you have another name for it. Nightmare is something that all exorcists hope to never encounter. Once you do, it's basically certain death. Very few exorcists escape a nightmare," Jim explained. Hereg frowned. "Tell me more about it." Seeing that Hereg truly hadn't heard of it, Jim continued to explain. The nightmare is also known as the demon hunter, specifically hunting exorcists. It's generally uncommon to encounter them during the exorcist apprentice stage. It's only after you become an official exorcist for a while that there's a chance of encountering one descending. Once the nightmare descends, the exorcist enters a very strange world and can only return by killing the nightmare. But most exorcists only meet death upon encountering a nightmare. Hereg recalled everything he had just experienced and was sure that what he encountered was indeed a nightmare. That nightmare was indeed very strong. If it were other exorcists, it would have been truly hard to escape its grasp. Hereg thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any pattern to when a nightmare appears, or what circumstances cause it to appear?" "There's no pattern at all. Some exorcists never encounter a nightmare in their entire life, but some might encounter one as soon as they become an official exorcist. That's the unluckiest situation. However, I've heard that the stronger an exorcist is, the more likely they will encounter a nightmare. Those exorcists who are extremely powerful will face nightmares that are terrifying, with almost no one being their match. But these are just rumors. There are only a few exorcists of that level. Not to mention those who have met a nightmare," Jim said. Hereg pondered for a moment and looked at Jim, asking, "So what did you mean when you said you might encounter a nightmare?" Jim seemed to remember something, his face filled with terror, and he took out a half-burned paper figure saying, "It's this is the proof." "Is there something special about this?" Hereg glanced at it, seeing it looked like just an ordinary paper figure. Jim explained, "This was given to me by a mysterious exorcist. She said that when the paper figure starts to burn, it might be a sign that a nightmare is about to descend or has already descended. As soon as you see the paper figure burning, you should be prepared to deal with it. I think I probably can't defeat the nightmare, so I wanted you to help." Hereg began to take the paper figure more seriously. It seemed it could indeed be useful. The nightmare had indeed already descended. It had just been killed by him. It seemed Jim didn't know that once a nightmare descended, it would only drag the corresponding exorcist into that world. and others couldn't help. Herag, keeping his composure, picked up the paper figure, glanced at it and placed it back into Jim's hand, saying, "You're fine right now, there's no nightmare. It's just a small paper figure. Perhaps it has some special substance that makes it spontaneously combust under certain circumstances, don't think too much. But I've been wearing it for so long, it was always normal before, and today it suddenly started burning." Jim still felt that the paper figure should be useful. Herag said, "If a nightmare really shows up, just scream a few times. Anyway, we're so close, I'll come over to help immediately when I hear something." This. Jim was still a little uneasy, always feeling a bit unsafe inside. Herag said, "All right, I need to go back to sleep." If Jim were a woman, Herag might have said, "Come sleep in my room." But since Jim was a man, Herag would only tell him to crawl back to his room and stay there. "All right," Jim nodded, not saying anything further. Watching Herag open the door, Jim suddenly asked, "Hey, you weren't in the room, where did you go just now?" "To pee." Herag closed the door without turning back. Houses here didn't have bathrooms, so people solved it outdoors themselves, making Herag's explanation reasonable enough. Jim nodded, not thinking much more. Just returning to his room with worries. Not daring to close his eyes, as he looked at the half-burned paper figure in his hand. Nightmares were too widely spread among exorcists, with many terrifying stories that he couldn't help but be afraid of. Back in his room, Herag was also contemplating this matter. He indeed hadn't been an official exorcist for long, and then encountered this thing called a nightmare. From the information Jim provided, encountering a nightmare was just a rare event. How did he just happen to run into one? Herag, thinking more broadly, quickly began to consider the issue from the perspective of the plane's hierarchical level. He again examined some of the world's rules. The basic rules of each world are mostly similar, yet there are many differing rules among them. The demon aura of this world is clearly unique to this plane's rule. Herag recalled past experiences. Clearly, the demon aura is used to enhance the strength of individuals in this plane. Under the unique mechanism of demon aura, there are bound to be ever-growing, more powerful individuals. The world will's intention in nurturing the child of the plane is to utilize their power once they grow to address external threats and solve various troubles. If it were the wizard plane or elf plane, individual growth would be extremely difficult and slow. But in this plane, as long as conditions are sufficient, individuals can quickly grow into extremely powerful beings. If these rapidly growing individuals don't comply with the world will's arrangements, not only not solving external troubles, but also posing threats to the plane, how would the world will handle them then? Herag quickly thought of the nightmare. From the traits of the nightmare, it's meant to singly solve certain individuals. The appearance of a nightmare has no pattern. That's because it's inherently just a method of the world will, a tool. The world will uses the nightmare's existence to resolve those individuals that could potentially threaten the plane. Individuals in this plane wishing to grow must absorb demon aura to do so, and can thus be trapped in the rules triggered by the nightmare. The nightmare resembles more a self-defense mechanism, a cleansing system of this world, specifically designed to eliminate those unstable elements. Herag himself hails from another plane, thus upon becoming an official exorcist, he triggered this nightmare mechanism. Luckily, his own strength was already formidable, so he wasn't particularly afraid of that nightmare. Even without the existence of the black membrane, Herag could handle it, though it would cost him more effort. However, if Herag hadn't possessed his prior strength and only relied on the power gained through demon aura, defeating the nightmare would be nearly impossible. The black membrane can dissolve the ray, but the ray is the nightmare's final resort. Without his prior strength, Herag would find it difficult to force the nightmare into using its ray, not even reaching that stage. The nightmare's power, speed, and other attributes far surpass those of ordinary exorcists, and a newly promoted exorcist stands no chance. Thus, it seems most exorcists find surviving an encounter with the nightmare extremely difficult. Suddenly, Herag wondered if this might be a harvesting mechanism of the world will. Cultivate individuals to become strong, then send nightmares to eliminate them, allowing the demon aura within them to return to this realm. Herag pondered another question, whether the total amount of demon aura was fixed or constantly increased. If the total amount is constant, the appearance of a super individual would mean the others in this world would generally be weaker, because the majority of demon aura would gather in one individual, leaving the others with insufficient power. At that moment, it would mean the world has entered an era devoid of magic. Only when the super individual falls, allowing demon aura to return to the land, can others gradually become stronger. If the total amount of demon aura in this world is constantly growing, what is its source, and where does it originate? Herag's mind was filled with questions regarding these matters. Though he hadn't seen the apex individual in this world, he conjectured it would likely be terrifyingly powerful. This world is likely a middle-tier world, but most likely not a higher-tier world. Herag speculated that the hidden dangers of this world far exceeded his imagination. If the wizard plane has truly established a spatial passage, whether the expedition team would dare to invade remains another matter. The wizard plane no longer possesses the strength of the Sixth Ring Tower's era, with the strongest in Land of Dawn being only a level 4 wizard, incapable of contending with level 5 or level 6 entities. The expedition team, upon entering this plane, would definitely first ascertain the situation here before making any decisions. So far, there hasn't been any word of a large-scale invasion by outer heaven demons, and most people are unaware of arrivals from other worlds. Herag gazed at the snow fluttering outside the window, realizing it might take some effort to find the wizard from the expedition team. The members of the expedition team were surely in hiding as well. Under such circumstances, finding them proved exceedingly difficult. The fireplace inside was still burning. Herag walked over to add some wood, then lay on the bed to continue meditating. Time passes differently in the mountains. 3 months of winter vanished in an instant. Early in the morning, Herag emerged from the door to find the outside still blanketed in snow, though the wind was no longer as biting. A month later, spring would arrive, and Herag and Jim were soon to return. During these months, nothing significantly momentous had occurred. Herag and Jim occasionally led a few of the mountain guards into the mountains to investigate, but found no trace of the so-called outer heaven demons. Due to the mountain being sealed by snow, the demons rarely ventured out, causing this period to be extremely peaceful. Few mountain guards were already active in the yard, preparing the supplies needed for today's expedition into the mountains. This was the daily routine of mountain guards, patrolling the mountains in shifts on a scheduled basis to check for any suspicious traces. Having gone into the mountains many times before, Herag was very attentive to this task. Each time he examined meticulously, though regrettably, no valuable clues were discovered. As of now, it's apparent that there's no presence of wizards around the perimeter of the Ulster mountain range. This time, Herag decided not to venture further in. Searching further seemed to hold no meaning. He planned to return to Amy City in a few days. Herag unsheathed his longsword and moved around a bit. In the yard, the guards preparing to venture into the mountains respected him deeply. After saluting, they took their supplies down the slope, ready to enter through the mountain pass on the other side. Jim was still asleep. He generally couldn't wake up when the weather was too cold. Approximately half an hour later, just after Herag sheathed his sword, he heard some faint sounds. The sounds came from deep within the Ulster mountain range, gradually becoming louder. Herag immediately shouted, "Everyone up, there's something happening." The other mountain guards in the house heard and rushed outside, with Jim following closely, albeit slightly slower. "What's wrong?" Jim asked, as he hadn't heard any disturbance. Herag looked towards the Ulster mountain range, speaking with a heavy tone. "Something seems to be coming out of the mountains, probably something sizable. We should retreat for now." Hearing the sound growing closer, the commotion seemed substantial, as if something large was advancing rapidly. Instinctively sensing danger, he wanted to escape first. "That's bad. Calvo and the others have already ventured into the mountains. We must call them to come out." Quickly, Jim said hurriedly, trusting Herag's judgment. However, a few mountain guards had already entered. If they retreated directly, those who entered would likely be doomed, possibly unaware of the unfolding events. Herag sighed. There might be no need. Herag gazed at the mountains and said, "That thing is coming out. If Calvo and the others haven't encountered it yet, they might survive, but once they face it, no one could save them." Jim looked puzzled at the silent mountains, sensing nothing amiss. But soon Jim understood what Herag meant. A rumble emanated from the Ulster mountain range, growing progressively louder. Jim and the others realized what was occurring. The sound was that of a large-scale avalanche in the area. Judging by the extent of this, Calvo and the team had been inside the mountains for half an hour, likely deep within the range. With such a severe avalanche, the chances of their survival was slim. But what they didn't know was that the avalanche was but a small issue. The real problem was the thing that caused it. A massive white serpent's head emerged from the mountain entrance, flicking its tongue as it peered around. The snake's body was immense, with an estimated diameter of over 10 meters, and its length was even more unfathomable, as its tail was nowhere in sight. As the white snake's head emerged, the whole world seemed to fall silent. In the small mountain village on the slope, nobody dared to breathe loudly, afraid of drawing the white snake's attention. Judging by the white snake's size and aura, it was definitely an apostle-level demon, far beyond what the people present could handle. Herag's expression was solemn. He had only heard sounds earlier, but hadn't seen anything from his environmental detection. By the time he saw it, the white snake had already reached the mountain entrance. It moved so quickly that Herag couldn't react in time. If he had known what it was earlier, he would have fled without hesitation. The white snake appeared large and slow-moving, yet it was incredibly fast. Herag remained still, as the white snake seemed not to have noticed them yet. Careless movements might attract the white snake's attention, putting everyone in danger. The white snake flicked its tongue, probing as if searching for something. Watching the massive serpent, Herag suddenly thought that perhaps the Ulster mountain range wasn't devoid of wizards. They might have all been wiped out by this white snake. It would take at least a level 2 wizard to manage this white snake. Anything below that is just walking into death. The white snake probed forward, dragging more of its enormous body from the mountain, making it even more visible. Seeing its massive body, everyone took a sharp breath. The snake's length seemed enough to encircle the entire Amy City. The small mountain village where Herag and the others were located was diagonally opposite the left side of the Ulster mountain range. The white snake's head was looking to the right, so it hadn't noticed the people on the small slope for now. No one dared to make a sound, fearing to attract the creature's attention. After the white snake emerged, it moved to the right, its thick body like a city wall. It seemed not to have noticed the people on the small slope, moving towards the right. The group silently waited for the white snake to pass. Although the snake moved quickly, every second felt excruciatingly long. Gradually, the white snake's body completely vanished from sight, seeming to have moved far away. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Many mountain guards realized their legs were weak and couldn't walk. They were just ordinary people, unable to withstand the overwhelming aura of the white snake. The fact that they didn't collapse was already remarkable. Jim's mouth was dry as he turned to speak to Herag, but found him shocked, with a hint of fear in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Jim asked, puzzled. He suddenly noticed the sky seemed to darken, the sun obscured by clouds, though it hadn't been snowing. Jim instinctively looked up, freezing in place at what he saw. He felt as if his body was being pricked by needles, an extreme danger signal, a primal warning response. A giant snake's head loomed over the slope, the white snake emerging from behind the mountain, its snake eyes emotionlessly observing them. Herag shouted, jolting everyone awake. In a flash, he used space travel to appear at the foot of the slope. Others finally reacted, Herag's shout pulling them out of the snake's oppressive aura. Jim was the second to react and move, quickly running down the slope. The white snake's head crashed down, smashing several mountain guards into the ground, killing them on the spot. A few lucky guards weren't hit and scattered to flee. The white snake raised its head, watching the fleeing guards, its snake eyes flashing, freezing them in place instantly. Soon after, cracks appeared on their bodies, breaking them into pieces of flesh scattered on the ground. It looked as if statues had been smashed by a hammer. This all happened in an instant. All the guards perished. Only Jim and Herag were left running. Herag, using space travel, had reached the mountain's base in the meantime, heading outwards. The white snake focused on him, ignored Jim, crushing through the forest in pursuit. Moving swiftly, the snake was soon behind Herag, its mouth opening wide to bite. Although Herag didn't look back, he constantly monitored his surroundings for the snake's movements. As the snake lunged, he used space travel to dodge, reappearing 100 meters away. The spirit of the white deer talent was perfect for escaping. Otherwise, that white deer would not have been so elusive. A party of elite crystallization wizards pursued relentlessly but couldn't capture the white deer, all due to this talent. Herag relied on this talent to repeatedly evade the snake's attacks. However, the white deer's spirit space travel had limitations, primarily its short range. 100 meters might seem far normally, but it was too short when dealing with a behemoth like the white snake. Each time Herag dodged, the snake could catch up instantly, unable to shake it off. After a few failed attempts, the snake's eyes began to flash with energy. Herag knew what this meant, having witnessed the scene on the slope. Herag transformed into a giant, with colorful shields appearing around his body. Although he didn't know how the snake's eyes caused people to shatter, enhancing his constitution could only help. If he had the opportunity, Herag would have considered taking a sample to study the bloodline. But escaping took priority, leaving no room for such actions. After the snake's eyes flashed, Herag felt an intense weight, as if something was pressing in from all directions. The absolute defense shield fluctuated, indicating it was under pressure. The shield of absolute defense was struggling to hold on, as Herag continuously channeled magic power to maintain it. At the same time, Herag's speed slowed down and his movements were hindered. The white snake opened its mouth and spat out an unknown white energy body, directly blasting towards the sluggish Herag. Fortunately, the surrounding space wasn't solidified, and spatial rules could still be utilized. Herag used the spirit of the white deer again to escape from danger. The white energy body exploded instantly after hitting the ground, leaving a huge crater in its place. Herag observed this scene through environmental detection, feeling a bit fearful. If he hadn't escaped in time, even with his current Titan power combined with absolute defense, it might not have withstood it. He would likely have been severely injured, if not dead. One man and one snake, one in front and one behind, pursued relentlessly. At this moment, Herag truly felt the power of the rules. With his ability to use spatial rules, he could continually avoid danger under such a terrifying monster. If he had used a flash spell instead, aside from distance issues, the magic power wouldn't have been enough to sustain it. Moreover, the distance of a flash spell is very short, almost useless in front of such a giant creature. As Herag ran, he thought about how to shake off this thing. He had already tried several spells during his escape, but they had no effect on the white snake. The scales on the white snake were incredibly hard, impervious to attack. Unable to break through its defense, there was no question of counterattacking. The white snake chased him all the way, its massive body sweeping everything aside with immense power. The forest was flattened directly, and smaller peaks were crushed under its weight. Herag felt a bit speechless. He hadn't provoked the white snake, why was it fixated on him? He sensed that the white snake seemed intent on devouring him, though he didn't know why. The white snake had been chasing him for a day and a night, still tightly pursuing by the second dawn. Herag could already feel his stamina depleting significantly, yet the white snake continued its pursuit. By now they were not far from Amy City. Herag pondered for a moment, sighed, and changed direction to avoid running toward Amy City. There were too many people there, and Herag didn't need to think to know what chaos ensue if he led it there. Herag kept running while changing directions, bypassing Amy City and heading north. The white snake seemed patient, determined to eat him. After running for another half a day, leading the white snake past the northwest direction of Amy City, Herag could faintly see the city's silhouette. The commotion caused by the white snake's passage was significant, drawing attention from many in Amy City. Arios, in his office reading some documents, immediately went outside upon sensing the disturbance. With a flash in his hand, a white staff appeared, and a pair of white wings of light unfurled behind him, allowing him to fly into the air. Suspended in mid-air, Arios gazed toward the northwest, quickly spotting the gigantic white snake and Herag, who was fleeing for his life ahead. Arios quickly realized that although Herag was fleeing, he had no intention of leading the white snake to Amy City. If he had brought the white snake here, he might have had a chance to shake it off. But the cost would be the deaths of countless innocents. Arios pondered momentarily, then flew over, a streak of white light trailing him. Hereg vanished from sight, once again using space travel to evade a white energy body attack. "Face your judgment." A solemn voice suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. A massive pillar of white light descended from the sky, striking the white snake's head. Several white scales flew off, and a bloody crater was blasted where it struck. Seeing this, Hereg quickened his pace, executing several space travels to escape the area. When he reached a distant location, Hereg hid behind a mountain peak, secretly observing the scene. It was only then that Hereg realized it was Arios who had blocked the white snake's path. Arios, holding the white staff, shone with holy light. Even a huge hole appeared in the clouds overhead, beams of white light pouring down from the gap. After being attacked, the white snake let out an angry roar and spat a white energy body at Arios. Arios waved his staff, conjuring an angelic apparition before him, which absorbed the explosive force of the white energy body without harm. He then waved his staff again, summoning an angelic apparition wielding a bow and arrow behind him. The angelic apparition was immense, occupying the entire space. It drew the bow and shot a massive beam arrow. The arrow sped rapidly, piercing through the white snake's throat. The white snake let out a scream, rolling on the ground, its massive body smashing into nearby hills, causing significant tremors. The vibrations reached Amy City, where a mass exodus had already begun, with countless people fleeing the city. Some in carriages, others on horseback, and many on foot, all raced against time to escape. Many seemed to be experiencing this scenario not for the first time, fleeing orderly as if rehearsed in advance. Most people's expressions were serious, yet they seemed to trust Arios, believing that the guardian of Amy City would resolve the situation with the giant white snake. Their escape was merely a worst-case precaution. Should Arios fail to subdue the monster, it would buy them some time to escape, preventing total annihilation. Meanwhile, after sustaining severe wounds, the white snake went completely berserk. It raised its massive body, its enormous tail sweeping toward Arios with great power. However, these attacks were blocked by the angelic apparition, and the white snake, now in a fury, wrapped around the apparition, attempting to crush it with sheer strength. Arios remained calm, raising his right hand. A steady voice resonating around, "I pronounce your death." As his words fell, countless giant lightsabers appeared in the sky, stabbing into the white snake upon forming. Many lightsabers severed the white snake. So many lightsabers struck simultaneously, cutting it into innumerable pieces. Sections of the white snake's body fell to the ground, still twisting on the ground. Arios took a golden cross from his chest, placed it in front of him, closed his eyes, muttered something, then declared, "Holy light will purify everything." The golden cross instantly shone with light, flew out, enlarging into a colossal cross in the air. After forming, the golden cross crashed down, with countless strands of black chi from the white snake's segmented body drawn into the golden cross. Once the black chi was fully absorbed, each segment of the white snake's corpse ceased to move, lying still on the ground. Arios stretched out his hand, and the golden cross quickly shrank and disappeared into his hand. Hereg was completely shocked by this scene and felt the need to re-evaluate the power of an apostle-level exorcist. He originally thought an apostle-level exorcist would be at the level 2 wizard power, but now it seems far beyond that. Hereg realized that it wasn't simple to compare the power system of the wizard plane to this world. Arios, as an apostle-level exorcist, displayed power that made Hereg feel most level 2 wizards couldn't compare to. Hereg himself was now an exorcist. He could very intuitively sense how terrifying the aura on Arios was. This white snake was at least close to a level 3 wizard, yet it was so easily slain by Arios. The power Arios used was no longer just simple exorcist power, but belonged to an entirely different level. Hereg finally understood why Arios had such high prestige. With a god-like figure like him around, the residents of Amy City had little to worry about regarding safety. Hereg looked at Arios floating in mid-air and quietly began to retreat. He had no intention of interacting with such a high-level figure because he was currently in the Titan power form, making it easy to be detected. However, Arios had already noticed him. In the instant Hereg retreated, Arios appeared in the high sky above him, looking at Hereg seriously. "You are Hereg," Arios recalled through Hereg's demon aura. He had seen Hereg a few times before, though he didn't have a deep impression of him. He remembered his aura characteristics. Hereg said, "Yes, Lord Arios." "Why do I sense the aura of an outer heaven demon on you?" Arios asked gravely. With these words, Hereg's muscles tensed. Realizing extreme danger was about to descend. Given Arios' stance on outer heaven demons, he would never let Hereg's problem go unaddressed. Hereg wanted to argue, but Arios wasted no time, raising his staff to form a lightsaber. The lightsaber was much smaller compared to the one that killed the white snake. Perhaps considering Hereg too weak, a small lightsaber would suffice. Hereg dodged with a flash, disappearing from his original spot, avoiding the lightsaber's strike. If he had been slower, the lightsaber would have pierced through him from the crown of his head, through his body. Arios was a bit surprised, not expecting Hereg to be able to use rule power. Which was unexpected to him. "Hammer of Judgment." Arios' powerful voice echoed across the land, spreading far and wide. A massive hammer appeared between heaven and earth, rapidly forming. This hammer was 700 to 800 meters long, with an enormously large head. Seeing the hammer, Hereg cursed inwardly, wondering if such a large force was necessary to kill him. He instinctively wanted to use the spirit of the white deer to escape, but found the surrounding space frozen, making space travel impossible. Hereg quickly understood it was the hammer that locked the area, disabling his use of spatial rules power. Not only was space solidified, but Hereg's body was also immobilized, unable to manipulate magic power after being locked by the giant hammer. As the hammer rapidly formed above, seemingly about to crush Hereg into paste. At this moment, a man's voice sounded. "The dignity of the holy tower is inviolable." This voice was accompanied by the calls of crows, echoing across the landscape. The descending giant hammer suddenly stopped, freezing in mid-air. Subsequently, the hammer cracked with many fissures, eventually shattering into light fragments scattering away. Hereg immediately felt relieved. The space around was no longer solidified, and his inner magic power could flow again. He immediately used space travel to flee backward. After gaining some distance, he looked back to see a figure wrapped in a black robe and hat floating opposite Arios. This black-robed figure had a seemingly ordinary crow perched on his shoulder. Hereg sensed an extremely powerful magic aura from this black-robed figure, unsure of the specific power level. Someone from the expedition team, Hereg then wondered. Any wizard encountered in this plane would likely be from the expedition team. But something felt off to Hereg. He looked at the black-robed figure, getting a peculiar feeling that he wasn't quite an expedition team wizard. The most important thing was recalling the wizard's earlier words. The dignity of the holy tower is inviolable, and Hereg didn't understand what was meant. "Who are you?" Arios asked with a stern face, warily eyeing the suddenly appearing black-robed figure. The black-robed wizard completely concealed his appearance. Within his robes, speaking in the Avite language native to this plane. "You are merely a slightly stronger lower life form of this plane, unworthy to know my name." Arios was never so belittled before, but he wasn't angry or upset. Because he could clearly sense how powerful the black-robed figure was, feeling intense pressure. The black-robed figure extended his hand, covered in black leather gloves, to play with the crow on his shoulder, saying, "Go, have a little snack." The seemingly ordinary crow nuzzled against the black-robed figure's finger, spread its wings, and flew off, making a distinct crow call. Arios was on high alert, gripping his staff tightly. His body bathed in glowing holy light. A massive angelic silhouette appeared, bowing its head, with arms curled in rest, as if in deep slumber. Simultaneously, the sound of bell tolls echoed from the clouds above. A colossal golden light sword formed above Arios, far larger than the one that killed the white snake earlier. This immense golden light sword descended with an overbearing aura, striking towards the slowly flapping crow. As the light sword neared it, the crow shuddered slightly, causing the light sword to shatter into fragments upon contact, disintegrating into light points as if it never existed. The crow remained unharmed, without losing a single feather. Arios watched the scene unfold, his eyes gradually widening in disbelief. He looked up at the sky, placed his right hand on his chest, and muttered something under his breath. Arios then turned his head to look at the crow before him, his whole body glowing as if about to undergo some transformation. However, the crow was already upon him. It opened its mouth, which instantly expanded 1,000-fold and swallowed Arios and the angelic silhouette around him whole. The crow burped, seemingly satisfied, and then lazily flew back to settle on the black-robed wizard's shoulder to rest. The world returned to its usual tranquility as if nothing had happened. Only the segments of the giant serpent's body on the ground reminded people of the fierce battle that took place there. Herag was still in shock from what had just occurred. In just a brief moment, so many things had happened in succession. Herag had just escaped from the white snake, only to fall into the hands of the even more formidable Arios. Just when he thought he was doomed, Arios was unexpectedly and effortlessly eaten by a crow. Arios equaled the strength of a level 3 wizard, yet he was consumed by a mere crow. Herag wondered if he was experiencing a death hallucination. The scene seemed unbelievable no matter how he looked at it. The cold wind blew, and feeling its chill, Herag realized that it was indeed real. The black-robed wizard stood ahead, his back to Herag, seemingly preparing to leave without turning back. "Senior," Herag said, uncertain how to address him. The black-robed figure paused momentarily, glanced back at Herag, and then turned and walked away. As he stepped through the air, his figure vanished within a few strides, leaving no trace behind. When the black-robed wizard looked back, Herag clearly felt that the other was indeed looking at him. But something under the robe obstructed his view, making it impossible to see the wizard's face, or perhaps it was simply beyond Herag's ability to perceive it. After the black-robed wizard left, Herag slowly recalled the recent events. The wizard had appeared so suddenly that even Shenlin's environmental detection system hadn't picked up on when he arrived. Herag couldn't be sure if the wizard had intentionally come to save him or had merely passed by and acted on impulse. Reflecting, he recalled that the wizard had only spoken 2 sentences, neither providing much information. One was about the Holy Tower, representing a significance unknown to Herag. Herag immediately thought back. The sentence coincided with the moment he was about to be crushed by a giant hammer. Holy Tower, 6th Ring Tower. Herag considered this possibility, thinking the Holy Tower might denote the 6th Ring Tower. If that were the case, the black-robed wizard was from the 6th Ring Tower. However, Herag had neither joined the 6th Ring Tower nor knew its location, let alone joined it. The only connection Herag had with the 6th Ring Tower was the meditation method he practiced. If the other could identify him through his meditation method, it barely made sense. Though Herag didn't know how to distinguish others' meditation methods, it didn't mean there wasn't a way. That the wizard saved him and left immediately further convinced Herag he wasn't part of the expedition team. Since had the wizard been from the expedition team, he would have likely asked Herag something, not just left like that. Herag also recalled the black-robed wizard's second remark, that Arios was seen as nothing more than a lowly being. Arios was formidable, a level 3 wizard, yet regarded as a lesser being. Then what could be the power level of this black-robed wizard? Level 4, perhaps even higher. Herag knew that the strongest known beings in the Land of Dawn were level 4 wizards, and such a figure wouldn't typically be encountered in a place like this. He felt that even a level 4 wizard wouldn't easily deal with Arios like this. For Arios was defeated merely by a crow, a pet of that wizard. Filled with puzzlement, Herag prepared to leave the place. As he started to go, he suddenly looked back at the segments of the white snake's body, forming an idea. Originally, he planned to leave immediately, knowing there was another Arios in the dungeon of Amy City. Identical in appearance, but of unknown strength. Herag didn't know the situation regarding that Arios, and if the one just killed was merely a clone, that would be disastrous. He couldn't hope for the black-robed wizard to rescue him again. But with the white serpent's body right there, Herag wanted to at least try. It wasn't far. He quickly decided not to waste time, to commit fully to the plan or leave decisively. Herag used space travel repeatedly to reach the front of one of the massive segments of the white snake, stored it into his space ring, and then turned to flee immediately. He kept an eye on his surroundings, noticing some disorder brewing in Amy City. None of this concerned Herag, as he was solely focused on whether Arios had appeared and pursued him. For now, no one seemed to be following, easing Herag's mind slightly, yet he didn't let his guard down and continued fleeing north. Herag had a map in his mind, recalling that north of Amy City lay a stone forest, a complex terrain. Beyond the stone forest was a large city in the north, called Bayou City. Herag planned to head there, as staying in Amy City was no longer an option. If Arios wasn't dead, going back would be tantamount to surrendering himself. And if Arios was dead, Amy City would still be unfit to stay in. Without a strong protector, the environment would become perilous, vulnerable to some powerful demon randomly wiping out the city. Herag increasingly realized the world's dangers exceeded his expectations. Even a white snake emerging from the mountains held such power. He traveled at utmost speed, gradually distancing himself from Amy City, following a sand-filled path into the stone forest. Night fell swiftly, yet Herag chose not to rest, continuing his rapid journey. Holding the long blade obtained from the kobolds, he suddenly thrust it into the ground while crossing a sandy patch, and a gush of blood erupted, staining the sandy ground scarlet. It was a giant serpent lying in ambush underground, waiting for Herag to pass, ready to strike. But Herag had long discovered it and struck first, killing it in a single blow as he passed. A wisp of black kai emerged from the snake body underground, and Herag quickly absorbed it. After absorbing it, he glanced at the data panel, frowning. No improvement. This demon aura wasn't small, just a bit less than the demon aura provided by the kobold. Normally, there should be some slight improvement, but now the data panel showed no response. Herag carefully felt it. Indeed, this demon aura had somewhat strengthened his body, meaning it was effective, but he didn't know why the data panel didn't reflect it. After thinking for a moment, he had a general hypothesis. It's not that the demon aura didn't enhance him, rather. With his current body attributes, the increase the demon aura provided was too minimal, making it unnoticeable on the data panel. Herag thought it might also be related to advancing to become an official exorcist. After becoming one, it required more demon aura for improvement. After slaying this large snake, he continued forward, encountering many other demons along the way. These demons were relatively weak, easy for Herag to handle, almost all solved with a single swift blade stroke. The stone forest area far exceeded Herag's imagination. He traveled for 2 days and nights and still hadn't exited. If Herag wasn't sure that he was going in the right direction, he would have doubted whether he was lost in the stone forest. This is also the reason why the northern Bayou City and Amy City appear adjacent, but have little trade between them. The stone forest area has formed a natural barrier, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to cross this region. Just the harsh natural conditions alone are too much for ordinary people to handle, not to mention the numerous demons active here. Herag looked at the simple map in his mind, speechless, as the maps here are crude, lacking any notion of scale. The stone forest on the map was just represented by a few stone pillars with no other information. Traversing the area practically, Herag felt that its size was vaster than the grand desert. After nightfall, Herag finally planned to stop and rest for a while. He was already far from Amy City, and if Arios hadn't died and wanted to chase him, he would have been caught up long ago. He kicked a lizard away, took over the 2 stones the lizard was lying on, sat down and lit a campfire, preparing to cook some hot food. Herag glanced at the huge object in his space ring. A part of the snake body took up a large portion of the space ring space. This thing couldn't be cut within the space ring, so Herag simply took it all out and then placed his hand on the large piece of snake meat, activating the Great Dark Heaven. Stone Slab's phantom appeared behind him as the Great Dark Heaven began to absorb the bloodline power from the snake body. A moment later, Herag released his hand, and the Stone Slab phantom disappeared. He acquired 2 talent abilities. White Fang's Eye can see through most camouflage effects, can beguile and control targets with lower spiritual power than oneself, with higher success rate the greater the power difference. White Fang's Shedding can be immune to most illusion effects and can nullify most curses targeted at you. Herag sighed, unable to obtain the most powerful talent ability of the white snake. What he wanted was the ability to make those mountain guards instantly burst apart once the snake eyes ignited. The white snake's snake eyes definitely had many abilities, and he had only obtained one of them. Both talent abilities seem related to illusion, curses, and other negative states, so it's better than nothing. After absorbing the bloodline power of the snake meat, Herag took out a long blade and sliced a large chunk, then put the remaining snake meat back into the space ring. After washing the snake meat, he marinated it simply with some spices and then roasted it over the campfire. Additionally, he took out some vegetables from the space ring, put them into a pot mixed with some marinated snake meat, and cooked a pot of snake meat soup. Before long, the aroma spread, making one's mouth water. Herag opened the pot lid and directly took a piece of snake meat out with his hand and put it in his mouth. The texture was excellent, worthy of being from the big white snake. It was simply a delicacy. Herag quickly finished the pot of snake meat soup and the roasted snake meat, replenishing some energy. He didn't plan to continue traveling tonight, intending to find a place to enter the fallen wings for the night to rest. Herag looked around and walked forward for a while, arriving at a very concealed place. As he was about to release the fallen wings, he suddenly noticed a ripple in the space ahead. Herag immediately became vigilant. He knew what this implied. Looking closely, he saw two men appearing abruptly in front of a cliff ahead, both wearing robes. The style of the robes looked very familiar to him, so he didn't act immediately. While Herag was attentively watching these two, to his surprise, the other party initiated a greeting, speaking in the common Sivir language of the wizard world. Herag. You are. Herag was taken aback, not expecting the other party to call his name directly. It is indeed you. Your magic form is very recognizable. Finally, another wizard part of the cradle operation has been found, said a plump-faced wizard, whose body wasn't fat but had a bit of flesh on his face. He smiled at Herag and said, I'm Tony, this is Jordan, and we are both members of the expedition team. Originally, we were conducting survey work in this demon plane, but after the cradle operation incident, we received a new mission to find the whereabouts of you wizards involved in the cradle operation. Herag didn't trust them outright and asked, how can you prove it? Tony nodded, took out a talisman stone, and displayed his personal information interface in front of Herag. Though at a distance, Herag's eyesight was good enough to clearly see the content on the talisman stone at a glance. With this, it was almost certain. Herag nodded and said, Indeed, I am Herag. I didn't expect to meet you here. I was just wondering how to contact you. Tony said, How did you know that there are members of our expedition team in this plane? I just did some analysis and guessed it might be the case. Herag explained his prior thoughts. Tony nodded and said, That's right, just as you guessed. When the transmission coordinates were activated, they became the coordinates of the demon plane. We don't know much about the demon plane as it was just recently explored and is still in the initial investigation stage. Herag glanced at the mountain wall behind them and said, So the base is built here. That's right, this is the one base in the demon plane. The original plan was to take some time to understand the situation here, determine whether it's worth conquering and whether we have the ability to conquer it, Tony explained. Herag asked, Is this a middle-tier world or a high-tier world? Of course, it's a middle-tier world. If it were a high-tier world, there would be no need for exploration, Tony said with a bitter smile. He sighed and continued. The wizard plane is not what it once was, after losing its top power. It no longer has the confidence to casually conquer other planes. Now, when the wizard plane wants to conquer other planes, it must carefully explore at the beginning to confirm that the plane can be handled before launching a large-scale plane opening war. If it were in the era of Radiance, it wouldn't be so troublesome at all. Almost anything below a high-tier world could be pushed through recklessly. Herag nodded silently. He remembered the black-robed wizard he had met a few days ago, whose origins were unknown. What's with this teleportation ring? Herag took out the teleportation ring he had been given and asked. Tony said, the maker of the teleportation ring was a master of witchcraft artifacts, but no one expected him to be an abyssal cultist. He tampered with the teleportation ring and embedded the coordinates of the demon plane. This plane hasn't been thoroughly explored, it's full of uncertainties, and is relatively dangerous. This matched Herag's previous suspicion. The maker of the teleportation ring intended to trap them in this plane. Since this is a middle-tier world with little information, even the expedition team was cautiously exploring, a group of crystallization wizards. Falling in would have a very low survival rate. Besides me, did you find other wizards participating in the cradle operation? Herag asked. So far, including you, we found 4. The other 3 have already returned to the wizard plane through the teleportation array, Tony said. There were a total of 180 wizards participating in the cradle operation, accounting for those who died in the X-617 world, and the wizards who didn't activate the teleportation ring. There should be about 100 wizards who arrived at the demon plane. Finding 4 out of all, the wizards scattered across an entire plane was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. So finding 4 was already quite fortunate. By the way, did you encounter any other wizards, like metal? Tony casually mentioned. Herag maintained a normal expression and shook his head. I didn't meet any other wizards. Well, I did. What do you mean? Tony asked in confusion. I saw a wizard captured and imprisoned by locals in Amy City to the south, but I don't know the wizard's identity, Herag explained. Has anyone from the expedition team been captured by the locals here? Herag inquired. Tony shook his head. No. So far we haven't been exposed. It seems that the wizard you mentioned should be one of those participating in the cradle operation. If they're in the city, rescue will be troublesome. The expedition team knew that cities here were generally guarded by powerful beings, and any rescue attempt was bound to result in conflict. In the past, individuals had to rely on their own resources. But now, with the expedition team responsible for operations, they must take responsibility if people run into trouble. They could ignore a rescue in the past, but now they can't. However, these matters had little to do with Herag. He certainly wouldn't venture into Amy City again. Should Arios still be there, it would spell trouble. The expedition team would have to find a way on their own, since the information had already been provided. Herag noted Tony's specific mention of metal. Although no one knew he had killed metal, many had seen the two of them clash in the X-617 world. This matter warranted careful attention. Let's return to base No. 1 first. Tony looked around as he spoke. Although it appeared deserted here, the abilities of exorcists were varied and unpredictable. There might be someone undetectable lurking in the shadows. Herag then followed the two into base No. 1, passing through what appeared to be a solid mountain wall. Inside the base was an open area, not very spacious, dotted with tents, and there was a conspicuous teleportation altar in the middle. This was originally just an exploration base, so many facilities were missing, and the team's primary task was to gather intelligence about this plane. Upon entering, Herag scanned the area and found a total of 8 people, including himself. Our exploration team consists of 20 people. Most are currently out on various tasks, leaving few people in the base, Tony said. Can you share some information about this plane? Herag tried asking. Tony smiled. Much information cannot yet be disclosed to anyone outside the expedition team, but in truth, we don't know much. Having been here for a while, you must have encountered the local extraordinaries, who can absorb a kind of black energy to strengthen themselves. Their power system is very different from ours. What level is the strongest here approximately? Herag asked. That is still unknown for now. Based on our current knowledge, the most formidable being here should be equivalent to a level 3 wizard on the wizard plane. There might be even stronger entities. But we have yet to encounter them, Tony replied. Herag nodded and said, I see, thank you. By the way, may I ask if there are any level 3 wizards in your team? For this exploration operation, there aren't any. Later, some level 3 wizards might join, mainly to rescue the wizards trapped here. Currently, I'm the person in charge of base No. 1, responsible for managing daily affairs and maintaining contact with the wizard plane, Tony explained. Herag pondered, knowing Tony was a level 2 wizard. Based on his information, there were no level 3 wizards in the current expedition team either. The blackrobed wizard he had encountered previously was clearly of a very high rank, likely beyond a level 3 wizard. Thus, it's clear that this blackrobed wizard was not part of the expedition team, and might not even be from the Land of Dawn. But apart from the Land of Dawn, the wizard plane had only a few wizards on other continents, and their strength was relatively weak. Where exactly did that black-robed wizard come from? The 6th Ring Tower. However, according to the historical records of the Land of Dawn, the 6th Ring Tower has already betrayed the wizard plane, and whether it still exists is uncertain. Herag sighed inwardly. lamenting his lack of information to make an accurate judgment. Herag said, "Mr. Tony, handling so many things alone is truly tiring." Tony smiled bitterly. The original surveying task was already heavy, and now I have to search for people all over the world. Wizards who participate in the cradle operation usually have complex backgrounds, and all parties are putting pressure on us, alas. Herag looked at the bitterness on Tony's face and could feel how enormous the pressure was. Metal is just a representative one among the second-generation wizards. There are many other wizards with deep backgrounds. These people are potential seeds from various parties. Now that there's a problem, they naturally come to the expedition team to discuss. Tony, as the surveyor in the expedition team on the demon plane, probably didn't expect people from other planes to come, bringing a major burden with them. Originally, he only needed to survey, but now he also has to find and rescue people. "Do you have any other clues?" Tony asked. Herag shook his head. "No, this is all the information I have." "All right, shall I send you back now?" Tony said. Herag hesitated for a moment. He planned to continue absorbing demon aura here and wasn't in a hurry to leave. But he couldn't use this as a reason, as he couldn't explain why he could absorb demon aura, and couldn't expose the existence of the great dark heaven. As Herag was thinking of a suitable excuse, Tony saw he didn't seem to want to leave and said, "You don't want to leave yet?" "I'm quite curious about this place, so I want to explore a bit more," Herag replied with a smile. Tony said, "The Wizard Alliance has ordered us to safely send you back as soon as we find you. It's quite dangerous here. Wandering around you can easily encounter danger. This time it's just good luck, landing near base no. 1. If you were wandering outside and met danger, we wouldn't be able to rescue you in time. If we let you go like this, those above would certainly punish us so." Tony's tone was extremely tactful, but the meaning was clear. You cannot leave, you must return to the wizard plane. Herag felt a bit helpless, and now it seemed he indeed had no other choice. Encountering the expedition team was completely unexpected for him. He didn't think he would meet them so soon. Herag could only say, "All right, I'll follow your arrangements." Herag thought, actually returning isn't a problem. There are some issues that need to be dealt with. But he can continue absorbing demon aura and grow. Stronger here, accidents could indeed happen. Arios' power had already exceeded Herag's imagination. This world, whether exorcist or demon, had too many powerful beings. This is also one reason why plane wars generally wait until reaching level 2 wizard to participate, as only after progressing to level 2 wizard can one have basic self-defense capability. The ability to wield rule power makes a world of difference. It's a chasm that cannot be crossed. Herag has survived, until now solely thanks to the talent ability of the spirit of the white deer. Tony saw Herag no longer insisted, and breathed a sigh of relief. It reduced a lot of trouble for him. He laughed and said, "Then let's go to the teleportation altar. Take a good rest after you return. Our conditions here are rudimentary, you can't rest well either." Herag nodded, stepped onto the teleportation altar, and suddenly asked, "There won't be any problems with this teleportation, will there?" "Of course not. If there were, I'd chop off my own head." Tony laughed. Herag smiled and nodded but said nothing. Tony walked to the side of the teleportation altar and activated it with magic power. A flash of light occurred, and Herag disappeared. Herag watched the surrounding space ripple. Knowing before it returned to brightness, he had already come back to the wizard plane. Because the familiar aura rushed over, and soon after light flooded his vision, and Herag found himself standing on a teleportation altar. He looked around, discovering he was still within the Twilight Temple, only a few hundred meters from the teleportation altar to World X617. Herag's appearance instantly attracted the attention of those around him. The reason was no other. He was now in the form of Titan power, his physique too massive. Many wizards instinctively thought some otherworldly creature invaded and were ready to act. But upon sensing the magic aura and seeing Herag make no move, they held back. Herag noticed the commotion and quickly said, "I am Herag Merlin, a formal member of Surlendir." At that moment, a bearded middle-aged man approached with a serious face, glaring at Herag and demanding, "Where is Metal?" Herag glanced at him, remembering who he was, Metal's father, Rhys. Herag replied, "How should I know where Metal is?" Rhys glared at him angrily and said, I asked the wizards who returned before you. They said you had a conflict with Metal in World X617 and even attacked him. If it weren't for his quick use of the teleportation ring, he'd have probably been severely injured by you. The cradle operation doesn't prohibit conflicts between us. Isn't some friction quite normal? Besides, I didn't manage to do anything to him, right? Didn't he activate the teleportation ring and flee? Harag said. But he, like you, entered the demon plane and hasn't returned yet, Rhys shouted. Harag said, then go find the expedition team. Why are you shouting at me? It's none of my business. Rhys, being a respectable figure of the Taylor family, was not accustomed to being spoken to this way, and immediately retorted, how dare you be so rude? You're courting death. The magic aura surged around him, and a giant eye appeared above ready to open. Danger instantly welled up in Harag's heart. He was ready to flee. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, and the sense of danger vanished. Bannings adjusted his monocle and said, Mr. Rhys, no fighting is allowed within the Twilight Temple. Rhys glanced warily at Bannings, shot a cold look at Harag, and then turned to leave. Thank you, Lord Bannings. Harag expressed his thanks. Bannings turned with a smile. Nothing to worry about, glad you're back. We'll ask you a few questions later. Then you can organize your own schedule. Understood. Harag glanced at his space ring. Inside lay a world staff, with which he could control World X617. Harag's primary goal now was to hurry back to Serlandir and hand it over, keeping it was a hot potato. Soon the expedition team members came to inquire a lot about Harag. From when Harag entered World X617 until returning to the wizard plane, every detail was questioned.